In the 55th year of Konoha, the blood moon was in the sky. The murderous atmosphere permeated the entire Uchiha clan, but no one noticed it. Uchiha Itachi put on protective gear and sheathed his short sword. He stretched out his right hand and gently stroked the Konoha forehead protector that made him proud, and his eyes became extremely firm. Stupid clan, stupid brother. I am so lonely and tired at the age of 13, Uchiha Itachi said to himself. The first household was Uchiha Kenta's. Kenta was a chunin in the clan, with a gentle personality. Whenever he saw Itachi, he would greet him warmly. Itachi sneaked into the courtyard silently, and through the paper door, he saw Kenta kneeling at a low table to correct students' homework he taught at the ninja school. Itachi's Sharingan glowed with a strange red light in the dark. The three Magatama slowly rotated. He saw the chakra veins flowing in Kenta's body and the most vulnerable artery in his neck. The paper door was silently opened, and Kenta looked up with a gentle smile on his face. Itachi-kun? So late. The knife flashed, and warm blood spurted out of Kenta's throat. His eyes widened, looking at the young clan leader he was once proud of in disbelief. The homework book was soaked in blood, and the four words Uzumaki Naruto on the student's name that was half corrected gradually turned red. Kenta's wife rushed out of the kitchen, holding the midnight snack prepared for her husband. Kenta? What's that sound? Her question stopped in her throat forever. Itachi's knife pierced her heart. The dishes fell to the ground, and the miso soup spilled all over the floor. The cry of a child came from upstairs. Itachi walked up the stairs, his steps as light as a cat. 4-year-old Uchiha Shoyuta stood in the corridor holding a doll, rubbing his eyes. Dad? Mom? A cold light flashed. The doll's head and the boy's head fell to the ground at the same time. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were flirting as usual. Shimura Danzo slammed the cane in his hand to the ground, making a crisp bang sound. Urusen, Itachi is about to take action. We must go to help. I have gathered the people from the root. I know your Umbu people have also gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took a puff of the old cigarette that cost 5 million ryo. No, we can't attack our fellow villagers. Shimura Danzo's one eye widened. Hiruzen, Mito Kato, and Yutane Koharu were drinking 3 million ryo tea. While looking left and right, their eyes rotating between the two old friends who were arguing. A cloud of mist came out of the mouth of the third Hokage, and he walked around the room anxiously. There must be other ways. Uchiha has been our comrades for decades. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. Whatever you want, I'm going to act. For the safety of Konoha, I must surround them first. As he said that, Danzo was about to turn around and walk outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, Danzo, you can only surround them. Don't do anything extra. Shimura Danzo turned back suddenly. What did you say? If the Uchiha reacts, do you know how many people will die? The root must take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen, no. Danzo. For Konoha, I must take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo. I said no. Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am a Hokage. Shimura Danzo. Humph. You will regret it. Bang. After saying that, Danzo slammed the door and left. Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato and looked at each other, and then said, Hiruzen, although Danzo's tone is not good, it is not unreasonable. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed out smoke, his old eyes full of sorrow. It's all my fault. I didn't find a better way to deal with the Uchiha matter. After squeezing for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't squeeze out tears and continued. There are spies in the northeast of the village who have transformed into ninjas from our village. Notify the Umbu to block that area. Kill them without mercy. In the Uchiha clan's territory, a black shadow rushed into a courtyard. The 90-year-old man who was watching the stars in front of the door was stabbed in the throat, and he didn't even have time to make a sound. The black shadow rushed into the house, killed a couple and 2 breastfeeding children, and flashed to the next house. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Every time the black shadow moved, it meant that another family was canceled. Just after killing a pregnant woman, the male owner of the house rushed out. He was an Uchiha senior ninja with a 3 Magatama Sharingan. Clang! After blocking the attack of the black shadow, the man roared, trying to warn the tribe members, and asked for help. However, his voice was blocked by the invisible barrier and could not be heard. The man stared at the waist of the murderer, which was a strange chakra erase stone. Is that the moving barrier stone of the Umbu? Swish! The black shadow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it came in front of the man and pierced his heart with a knife. At such a close distance, the man finally saw the face of the black shadow. He said angrily and unwillingly, Young clan leader, why? This is not only the difference in strength, but also the difference in pupil power. Uchiha Itachi did not look at the man who fell to the ground again. He turned around and was about to go to the next house, but suddenly his steps stopped. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and muttered to himself, I remember that there are 5 people in Uchiha Zaijuin's family, not counting the unborn. Uchiha Itachi looked around with his Sharingan and quickly determined the direction. He came to a wardrobe, opened the door, reached out and grabbed the white ankle of a 3-year-old girl and pulled her out. The little girl's chubby little hands desperately grabbed the wardrobe, and her mouth kept crying in a non-standard voice. Brother Itachi, Buyosa Buyowa. Puchi. The knife fell, and the little head with tears and snot rolled out, and blood splattered all over the floor. The chubby little hands were still scratching the wardrobe until this time, and the muscles seemed not to realize that the body was dead. Uchiha Itachi did not delay for a second and dodged to the next family. A young mother who was telling her child the story of the first generation of Hokage to coax her child to sleep suddenly felt a chill on her neck, and the next second blood sprayed on her child's face. Even so, the young woman who did not die immediately subconsciously fell on her child, trying to protect the child. However, with a puff, the sharp blade accurately penetrated the woman's body and stabbed into the heart of the child who had just been awakened. The blood moon was hanging high, the devil was flashing, and the lives of one family after another were constantly disappearing. In fact, there are many strong people in the Uchiha clan, but they were facing the top fighting force in the clan, the Manjiki Sharingan. Not only were their proud Sharingan useless and completely restrained, more importantly, everyone was staying at home in the most relaxed state, while the murderer was fully armed. After all, there were elites from the police department, and generally no one had the opportunity to sneak into the clan. But no one expected that a filial son would appear in the family and be killed by surprise. At the same time, the Uchiha police department was also in a mess. A tiger-skinned masked man killed the last Uchiha ninja on duty and slowly walked out of the door of the police department. Uchiha Izumi, who happened to pass by, threw the shuriken in his hand and accurately stabbed the masked man's head. The corners of Izumi's mouth rose slightly. This was the special skill that her boyfriend Itachi taught her. The However, the shuriken directly penetrated the tiger-skinned masked man's head and shot on the wooden pillar behind him, making a crisp sound. What? Quan was startled. Her beautiful eyes opened wide, and her pupils shrank suddenly. She was deeply aware of the terrifying strength of the tiger-skinned masked man opposite her, and she was definitely not his opponent. Run. At this time, Uchiha Quan had only this thought in her mind, so she turned around and ran. However, a black iron chain wrapped around her like a python and instantly bound her hands and thin waist tightly. Then Uchiha Quan felt a huge force coming and immediately lost her center of gravity and fell to the ground. She was dragged on the ground, getting closer and closer to the devil-like man. Itachi, save me. Quan couldn't help but shed tears of despair, calling her boyfriend's name, hoping that he would suddenly appear and save her. Chapter 2. The 2 Tomo spirals rage against the kaleidoscope. Itachi shall not come to your rescue. He is presently occupied with the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. You may thank me for sparing you from his lethal grasp. Izumi, with disbelief etched across her face, murmured, What? Yet. The man in the tiger-striped mask offered no further explanation as he brought down his longsword. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Perhaps they could serve as a reserve. As he spoke, the man in the mask reached forth to extract Izumi Uchiha's eyes, placing them into a petri dish. Aunt Kuno, Itachi softly called from the doorway. Uchiha Kuno turned to see the bloody blade in Itachi's hand, her complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. Instinctively, she shielded her daughter behind her, trembling fingers reaching for a kunai within her ninja tool pouch. What? Itachi-kun, why? The answer came in the form of a swift, lethal strike. As Kuno collapsed, she maintained her protective stance over her daughter. The little girl screamed as she lunged towards her mother's icy body, only for Itachi's blade to pierce through her heart, connecting both mother and daughter in a tragic embrace. The blood moon ascended ever higher. The anguished cries of the Uchiha clan muffled by a barrier not a sound escaping into the outside world. Itachi's movements quickened, as if executing a mechanical task. Within his Sharingan, the three tomo had transformed into a triangular pinwheel shape, the Mangeki Sharingan. 297, 298. Itachi silently counted in his mind. His black vest had become thoroughly soaked with blood, clinging to him in a sticky embrace. Every household, every familiar face, every innocent child. His blade showed no hesitation. In a secluded corner of the Uchiha territory, a youth named Uchiha Fuyun abruptly opened his eyes, leaping from his bed. What the hell? Is today the night of the massacre? Sensing the flickering flames of life extinguishing one after another, Uchiha Fuyun was taken aback. Could it be this dreadful? Just as he had recently traversed into this world, he was confronted with the night of annihilation. Indeed, Liu Yunqing, a modern-day wage slave, had been struck by a fortuitous turn of events. A runaway truck had transported him to this realm. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, proclaiming he had acquired a 60-tier mental power, yet he had no comprehension of what that entailed. He only knew that his perception was exceptionally keen, but beyond that, he possessed no understanding of its application. Once again, here it comes. Each time, good fortune eludes him while misfortune relentlessly pursues. Having graduated from elementary school, the institution renovated and introduced a computer lab. Upon graduating from middle school, tuition was waived and foreign teachers were hired. After completing high school, classrooms were equipped with air conditioning, dormitories renovated, and hot water installed. Finally, enduring through to university graduation, he was met with the disheartening news that graduates were now in surplus, struggling to secure employment. What a turn of events. Just as he partnered with someone to open a shop, the pandemic arrived. Unable to persevere, they closed their doors for good, only to find that once the lockdown was lifted, industry began to flourish again. Alas, I have missed the warmth of the moment entirely. I have not overlooked the muddy pit, however. Huzzah, huzzah, let us applaud fate. After much anticipation, I have finally witnessed the rare celestial alignment of 6 stars and ascended to the esteemed rank of a time traveler. Oh dear, my family is on the brink of annihilation. How shocking, how unexpected, how thrilling. Uchiha Fuyun has painstakingly fostered relationships with those around him, and he has fortuitously struck up a conversation with a young girl at the village's entrance. Well then, here I come. The foremost filial son of the ninja world has arrived. This unfortunate clan of ninja aristocrats serves as a testament to the fickleness of life. It is akin to a large intestine enveloping a small intestine. The illustrious Uchiha clan, renowned for its dominance over the ninja realm for centuries, instills fear in all who hear its name. A reputation, both formidable and fraught with peril, belongs to the past. What was once is no longer. Uchiha Fuyun, at the tender age of 16, has unlocked the power of the 2-tomo Sharingan. While not particularly distinguished within Konoha, he manages to hold his own as a wielder of a bloodline limit, having recently acquired the rank of a nin. He delves into the memories of his predecessor, seeking a means of escape. However, after much contemplation, he finds no viable solution. Fleeing seems futile, for even if he were to escape the clan grounds, the outside world likely presents a dead end. Should he seek the aid of a powerful ally to rebel? That too is implausible, as apart from the clan leader, none within the Uchiha clan could contend with Itachi, and that unfortunate leader has already surrendered. Time is of the essence. As the grim specter of death approaches his home, Uchiha Fuyun grits his teeth and rushes to the chambers of his mother and sister. Their family consists solely of the 3 of them, with only he having awakened the Sharingan to become a ninja. His mother, Uchiha Chiya, is roused from slumber. Fuyun? What is it? There's trouble. You both must remain calm and sleep. Uchiha Fuyun swiftly delivers a precise strike to render his still drowsy sister unconscious, and then he follows suit with his mother. Earth release, hiding earth. He performs the necessary hand seals to execute a fundamental earth jutsu, burying the 2 women underground. Subsequently, he employs several basic earth techniques to cover them simply, allowing them enough space to move and awaken without the risk of being buried alive. Having completed this, Uchiha Fuyun produces 6 explosive tags, purchased at the cost of his entire fortune. As the explosions erupt, flames engulf the entire dwelling. To the original owner, this is all I can do. Whether I live or die is no longer my concern. At that moment, Uchiha Fuyun senses that Itachi has approached. Yet the explosions have also roused the nearby clansmen. They flock to the streets, witnessing the figure of the Shura, Itachi, emerging from the family's entrance, drenched in blood and wielding a slaughtering blade. Upon seeing Itachi, the clansmen comprehend the gravity of the situation. Young clan leader, Itachi, why would you commit such an atrocity? In an instant, their Sharingan awaken, ready to unite in an effort to apprehend the murderer. Uchiha Fuyun's heart swells with joy. An Uchiha brawl? There's hope. He bursts through the door, eager to join his clansmen in their collective endeavor to subdue the prodigal son. However, the gathered clansmen could not impede Itachi's massacre in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to invigorate him further, as if he had been spared the trouble of seeking out victims. With a swift motion, the blade fell repeatedly. In the streets of the Uchiha clan, corpses soon littered the ground. Uchiha Fuyun, having rushed out, stared blankly with his two-tomo Sharingan, frozen in disbelief. Was he truly this formidable? In such a brief span, had he eradicated them all? Observing the slightly panting Itachi, Fuyun was momentarily taken aback. So, he had unleashed the power of the Manjiki Sharingan? What a golden opportunity! Seizing upon Itachi's moment of weakness, Uchiha Fuyun lunged forward with his kunai. Yet, in an instant, a sweet taste filled his throat, and he collapsed, blood staining the earth beneath him. What had transpired? How could it happen so swiftly, and with such strength? Was the two-tomo truly no match for the Manjiki? Seven hells! How infuriating! Itachi stood a short distance away, casting a sweeping glance before striding towards the home of Uchiha Fuyun. Witnessing this scene, one could only think, well, the family was indeed gathered together. After meticulously ensuring the surrounding area was cleared, Itachi set off to continue his slaughter. This was already the farthest end of the Uchiha clan's territory, with few households remaining ahead. Before long, Itachi flawlessly completed his task, standing atop a building while silently counting on his fingers. After confirming there were no survivors after multiple checks, he vanished from the scene. Gazing at Itachi's departing figure and then at the blood-soaked ground strewn with bodies, one could only describe it as tragic. Based on the timing of Itachi's entry into the home, it was likely that his mother and sister had also been slain. A wave of sorrow surged within him. Having inherited the original host's memories, he could not help but be affected. The death of so many loved ones filled Uchiha Fuyun with profound grief. The two-tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to swirl and transform into three-tomo. Wait, why did it feel as though something was amiss? Hadn't I already perished? Chapter 3. The power of the mind. Why am I still capable of thought and able to perceive my surroundings? My face is clearly pressed against the ground, submerged in a pool of blood. How is it possible to see the ceiling above? In this moment, Uchiha Fuyun was reminded of the 60 levels of mental power he had acquired. Wait, mental power. Could this be the fabled attainment of mental prowess? It is said that upon reaching a certain level of mental cultivation, one can transcend the death of the physical form and even reconstruct it. At last. My turn has come. The Leaf Village's F4, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, you shall await my grand retribution. None shall find solace. However, it seemed that Uchiha Fuyun had celebrated too soon. Despite his fervent efforts and various attempts, his lifeless body remained utterly still. Furthermore, as blood continued to pour from his wounds, his organs ceased to function, and his body began to grow cold, stiffening gradually. I apologize for my earlier exuberance. Please do not torment me like this. Uchiha Fuyun lamented internally. He was genuinely anxious, for Itachi had departed. And next would be the reckoning for both Jin and the Umbu. He understood all too well that falling into Danzo's hands would be far worse than perishing at Itachi's hand. If all proceeded as expected, it would not be long before Shimura Danzo, that old scoundrel, would come to extract his vengeance. According to the narrative etched in his memory, during the later resurrection of the Uchiha clan, not a single member would return to life. This meant that the bodies of the Uchiha would either be entirely incinerated or reduced to an unidentifiable mass of flesh in a laboratory, pieces scattered beyond recognition. Do not panic. Remain calm since I still possess consciousness. There must be a way. There must be. Uchiha Fuyun suppressed his fear and continued to explore various methods. Upwards, upwards. Let the soul ascend. Failure focused intent. Move hands. Move feet. Still failure. Damn it. Breathe, stay calm. Intent the soul. Yes. First, let me discern the location of my mental power. With this thought, Uchiha Fuyun concentrated his mind, calming his mental power, and gently delved inward. Indeed, he made a new discovery. His mental power resided within his mind, like a translucent field of energy. In that moment, everything seemed to come into clarity. He ceased attempting to control his body through his brain, for both his body and brain had succumbed to death. After numerous attempts, he finally managed to mobilize his mental power. The youth lying motionless upon the ground suddenly twitched his fingers, though he could marginally control his body to move. Joy eluded him. This clumsy form, even if it could shuffle, would never escape. What to do? At that moment, Fuyun's mental energy surged toward his severed neck. And a miraculous event transpired. The wound upon his neck began to heal significantly. Hence, he quickly concentrated his mental power on that very spot. Indeed, the wounds swiftly closed, healing as the cells regenerated and the connections reformed. Uchiha Fuyun gradually rose from the pool of blood, half kneeling upon the ground. How could he possibly escape next? If discovered, death would be inevitable. Frowning in contemplation, he found himself at a loss for a means to flee the clan's territory and Konoha. It was evident, even to the most naive, that such a significant undertaking would not go unnoticed by Konoha's forces. The entire Uchiha clan grounds were likely under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, not to mention the formidable elites. Even an ordinary Umbu ninja would pose a challenge beyond Fuyun's capabilities. He could only feign death and assess the situation. He meticulously extracted the Sharingan from the eyes of his clan members around him, and with a heavy heart, he gouged out his own eyes as well. Retrieving a space-time ninjutsu scroll, he carefully stored a large vial brimming with Sharingan-enhanced nutrients within it. Subsequently, he made a small incision in his abdomen and concealed the scroll with utmost caution. There was no alternative, should he not take such measures. His eyes would undoubtedly be taken by others. After completing this grim task, Uchiha Fuyun resumed his act of death, reopening the healed wound on his neck. At this point, his body appeared lifeless, and no one would discern anything amiss. Itachi stood in his family's courtyard, gazing at the warm light filtering through the paper door. His father, Fugaku, and mother, Mikoto, awaited him in the living room. They knew he would come. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku had long foreseen the arrival of this day through his Sharingan. Furthermore, tonight, Fugaku had preemptively subdued several of the clan's most formidable adversaries, fearing that his two sons might perish amidst the chaos. "Come in, Itachi." His father's steady voice resonated from within the house. Itachi pushed open the door to find his parents seated with solemn posture, 2 cups of now-cold tea placed before them. His mother's eyes were swollen, evidently having wept recently, while his father's countenance remained tranquil, as if he had already reconciled with fate's design. "I assigned Sasuke the task of training in the back mountains. He should not return for another hour." Fugaku fixed his gaze upon his son. "This grants you ample time to fulfill your mission." Mikoto's tears welled anew. "Itachi, my child, why must you? For the peace of the village." Itachi's voice was chillingly devoid of warmth, as the Uchiha rebellion would plunge Konoha into civil strife, providing an opportunity for rival ninja villages. "I cannot permit this to transpire." Fugaku sighed deeply. "I understand. What promises did Danzo and the third make to you?" "Sasuke's life." Itachi replied succinctly, determined that his brother would survive as the last Uchiha. Fugaku closed his eyes, slowly nodding. "Proceed. But promise me, safeguard your brother." In a flash of steel, the Uchiha clan leader and his wife fell into a pool of blood. Itachi knelt and gently closed his parents' eyes. A crack finally appeared on his face, and a tear fell upon his father's growing cold visage. Hesitating for a moment, Itachi ultimately resorted to Amaterasu to incinerate his parents' eyes. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "I'm back." Sasuke's cheerful voice drew closer. "Father, mother, today, I learned my brother's shuriken technique." Itachi swiftly dried his tears, rising to face the door. The 7-year-old Sasuke eagerly pulled the door open, his smile freezing upon witnessing the scene within. "Brother, what is happening?" His voice trembled, and his small body began to shake uncontrollably. He beheld his parents sprawled in a pool of blood, saw the bloodied blade in his brother's hand, and the unfamiliar, murderous gaze that met his own. "Sasuke." Itachi's voice was chillingly inhuman. "You are far too weak." Sasuke's pupils contracted to pinpricks, and his legs buckled as he fell to the ground. "No, it can't be. Father, mother, brother, you. Do you wish to know why?" Itachi's Sharingan began to spin, locking onto Sasuke's eyes. "Look into my eyes, Sasuke." The terrifying Jinjutsu instantly invaded Sasuke's mind. This illusion was so advanced, it felt all too real. He witnessed the massacre of their clan, heard the cries of children, and could vividly smell the overwhelming stench of blood. Every horrific detail replayed before his eyes, each moment grotesquely clear. "Ah!" Sasuke screamed, clutching his head, tears and snot covering his face. In that instant, his world shattered. The brother he idolized transformed into the very enemy he loathed. Itachi looked down upon his crumbling brother, his voice as cold as ice. "My foolish brother, if you wish to kill me, then hate me, despise me. Run away, live a wretched life. And when you possess eyes like mine, come find me." With that, Itachi turned and walked toward the door, leaving Sasuke curled on the ground, sobbing. "Wait." Sasuke suddenly lifted his head, his eyes revealing the single Tomo Sharingan. Under the extreme emotional strain, he finally awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. "I will kill you, Itachi." Sasuke seized a kunai from the table and charged at his brother, only to be effortlessly subdued by Itachi's simple martial arts move. The kunai clattered away, and Sasuke's face was pressed into the blood of his parents. Itachi sneered, "Come seek revenge when you are truly strong." The blood moon hung high, and the Uchiha clan's territory lay silent as a grave. Chapter 4. The cleansing of Konoha within a towering edifice near the Uchiha clan's estate in Konoha village. The higher echelons of the village stood gathered. Suddenly, a shadow flickered into existence. A member of the Umbu knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Lord Third Hokage, a grave incident has occurred. A multitude of corpses has been discovered within the Uchiha clan's territory." "What? How could this be?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was etched with astonishment. Shimura Danzo's eyes gleamed with a hint of disdain, thinking to himself, "What a performance." However, Danzo's spirits were high. He raised his cane and directed it towards the Uchiha estate, commanding, "Umbu operatives, proceed immediately to investigate the Uchiha estate and ensure the capture of the perpetrator." With that, Danzo hastily exited. Sarutobi Hiruzen then waved his hand decisively. "Initiate the emergency protocol and instruct the Umbu to seal all entrances and exits of Konoha." "Yes." The Umbu answered in unison, their figures vanishing from sight. Left alone in the hall, Hiruzen gazed out the window, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Taking a deep inhale of his expensive tobacco, he found the smoke particularly fragrant today, soothing to his lungs. As the leader of Konoha, he possessed an intimate understanding of the village's affairs. However, oftentimes it depended on whether he wished to know, for some matters were better left unknown. In Hiruzen's mind, the disappearance of both the Senju and Uchiha clans was ultimately a boon for all. The village would no longer live in daily dread of a clan perceived as inherently malevolent, though the villagers might speculate about the Uchiha, attributing the manipulation of public opinion to them. A gentle breeze swept through, and unbeknownst to Hiruzen, a figure had appeared behind him. He remained steadfast, an immovable pillar, though his peripheral vision noted the presence of the newcomer. Facing away from the individual, Hiruzen's voice trembled as he spoke. "How could this happen? Fugaku and I have toiled for so long." "It is all right. I have already sent the others away," Itachi reassured, his voice low but steady. "Thank you for your efforts. I have troubled you, Lord Third." Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, Konoha had ultimately averted civil strife, preserving the village's peace. Hiruzen sighed deeply. "I am regretful, and I apologize. I failed to find a better solution." Itachi's gaze was somber. "I apologize, Lord Third, for not heeding your counsel." Hiruzen shook his head. "The one who should apologize is I. It is my and Fugaku's inadequacy that has burdened you with this." As he slowly turned to face Itachi, his eyes filled with compassion, he inquired, "Are you prepared for what lies ahead? Konoha will label you a rogue ninja. You will be deemed the slayer of your entire clan, and you will face the pursuit of not just Konoha, but the entire ninja world." Itachi's expression remained melancholic. "That is to be expected." Hiruzen's voice was tinged with sorrow. "What are your plans for the future?" Itachi adjusted the forehead protector on his brow and replied resolutely, "I will continue to fulfill my duties as a ninja of Konoha. Even as a fugitive, I shall silently protect Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned astonishment. "Itachi, you are truly exceptional. In you, I seem to glimpse the shadow of my esteemed disciple, Uchiha Kagami." As he spoke, tears streamed down his aged face. Even his descendant, Uchiha Shisui, possesses such remarkable qualities. "Indeed, Shisui was my dear friend, and I shall inherit his will. However, Itachi, what precisely do you intend to do?" Itachi replied softly, "In this endeavor, I have enlisted the aid of a powerful individual. I plan to remain within his organization to monitor him, ensuring he does not pose a threat to Konoha. Yet, to protect my brother, Uchiha Sasuke, would you?" Lord Third, grant me a promise? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly. Of course. I assure you that I will do everything in my power to safeguard Sasuke's life and ensure his healthy growth. However, I cannot intervene in the hatred he harbors towards you. Itachi's gaze turned melancholic. I have long since resigned myself to bearing all the scorn, including that of Sasuke. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, go now. The barriers and defensive outposts of Konoha will not undergo significant changes, and you may return to visit Sasuke frequently. Internally, he felt a sense of relief. Truth be told, he would find a way to keep Sasuke in Konoha, for he could not allow Itachi to leave without holding Sasuke close. Itachi slowly turned to exit, feeling a twinge of regret. The Uchiha clan could not comprehend the Third's earnest intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Itachi's departing figure and took a deep drag from his old cigarette. After this night, the Uchiha clan's illustrious name and glory, which had reverberated through the shinobi world for centuries, would be irrevocably drawn to a close, buried by the very village he had helped establish. Henceforth, all the contributions and achievements of the Uchiha clan to Konoha would become utterly meaningless. Yet, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had lived nearly 70 years, this was not particularly shocking. How many famed clans had withered away in the shinobi world. Even the once mighty Senju clan had been obliterated under the management of himself and Danzo Shimura. What then of the mere Uchiha? Contemplating the 3,000 shinobi of his own Sarutobi clan, a smile unconsciously crept upon Hiruzen's lips. As night deepened, the lights in every household of Konoha extinguished, leaving only a few solitary glimmers. No one knew, nor did anyone care, whether anything significant transpired that night. In the stillness of the night sky, however, the Uchiha clan's territory became abuzz. The root ninjas were the first to storm the clan's grounds, having received Danzo's urgent orders. The root operatives meticulously examined each corpse, regardless of age or gender, tall or short, fat or thin. They gouged out the eyes of every documented awakened Uchiha and placed them into pre-prepared petri dishes. As Danzo had stated, this is the greatest legacy the Uchiha have bequeathed to Konoha, their final value. For the sake of Konoha, it must be properly collected. Shimura Danzo stood at the very heart of the Uchiha clan's territory, personally overseeing the events unfolding before him, his heart ablaze with exhilaration. How many precious Sharingan lay before him? With him, his right arm would possess an abundance of ammunition, coupled with Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan. Who in the shinobi world could possibly stand against him? Even the monkey would not necessarily be able to best him, and at that moment, the Hokage's seat would be within his grasp. Gazing upon the ground strewn with Uchiha blood and corpses, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged within Danzo. He had finally eradicated the Uchiha clan, extinguishing their influence and threat once and for all. Danzo could not help but tilt his gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. A look of joy and intoxication gracing his features. Teacher Tobarama, do you see this? Your student has succeeded. I have not betrayed your expectations. I am the man most suited to be Hokage. Chapter 5. The man who emerged from the grave Master Danzo. Many of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan have been extracted. A masked root ninja reported in a hushed tone. Danzo furrowed his brow slightly. It must have been Itachi and that man, humph. No need to concern ourselves with this matter any further. Quickly gather the remaining Sharingan. Yes, the root ninja vanished in a flash, but one individual, donning a dog-headed mask, remained still. Danzo raised an eyebrow, aware that the ninjas of Root bore cursed seals that compelled absolute obedience to his commands. Turning to address the masked figure, Danzo questioned, "What are you doing? Why aren't you acting?" The masked man slowly lifted his head, his crimson Sharingan fixated intently on Danzo. "Remember the promise you made to me, Danzo. I will always be watching you from the shadows." Danzo's eyes widened in shock. "Uchiha, Itachi, when did you infiltrate my presence?" Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan glared like the gaze of death as he spoke in a haunting tone. "I can appear beside you at any moment. Therefore, do not harbor any ill thoughts towards Sasuke. Otherwise, clang." An unparalleled power enveloped Danzo. The chilling glimmer of countless blades flashed before him, and his body was utterly obliterated. Huff. Moments later, Danzo staggered back, panting, as Itachi's figure had vanished from sight. Was that an illusion? Such strength. Soon, the bodies of the Uchiha clan were gathered, meticulously arranged together. One must admit, the Uchiha clan truly embodied pride. Their lineage was marked by striking beauty and formidable physiques. Many of the female Uchiha corpses bore signs of having been tampered with, suggesting they had suffered indignities. Perhaps even worse. At the edge of Konoha village, atop a towering ancient tree, two figures stood. The man in the tiger mask gazed into the distance towards the clan's territory, his voice low. The Konoha forces have arrived quite swiftly. I barely had time to accomplish more. Well, it seems the matter is finally concluded. Itachi, come with me now. The true peace of the ninja world requires your strength, for the sake of our shared ideals. Itachi stood silently for a moment before speaking softly. Madara, do you know the true meaning of life? Itachi, life holds no meaning, nor does this world. Only our ideals bear significance. With an expressionless demeanor, Itachi replied, I understand. I will accompany you, but you must agree to one condition. Condition? What is it? You must not act against Konoha. After a brief pause, Itachi continued. I have aided you in enacting your revenge against the Uchiha, and I can assist you in the future, but this is my bottom line. If you dare to strike Konoha, I will retaliate against your organization. The man in the tiger mask stared deeply at Itachi for a long moment before responding, understood. Then, Itachi turned away, walking into the distance. Let us go. The bodies of the Uchiha clan numbered nearly 1,000, densely littering the streets. The sole survivor. The comatose Uchiha Sasuke was discovered by the Umbu and transported to the Konoha hospital. In the later hours of the night, a multitude of Umbu and root ninjas were busily loading the corpses onto vehicles, preparing to transport them to the burial site designated by the third Hokage. It was not a place of honor. The heroes of Konoha would not be laid to rest there, for the Uchiha clan was barred from such privileges. A prestigious clan, now completely extinguished, was deemed unworthy of Konoha's regard, even of a funeral. The edict that for the safety of Konoha, this must remain a secret effectively buried the clan's glory, along with all that the Uchiha had sacrificed for the village. At that moment, the Uchiha, like the fallen ninja clans, had become mere history. The Hokage's faction could hardly be bothered to maintain appearances, choosing instead to swiftly bury the matter. As the somber procession of corpses departed from the Uchiha compound, dawn broke. The ninjas of Konoha gradually received the news, and the majority of ordinary ninjas were plunged into shock and fear. After all, such a heinous act of genocide occurring under the light of the will of fire was truly shocking. How could such a dreadful event transpire in our harmonious Konoha? As the truth of Uchiha Itachi's actions began to surface, sympathy was scarce. Instead, there was an outpouring of anger and terror. The inherently malevolent Uchiha were indeed terrifying. The notion that one could turn against their own kin was unimaginable, and the realization that such a monster had been in their midst sent chills down their spines. Meanwhile, numerous ninjas from various clans surged into the Uchiha compound, plundering everything of value. For them, the most precious treasures were the Uchiha's legacy, scrolls of ninjutsu, training manuals, and tomes on chakra comprehension and application. The culmination of a millennium of Uchiha heritage was now dispersed among the clans of Konoha. With the fall of one whale, all creatures thrive. In the back mountains of Konoha, the bodies of the Uchiha were finally interred. Several massive mounds stood tall, to the unknowing passerby. They appeared to be mere uneven earth, concealing the grim reality of mass graves. This epitomized the callousness and negligence with which Konoha treated their final rites. The entire operation was managed by the Root, who would later erase this memory using a special jutsu. Thus, in the future, no one in Konoha would know where the Uchiha were laid to rest. Only the third Hokage and Danzo were privy to the whereabouts of the Uchiha remains, which explained why no one could ever locate them. Nonetheless, no one in Konoha would care about the Uchiha's burial site. Doton, Daisen no Jutsu. Behind one of the enormous mounds, the soft earth was torn open, and a young boy emerged from within. Uchiha Fuyun sat on the ground, discarding the label placed on his chest by the Umbu back into the crevice, hurriedly covering the opening once more. Surely, there was no one nearby. He had sensed that everyone had left before he crawled out of the grave. However, Uchiha Fuyun remained apprehensive and once again meticulously scanned his surroundings. Only after confirming the absence of any presence did he begin to erase the traces behind him while distancing himself from the area. He dared not entertain even the slightest notion of luck. Should the people of Konoha return and discover signs of someone's departure, what calamity might ensue? Would he not be hunted down to his demise? After retreating several hundred meters from the hillside, Uchiha Fuyun finally ceased his efforts to eliminate the evidence. He turned to gaze at the towering graves, whispering softly, I apologize, but I have already attempted to assist. I can only mend my own body and cannot save you. Though he yearned to erect a monument in your honor, circumstances do not permit it. With that, Fuyun shifted his gaze towards Konoha, declaring, "To the elders of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, retribution shall undoubtedly come in the future." Chapter 6. The Exchange Gold Institute for 2 days and nights. Uchiha Fuyun fled in the direction away from Konoha. His pace was slow, yet he exercised great caution. Before emerging from the hills, he had reinstalled his 3-tomo Sharingan, employing his mental prowess to repair the visual nerves and damage to his eyes. The sluggishness of his movements stemmed from the difficulty he felt in his body. Although his spirit was invigorated, his physical form remained sluggish. As he traversed the mountain path, he pondered the cause of his malaise. Was it due to his body's incomplete recovery or the excessive blood loss he had previously suffered? Indeed, blood serves as the vital force behind the functions of the human body. Significant loss would inevitably hinder one's capabilities. Rather than hastening his journey, he retrieved a storage scroll, summoning provisions and water, and began to eat slowly. It must be noted that although the original owner possessed mediocre talent, he was meticulous and prudent, having prepared various supplies thoroughly. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Uchiha Fuyun sought refuge in a cave, where he slept soundly for an entire night. After days of relentless flight, his mind had been in a constant state of tension. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a proper rest. Once he laid down, slumber overtook him almost instantaneously. After several days of recuperation, his condition improved significantly. Fuyun arrived at a small town where he purchased a few hooded cloaks. He could not afford to take any risks. Should he be recognized as a member of the Uchiha clan, it would spell his doom. He had no faith that those behind Konoha would spare him. After spending a few nights in the wild, Fuyun initially wished to find an inn to take a soothing bath and rest. However, upon inquiring about the rates, he decided against it. He simply had no money. He realized he needed to devise a means to acquire some funds. Otherwise, not only would his quest for vengeance falter, but his basic sustenance would also become precarious. As he rubbed his chin and walked along the street, he contemplated his next course of action. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, he surmised that his ocular power and strength might barely qualify him as a Jonin. Perhaps he could attempt to accept a mission to earn some rewards. While mulling over where to earn money, a sudden recollection surfaced in his mind: the Exchange Gold Institute. Indeed, the original owner had undertaken numerous tasks and had encountered this most peculiar and enigmatic organization within the ninja world. As long as one possesses sufficient wealth, anyone can issue a bounty, and conversely, anyone can become the target of a bounty. Although it is fundamentally a mercenary and assassin organization, it boasts numerous branches spread throughout the ninja realm, with a presence in every country. If one possesses enough riches, they can issue a bounty on the Hokage or even a daimyo. In reality, there have been instances where such actions were taken. Prominent figures from various nations, whether they be Kage, heads of powerful clans, or even daimyos, have found themselves on the receiving end of bounties, albeit the rewards offered are generally modest. However, the difficulty of such tasks is exceedingly high, and few can accomplish them. Most bounty hunters merely find amusement in such pursuits, with no one willing to undertake such foolish endeavors. After all, the bounty for an elite Jonin can reach tens of millions, while those for Kage-level individuals often start in the hundreds of millions. Few possess such wealth, and even fewer bounty hunters would dare to accept this task. The elite among them often disdain the offered price. Only if a sum in the hundreds of billions were to be pledged would someone be inclined to take the risk. Uchiha Fuyun retrieved a map, identifying the nearest currency exchange, and thus commenced his journey. After a half-day's travel, he finally arrived at a small branch of the exchange. This secret establishment lay beneath a temple, in a world where the ninja realm devours its own, where a table of people struggles to assemble a pair of parents, and orphans roam freely. In such a realm, faith in the divine is paramount, making temples a commonplace sight. Wherever there are people, there are shrines. With no other recourse, individuals seek spiritual support and solace to survive. Fuyun circled the temple several times, yet the entrance to the currency exchange eluded him. He resorted to knocking and making noise, hoping to attract the attention of someone inside to assist him. Just as he struck a wall, a rumbling sound emanated from behind him. Not far away, the floor opened, revealing a tall man with a gaunt face and squinty eyes emerging from a passageway, surveying Fuyun from head to toe. "Are you searching for the currency exchange?" he inquired. "Indeed," replied Fuyun with a smile. "It's my first visit here, and I couldn't locate the entrance." "Follow me," the man said, The two proceeded into the underground passage and, after a considerable time, arrived at the currency exchange, surrounded by walls of lattice. The gaunt man spoke softly, "I am Ju and I. May I ask your name?" After a brief contemplation, Fuyun replied, "You may call me Nameless." Ju and I nodded, showing little concern. For individuals in their line of work, names serve merely as aliases, and many prefer to conceal their true identities. So, Nameless, are you here to exchange a bounty, or is there another transaction at hand? Fuyun, slightly puzzled, asked. Aside from exchanging bounties, do you offer other transactions at your exchange? Naturally, came the response. We facilitate the posting of bounties and the trading of information, among other dealings. Upon hearing this, Fuyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that were the case, he could forge a fruitful collaboration with the exchange. After all, the strength of an organization far exceeds that of an individual, and its efficiency is unparalleled. For instance, Fuyun could place a bounty on members of the Uchiha clan. With sufficient funds, countless bounty hunters would eagerly accept the task. Wouldn't that leave Sarutobi and the Shimura clan reeling in despair? Unless, of course, they never ventured beyond the confines of Konoha, hiding within the village. Even so, should the price be right, a multitude of bounty hunters would be willing to infiltrate Konoha to carry out assassination missions. Haraha. The thought brought an uncontrollable laugh from Fuyun. Ju and I, perplexed, asked, "What is amusing you, Nameless?" "Oh, nothing," Fuyun replied, regaining his composure. "I merely thought of something delightful." He paused, then continued. "I wish to exchange a bounty for members of the Uchiha clan. Could you show me the bounty list?" Indeed, he intends to repurpose the remains of his clan members, with plans to exchange them for monetary gain. Subsequently, he would use the acquired funds to issue bounties, seeking the lives of those within the esteemed Uchiha clan. In his heart, Fuyun mused, "This is a means of avenging you. Surely, you can comprehend this, can you not?" However, the gaunt-faced man shook his head in response. "All bounties for the Uchiha have been claimed. Just today, 2 ninjas exchanged 2 corpses for currency." As he spoke, the slender man walked a few paces to a compartment, pulling it open to reveal a cold body lying within. The fan emblem on the clothing indicated that it belonged to an Uchiha. Fuyun's eyes widened in shock as he realized, this is Uncle Chiyu. It appears that all valuable Uchiha corpses have been taken by the people of Konoha in exchange for bounties. This truly signifies the exploitation of the Uchiha's last vestige of worth. After all, the massacre of the Uchiha clan has only recently transpired, and under Konoha's suppression, the news has likely not yet spread. The employers of the bounties had no time to retract them, providing Konoha's avaricious wolves with ample opportunity to secure their rewards. Deprived of financial avenues, Fuyun was compelled to devise alternative strategies. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired, "Do you accept Sharingan in exchange?" The gaunt-faced man, already growing somewhat impatient, regarded the youth before him as an inconsequential patron. Just as he pondered how to dismiss him, he was taken aback by the question, his eyes brightening and a fervent smile gracing his face. "We do. Of course we do. Young sir, do you possess a Sharingan? This is no jest. Such items are rarely offered for sale. Konoha guards the Sharingan and Byakugan more fervently than one would their own spouse. The members of the Hyuga clan, due to the caged bird seal, would see their Byakugan obliterated even if a Hyuga ninja were slain. As for the Uchiha, it is well known that they are fiercely protective. Who would dare to extract the eyes of their kin, risking pursuit by the entire ninja world? How many have sought bounties on these 2 powerful dojutsu from Konoha, only to find themselves empty-handed?" Chapter 7. The bounty notice. Fuyun nodded slightly and continued to inquire, "What is the specific price? I wish to ascertain its suitability." The gaunt-faced man promptly extended 3 fingers, declaring, 3 million. 3 million taels for each eye. 3 million taels? Is that all? Noticing the youth's frown, the thin-faced man hastily added, "Then let it be 5 million taels, my friend. That is not insignificant." The lowest price for a single tomo is indeed this. Fuyun found it hard to believe him, judging by the man's demeanor. He likely intended to resell the items at a higher price or perhaps auction them off. He would certainly profit handsomely. Nonetheless, Fuyun did not take offense. It was quite normal in such dealings. After all, who would work without the prospect of profit? Continuing with an impassive demeanor, Fuyun asked, "And what about the 2 tomo and 3 tomo?" Upon hearing this, the man's squinting eyes widened considerably. "Do you possess such high-grade goods? If you acquired them during a mission, just tell me your price. If it is too low, I shall seek other buyers." "Wait, My anonymous friend. We have an instant rapport. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. For the 2 tomo, I can offer 9 million taels, and for the 3 tomo, 15 million taels. The gaunt-faced man rubbed his hands together eagerly, continuing, You can trust me, Queenie. I would never cheat a friend of mine. You will find no better prices elsewhere. The offered price indeed astonished Fuyun. After all, the bounty for the elite Jonin Asuma was merely 35 million taels. A pair of Sharingan was nearly equivalent to 1 Asuma. However, he did not reveal his surprise, but instead replied calmly, For 2 1 tomo and 2 3 tomo, a total of 50 million taels. If that is unacceptable, I shall seek another exchange office. With that, Fuyun turned to leave, heading towards the exit. In his previous life, as a lowly individual, he had become quite adept at bargaining, and he was certain that the squint-eyed man would call out to him just as he reached the door. However, just as he had turned, he heard the enthusiastic voice of Queenie behind him. Very well. It's a deal. Let this be a friendship with you, my anonymous friend. Haha. Fuyun turned back, casting a suspicious glance at the exuberant man, inwardly lamenting. Have I been outsmarted? It seems I've set the price too low. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. After all, during the night of annihilation, he had collected numerous Sharingan, and 4 eyes were merely a small fraction. With a decisive air, Fuyun produced 2 cultivation dishes, each containing a pair of Sharingan, one pair being 1 tomo and the other 3 tomo. However, he could not discern any differences between the former owners of these Sharingan. All had fallen victim to Itachi Uchiha's lethal strike. Queenie joyfully accepted the cultivation dishes and hurried towards a hidden chamber, exclaiming, Please wait a moment, my anonymous friend. I must conduct an authenticity assessment. This is a necessary procedure, and it is not a matter of distrust. With that, Queenie disappeared into the secret room. Fuyun did not hinder him, but felt a surge of caution within. After all, the exchange office was a den of vice. The individuals therein were hardly of noble character. The act of committing murder and theft is certainly within the realm of possibility. The allure of 50 million taels is substantial enough to tempt the vast majority into taking risks. However, Fuyun has evidently underestimated the integrity of the exchange. Mere minutes later, the squinty-eyed Chowney emerged with a broad smile, carrying a large box. Haha, the goods are genuine. The nameless young man possesses remarkable skills, managing to procure such items. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Indeed, it is all thanks to my capable companions, who are waiting for me outside. Fuyun replied with a smile, though he still harbored some concerns regarding the exchange's potential for treachery. As he spoke, Chowney approached Fuyun and presented the sizable box. Nameless young man, please take a look. This contains 50 million taels in banknotes. Fuyun accepted the box with a smile, saying, No need, I have complete faith in you, brother Chowney. Haha, splendid. From this moment on, we are friends. Should the nameless young man require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Chowney's eyes. After all, those who can achieve such feats, who dare undertake such endeavors, cannot be simple individuals. Perhaps you are a formidable character akin to the legendary bounty hunter, Judo. It is undoubtedly wise to cultivate a good relationship with you. Irrespective of any collaboration, your capabilities would alleviate future business pressures significantly. Fuyun nodded and suddenly remarked, I do have a few matters that require your assistance, brother Chowney. Whatever you need, just say the word. Chowney replied readily. Fuyun continued, I wish to undertake some bounty missions and also place a bounty on certain individuals, but my intelligence is rather scant. I wonder if the exchange could assist in this regard. That is quite manageable. We specialize in providing information on bounty targets for bounty hunters. As for placing a bounty on someone, wealth is all that is required. With that, Chowney turned and walked toward another secret chamber. Nameless young man, follow me. This is not the place for discussion. Understood. The 2 men approached a thick wall, and as Chowney formed a hand seal, a barrier door opened. Despite being underground, the location was well lit, with excellent illumination facilities. Upon their entrance, 2 staff members greeted Chowney with a bow before exiting. Chowney settled into a chair at a desk and gestured for Fuyun to take a seat opposite him. Please, nameless young man, make yourself comfortable. Fuyun adjusted the brim of his hat and sat down steadily. I wonder which bounty missions you have available, or is anything suitable? Chowney donned a pair of glasses and picked up a stack of documents. Let us focus on the Uchiha clan, particularly the Sarutobi family. Given their extensive influence, the loss of a few individuals should pose no significant issues. Feiyun feigned deep thought before stating. Qiani did not appear surprised. Instead, he nodded and sifted through the stack of documents to retrieve a pile of paper intelligence. Please, nameless young man, select your targets. Feiyun took the stack of intelligence and began to peruse it. It must be said, the prowess of the exchange is formidable. Each bounty sheet meticulously detailed the target's information, complete with photographs. Sarutobi Izashi, 80 million taels. Sarutobi Asuma, 35 million Rio. Sarutobi Shin, 9 million Rio. Sarutobi Kai, 12 million Rio. Feiyun gazed in astonishment, compelled to acknowledge the immense value of the Sarutobi clan. However, the bounty listings for the Sarutobi members were relatively few. Perhaps this reflects the formidable influence of the foremost clan in the ninja world. After all, they are a prestigious family boasting 3,000 ninjas. Who among the ninja clans could rival them? Well, there is one, Sarutobi Kiri, a special jonin of Konoha, with a bounty of 5 million Rio. Feiyun selected a bounty notice and declared this. Ju and I nodded, swiftly jotting down notes in her notebook. Moments later, Ju and I retrieved a backup bounty notice for Sarutobi Kiri and handed it to Feiyun, stating that in 2 days, the nameless one could return here to collect the information on Sarutobi Kiri. 2 days? Indeed, our intelligence gathering at the exchange requires time, as it is typically only when a bounty is accepted that our informants commence their operations. Chapter 8. Issuing a bounty. Feiyun nodded. I see. Now, I wish to issue a bounty task. The smile on Genie's face widened, as if he had already caught a whiff of wealth. He deftly produced a simple form, saying, just write down the targets for your bounty and the reward you wish to offer. However, I must make it clear that our exchange will charge a 10% commission on the bounty, which is non-refundable regardless of the outcome. Understood. With that, Uchiha Fuyun took up the pen and began inscribing the names of those he knew, each name written down like a grim roll call. Included were members of the Sarutobi clan, as well as the Uchiha, Nara, and Mito clans, regardless of age or rank, be they Genin or Chunin. For ordinary individuals, the reward was set at 100,000 Rio each, for Genin, 500,000, and for Chunin, 1 million Rio each. As Feiyun continued to fill out the form, Genie's thin face lit up with delight, his eyes narrowing in excitement. This friendship was proving to be quite lucrative. The bounty represented a significant influx of wealth and potential performance for him. Observing the escalating figures, Genie realized that his projected earnings for the next 6 months would be secured, allowing him to stand tall at headquarters. And he could finally justify hiring a female secretary without fear of opposition. What a splendid day it was. Feiyun paused, contemplating, when suddenly a spark ignited in his eyes. Oh, there's that kid. He resumed his writing, adding, Sarutobi Konohamaru, 1 million Rio. It was worth noting that during this period, Konohamaru was merely 3 or 4 years old. Such a lofty bounty was bound to entice some to take risks. He chuckled to himself, imagining the expression on Sarutobi Hizashi's face upon losing his only grandson. Gazing at the paper and pen in his hand, Feiyun couldn't help but exclaim, money truly does make the world go round. Such is the case everywhere. With enough wealth, the lives of ordinary people are reduced to mere numbers in the eyes of others. In this cannibalistic ninja world, where even 6-year-olds were thrust onto the battlefield, the brutal reality was starkly illuminated. All right, that is all I can think of for now. Feiyun handed the list to Genie, who squinted his eyes in glee. Excellent. I will promptly send these bounty requests to headquarters. I am confident results will follow shortly. Genie made no inquiries about the identities of the bountied or the reasons behind them. The exchange cared little for such details. Even if one were to place a bounty on the Sage of 6 Paths, the exchange would only focus on the financial aspect and the efficiency of fulfilling the bounty. After all, should a bounty remain unfulfilled for an extended period, the employer could rescind it, which would also affect the exchange's reputation. After a moment of calculation, Genie gleefully announced, Dear sir, the total bounty amount you need to pay is 36 million Rio, plus 3,600,000 Rio in commission, bringing the total to 39,600,000 Rio. Upon hearing this figure, Uchiha Fuyun's brow twitched involuntarily, a pang of pain surging through him. What on earth? In a moment of impulsive haste, I found myself inscribing the ledger of life and death, only to discover that I had inadvertently squandered a staggering 40 million taels. With a facade of composure, I retrieved the sum from the large chest and dutifully paid the bounty. As for the remaining 400,000 taels, let it serve as a gesture of hospitality. I shall treat my associates at the exchange with a cup of tea. My gratitude extends to the enigmatic young man, and thus we shall reconvene in 2 days. On that occasion, I shall treat him to a drink. With a wave of my hand, I declared my departure, leaving the clandestine chamber and making my way towards the entrance of the exchange. Squinting in the light, I was escorted to the door by the attentive attendant, who then turned back. Emerging from the temple with the somewhat ethereal chest in hand, I shook my head and smiled wryly. Fortunately, I still possessed 10 million taels, ample enough for a temporary surge in my development. My first order of business would be to procure an array of weapons and ninja tools, ensuring I stockpile a sufficient quantity of explosive tags. Indeed, those are truly lethal contrivances. I devised a plan to simultaneously hunt down the ninjas of Konoha for profit while using the earnings to place bounties on the members of the 4 major clans. If all proceeds smoothly, a virtuous cycle could be established. With enough capital injected, the denizens of Konoha would find no solace, even within their own borders. After all, the disparity between low-ranking ninjas and ordinary townsfolk means that any bounty hunter stands a fair chance of success. With the daily influx of visitors to Konoha, bounty hunters seamlessly blend into the fabric of various trades, making infiltration a trivial matter. Unless, of course, Konoha were to seal itself off from all interaction, an act that would undoubtedly stir dissent among the clans and the populace, as it would jeopardize the interests of every family within the village. Sacrificing the welfare of the entire village for the safety of one's kin would incite public outrage and earn the scorn of many. Could it be that mere assassins could not be dealt with? Such a notion would tarnish the prestige of the 4 major clans. A sinister smile crept across my lips as I mused. If you refuse to allow me peace, then none shall find tranquility. The forces of Konoha, embodied in the likes of Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha, are formidable adversaries, yet not insurmountable. While it may not be feasible to confront the masterminds directly at this juncture, I can certainly target the members of their clans. Although I may not yet be capable of besting Itachi Uchiha, I can certainly eliminate his brother. Contemplating Obito Uchiha, an idea sparked within me. I could devise a scheme to unearth Rin Noira's grave. This would not only allow me to torment Obito's spirit, but also, perhaps, to resurrect Rin, thereby further tormenting Obito's psyche. I recall the narrative. Obito visits Rin's grave each time he returns to Konoha. A malicious chuckle escaped my lips at the thought. After all, I remain within the Land of Fire, which lies firmly within Konoha's sphere of influence. I dare not venture into the bustling towns, for the resources in the smaller villages are rather limited. After traversing several small towns, he finally acquired all the necessary items, including various combat weapons and tools, as well as scrolls inscribed with ninjutsu by elite ninjas. Time swiftly passed, and nightfall arrived. After indulging in a hearty meal, Fuyun found himself at an inn. He secured a splendid room and relished a soothing bath before reclining upon the soft, sumptuous bed. What bliss! It had been ages since he had experienced such comfort. These past days, he had endured the harshness of sleeping outdoors, resting in caves, and using stone blocks as pillows. It had been quite a struggle. Now, lying on the comfortable bed, Fuyun felt his whole body relax, and within moments, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 9. The hunt begins 2 days later. Uchiha Fuyun once again stepped into the underground chamber of the exchange. This time, Queenie's demeanor was even more reverent than before, as he personally poured a glass of expensive liquor from the land of snow for him. Mysterious stranger, your bounty has spread throughout the entire underworld. Queenie squinted his eyes and handed over a scroll, stating that 3 A-rank hunting teams had already taken the job, among which the Blood Crow team was the most efficient, having already completed 2 targets. Fuyun accepted the scroll and slowly unfurled it, revealing the latest hunting reports. Sarutobi Kiyoshi, Jinin died of poisoning, found with a completely blackened body. Shimura Kenji, Chunin ambushed on the way back from a mission, decapitated. Fuyun's fingers lightly tapped the table, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. He looked up at Queenie and asked, "What has Konoha's response been?" Queenie lowered his voice. "They have already begun to enforce a lockdown. The 3rd Hokage is furious, and the Umbu are investigating the source of the bounty. However," he revealed a cunning smile, "our channels at the exchange are not so easily traceable." Fuyun let out a cold sneer and inquired, "What about the intelligence I requested?" Queenie had prepared for this, pulling out a map from his sleeve, marked with several red dots. "According to our informants, Sarutobi Kiyoshi is a special jonin from the Sarutobi clan, currently patrolling the borders of the Land of Fire, and is expected to pass through Tsui Gorge tonight. Fei-Yun's fingertip halted at the red, a more intense killing intent flickering in his eyes. Excellent. Queenie displayed a professional smile. Then I wish you a pleasant hunt. Upon leaving the exchange, Fei-Yun swiftly made his way to the destination. After nearly half a day's journey, he finally arrived at the marked location. It was a narrow gorge, with towering rock walls on either side, where light struggled to penetrate, perpetually shrouded in shadow. Standing above the gorge, Fei-Yun overlooked the winding path below, a slight smirk gracing his lips. What a perfect place for an ambush. He retrieved 3 explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch, carefully placing them at critical points along the rock wall. Now, all that remained was to wait for his prey to take the bait. As night fell, the gorge fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from afar. Sarutobi Kiyoshi, a burly jonin, was patrolling the gorge, accompanied by 2 Chunin subordinates. Captain, the recent bounty commotion in the black market has been quite loud. Should we be cautious? One of the Chunin whispered. Sarutobi Kiyoshi scoffed. A mere bounty hunter dares to target a ninja from Konoha? They seek death. No sooner had he spoken. A faint crack echoed beneath his feet. A trap. Boom. The explosive tags detonated instantaneously, sending a massive shockwave that collapsed the rock wall, with countless debris raining down like a storm. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Sarutobi Kiyoshi swiftly formed hand seals, and a wall of earth rose from the ground, barely shielding him from the falling rocks. However, just as he exhaled in relief, a shadow surged forth from the dust like a phantom. Fei-Yun wielded a chakra dagger, its blade shimmering coldly as it darted towards Sarutobi Kirito with astonishing speed. Damn it! Sarutobi Kirito hastily dodged, yet still felt the sharp edge tear into his shoulder, blood instantly staining his sleeve. Who are you? Sarutobi Kirito bellowed, signaling his 2 subordinates to encircle. Fei-Yun offered no reply, slowly removing his hood to reveal a handsome visage and a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. Could it be the Sharingan? Uchiha. Sarutobi Kirito's pupils constricted in disbelief. How was this possible? The Uchiha clan had been annihilated. Fei-Yun smirked. Unfortunately for you, I still live. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Fei-Yun unleashed a searing fireball from his mouth, forcing back the 2 ch-nin. Simultaneously, he swiftly performed hand seals, shadow clone jutsu. 3 clones materialized, each charging towards different adversaries. Do not underestimate the Jonin of Konoha. Sarutobi Kirito roared, slamming his palms to the ground. Earth-style, rock pillar spear. The ground erupted with sharp stone spikes, piercing 2 of the shadow clones. However, the real Fei-Yun had already leaped into the air, raining down kunai like a torrential downpour. Fire-style, great fire annihilation. Sarutobi Kirito quickly formed seals, conjuring fierce flames to block the kunai. Yet, Fei-Yun's true lethal technique was only just commencing. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. In an instant, as their gazes locked, Kirito's movements came to an abrupt halt, the scenery before him warping as though he were plummeting into an endless abyss. This is bad. It's an illusion. My body. I can't move. Sarutobi Kirito struggled desperately, but his form was beyond his control. With a swift thrust, Fei-Yun's dagger pierced Sarutobi Kirito's heart. This strike was merely a taste of the interest owed. Blood gushed forth as Kirito's eyes gradually lost their focus, ultimately collapsing to the ground. It was only then that the 2 ch-nin realized what had transpired. Seeing their fallen captain, they were struck with fear. How could he be so powerful? The captain was a special jonin. Without uttering a word, Fei-Yun swiftly dispatched one of the ch-nin. The remaining ch-nin, trembling as he clutched his weapon, retreated in terror. Uchiha. We are comrades from the same village. Let us talk this over. The 3 Tomo Sharingan of Fei-Yun began to spin as he unleashed a Jinjutsu. Clang. The potent ocular power ensnared the last ch-nin within an illusion, rendering him as motionless as a puppet. When you and your captain surrounded me moments ago, did you not recall that we were comrades? Fei-Yun sneered. With a decisive stroke, he severed the ch-nin's head. With a forceful flick of his dagger, he removed the blood before sheathing it. After rifling through the valuables on the 3 bodies, Fei-Yun's eyes brightened. Not bad. Over 1 million Ryo in cash alone, not to mention various ninja tools. This haul amounts to nearly 150,000. He then retrieved Sarutobi Kirito's bounty notice, his brow furrowing slightly as he murmured, "They even demand the return of the corpse for the full reward? It is indeed quite troublesome, isn't it? What misfortune has befallen you to incur such wrath?" Nevertheless, Despite the complaints, Fuyun hoisted the head of Sarutobi Kirin, securing it with one hand behind his back. For a formidable ninja, carrying a mere individual poses no burden whatsoever. Having previously confirmed the intelligence, he noted that the other two nin were not subject to a bounty. Thus he chose to disregard their corpses and departed the scene with haste. Through this battle, Fuyun gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Even without employing mental energy, relying solely on the Sharingan and ninjutsu, he unmistakably reached the level of a nin. He could not help but silently acknowledge, truly, the prowess of the Sharingan clan is remarkable. That one night of emotional stimulation transformed a nin directly into a nin level. However, a subtle smile curled upon Fuyun's lips. 450,000 Ryo were now firmly within his grasp. Chapter 10. The hunt is on through the recent battle. Fuyun effortlessly discerned Sarutobi Kiri's hand seals and chakra flow with his Sharingan, committing the principles of earth release ninjutsu to memory. Perhaps due to his formidable mental prowess, he could grasp the essence of others' techniques with but a single glance. Moreover, his chakra had significantly increased, now several times greater than when he was in Konoha. This enhancement was likely attributable to his 60-tiered mental strength, though the precise reasons eluded him. Upon returning to the exchange office, the hour was already late into the night. Operating 24 hours, the exchange office was still bustling, and even at this late hour, Jenny welcomed him. With a thud, Fuyun cast Sarutobi Kiri's lifeless body onto the ground. A dull sound echoing as dust erupted around it. Here is the payment of 5 million Ryo, he announced. Jenny examined the information document meticulously, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, this is the special jonin of Konoha, Sarutobi Kiri. Please hold on for a moment. With that, she summoned two subordinates, who promptly carried Sarutobi Kiri's body into a storage compartment for corpses. Meanwhile, Jenny stood aside, swiftly jotting down notes. Her mind still reeling from the astonishing speed at which they had secured a special jonin from Konoha, underscoring the unnamed one's remarkable strength. Fuyun stretched his arms and inquired, "Why do these employers insist on retrieving the corpses? It seems rather troublesome and disheartening." While continuing to write, Jenny smiled and explained, "This is actually a beneficial method, allowing for efficiency and saving time." Fuyun, perplexed, responded, "Beneficial? Time-saving? It feels exceedingly cumbersome to me." At that moment, a staff member from the exchange office emerged, respectfully presenting a small box to Fuyun. Jenny tucked away her documents and pointed to the box in Fuyun's hands. "Had you not brought the corpse, you would not have received your payment today. We must first confirm the target's demise before dispersing the bounty." Fuyun's expression shifted to one of realization. "I see now." Jenny, maintaining her amiable demeanor, remarked, "After deducting a 5% handling fee, the remainder is all within. Congratulations on successfully completing a transaction." Fuyun was not surprised by this. Given the exchange office's vastness and substantial backing, it was only natural that they required significant funds to sustain operations. Earning a 5% commission on bounties was a standard practice. He stored the box in a spatial scroll and turned to Jenny. "I wish to continue taking on bounty missions. Please provide me with the bounty list for the Sarutobi clan. I suspect their members are rather weak." Jenny retrieved a stack of bounty lists and handed them to Fuyun. "Your prowess is remarkable, and to enhance efficiency, you may accept multiple bounties at once. For any target with intelligence available, we shall dispatch that information to you." Fuyun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You can proactively send me information? How do you manage to locate me?" Queenie nodded slightly, stating, "We certainly have our own methods." As he spoke, he produced a chakra gem inscribed with intricate symbols and handed it to Fuyun. "This is a unique sensing ninja stone exclusive to our exchange, and we nurture corresponding ninja hawks." Fuyun gently caressed the gem, inquiring, "You must have dispatched quite a few sensing stones. How can the ninja hawks accurately discern whom to deliver to?" Queenie patiently elucidated, "The sensing ninja stones come in pairs. We annotate the holder's name on the other stones, and each ninja hawk is responsible for only one pair of sensing stones. Moreover, the number of sensing stones sent out by the exchange is rather limited." After a brief pause, Queenie continued, "Only bounty hunters of A rank and above are eligible to receive the sensing gems for communication purposes." Fuyun nodded in understanding. "I see. It's a one-to-one membership service." That is one way to put it," Queenie replied. "All right then, I shall select a few more targets." Fuyun chose a dozen ninjas from the Sarutobi clan who were on the wanted list, then requested the bounty list from the Nara clan, selecting another group of fortunate individuals. However, he refrained from targeting elite J-nin, as he intended to proceed cautiously and methodically. After all, his combat prowess and experience were not extraordinary. Each elite J-nin was formidable. A single misstep could lead to disaster, jeopardizing his quest for revenge. When faced with the wrath of the entire Konoha, to whom could he turn for solace? Fuyun planned to hunt gradually, accumulating combat experience and enhancing his abilities. Once he had grown sufficiently powerful, he would contemplate more significant actions. Reluctantly setting aside the bounty of 35 million ryo for Asuma Sarutobi, he mused, 35 million ryo will undoubtedly be mine in due time. After confirming his selected bounties, Fuyun expended another 6 million ryo to pursue the members of Konoha's 4 great clans. Queenie was beaming with joy, bidding farewell to Uchiha Fuyun with a smile that could hardly contain itself. It had been many years since he had encountered such a valuable client. The exchange profited handsomely, spending without a thought of returning a single ryo home. Queenie resolved to hold on to this exceptional client tightly, ensuring that no rival could snatch away his fortune. In the days that followed, Uchiha Fuyun traversed various locales, immediately embarking on missions to hunt down his bounties upon receiving intelligence from the exchange. As he had anticipated, his combat skills improved rapidly. Not only did his combat experience and ninjutsu become more proficient and diverse, but his chakra reserves also steadily increased. It is known that a ninja's battle hinges on intelligence and chakra. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb. A colossal earthen dragon shattered Shimizu Makua's water barrier, severely injuring him and causing him to spew blood uncontrollably. Damn it! Who are you? Why do you attack us, Konoha ninjas? Shimizu Makua knelt on the ground, gazing at his fallen comrades, consumed by despair and fury. The ninjas of their squad had undertaken a mission to escort a merchant convoy, and having successfully completed it, they were joyfully returning to Konoha. As they deliberated on how to spend the rewards from this task, a mysterious youth, shrouded in a long coat, suddenly appeared. Without uttering a word, he launched an attack, leaving only Shigemura Magua alive from the entire squad. Fin removed his hood, revealing a handsome face, with dark, tousled hair dancing in the wind. Is this the caliber of Konoha's elite ninjas? How disappointing. With a sharp sound, the 3-tomo Sharingan ignited, coldly fixating on the kneeling Shigemura Magua, pulling him into a terrifying illusion. You are Uchiha? Shigemura Magua's expression was vacant, his words escaping his lips like a fevered dream. With a swift motion, Fin severed his head. The bounty notice did not stipulate the need for the body. A severed head was sufficient to prove the deed was done. Chapter 11. Terrifying speculations within the confines of Konoha, for esteemed elders gathered within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kamen, and Uchiha Koharu. Danzo, agitated, paced the office with his cane, the rhythmic thud of his footsteps echoing ominously. Hiruzen set aside a document revealing the grim news of 3 clan members having been slain. With a weary sigh, he took a drag from his pipe and remarked, Danzo, please, cease your restless wandering. Your incessant movement is making my head spin. How many assassination attempts have we endured this month? Furthermore, several elite J-nin have also fallen victim. Danzo slammed his cane against the floor, gritting his teeth as he replied. Uchiha Koharu's expression grew grave as she spoke slowly. Moreover, all those targeted belong to our 4 clans. It is evident that this is a deliberate act of retribution. Danzo turned sharply, growling, Hiruzen, this cannot continue. Has the intelligence department uncovered who is behind these assaults on our kin? Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke and shook his head. Each time, there are no survivors, making it exceedingly difficult to gather any valuable leads. Mito Kamen pushed a dossier forward, stating, according to the intelligence we have compiled, our clan members, regardless of age or gender, are facing peril. It appears someone has placed a bounty on their heads. Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware of this. It is the work of bounty hunters. The pressing question remains, who is orchestrating this? Mito continued his analysis. From the initial incident involving Sarutobi Kiri to the subsequent deaths of all affected ninjas, it seems that their adversaries employed jinjutsu, most likely of a visual nature. Danzo suddenly awakened to the implications, speaking in a low tone. Visual jinjutsu, coupled with animosity towards our 4 clans, such individuals are few and far between. Koharu and Mito exchanged glances, awaiting Danzo's next revelation. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened as he inquired, Oh, Danzo, do you have an inkling? Please, share your thoughts. Danzo's single eye glinted with intensity as he declared, "Within my knowledge, the only individual who fits this description and possesses such capabilities is Uchiha Itachi." "What? That is inconceivable," exclaimed Koharu and Mito in unison. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, contemplating before responding. "This should be impossible. I know Itachi well. He would never engage in such acts." Danzo scoffed coldly. "How old is Itachi?" "Not yet 14. At that age, one's mindset and worldview are remarkably malleable, especially given his association with Akatsuki, a perilous organization filled with SSS-class deviants. Corrupting a child is not an insurmountable task." With a darkened gaze, Danzo continued, "We should have heeded my warnings long ago. We must retrieve Itachi and bring him back to Konoha, where we can exert control over him. Only in this manner can we ensure absolute certainty." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, asserting, "Impossible. It is clear to us all that no one can shake Itachi's will. Is it not?" "Hiruzen, allow me to handle Itachi," the captain requested earnestly. "No." Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly rejected the appeal, prompting the captain to propose again, only to be denied once more. "Humph. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Tobirama, remember, I am the Hokage." At this juncture, two elder advisors hastily intervened, mediating between the third Hokage and Danzo. After a brief pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit another tobacco leaf, taking a deep puff before pondering aloud. "Could it be another member of the Uchiha clan? Have we overlooked something?" Mito Kazan expressed disbelief. "How could that be? We have meticulously cross-checked the personnel list and the corpses multiple times. Unless someone has resurrected, clawing their way back from the depths of hell. But how could that be possible?" Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tintin Kashino fell into deep contemplation, mulling over other possibilities and adversaries. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo was suddenly taken aback, recalling a certain terrifying ocular technique of which he possessed a rudimentary understanding. "No." Danzo's expression grew unusually grave as he continued. "It may indeed be possible. Someone might have returned from the netherworld." Mito Kazan looked up in astonishment. "What do you mean?" Noticing the three gazes fixed upon him, Danzo lowered his voice. "Have you forgotten the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan that can alter fate?" A chill swept over the group as they recalled some harrowing memories, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Izanagi, Izanami. These taboo, ocular techniques, long vanished from the annals of history, had once incited great terror throughout the ninja world. Few in Konoha were aware of them now, but as a relic of nearly 70 years, they certainly remembered. The Uchiha clan's uncanny ability to alter their very destinies, even those of the deceased, was enough to send shivers down their spines. It was indeed terrifying. This was one of the motivations behind their fear and desire to eradicate the Uchiha clan. As the shadow of a ninja, Shimura Danzo sought to augment his own power by gathering all usable strengths, including those of the Senju and Uchiha. It could be said that he was one of the most knowledgeable individuals regarding the Uchiha in the current world. Thus, when Uchiha Itachi, masked, approached him, Danzo did not entirely dismiss the possibility of Madara's survival. In Danzo's view, while Uchiha Madara had indeed perished at the hands of Hashirama Senju, it was entirely plausible that Madara could have employed a forbidden technique to resurrect himself. This was the basis for Danzo's belief in Madara's continued existence, as he had seen that the masked man possessed only one eye. Utilizing such a forbidden technique would inevitably result in the loss of an eye. Consequently, Danzo concluded that even if Uchiha Madara was alive, he would be a mere shadow of his former self, significantly diminished in power. Therefore, Danzo harbored little fear. Rather, he sought to exploit Madara's strength to eliminate the Uchiha clan. In order to harness the power of Madara once more in the future, he agreed with the masked man to conceal this information. Thus, only Itachi and Shimura Danzo are aware of Madara's continued existence. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up, perplexed. However, it is said that only the power of the Mangeki can wield that forbidden technique. A cold smirk crossed Danzo's mind. Shall I inform you that, as long as the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans are united, even the three Tomo can be utilized? Danzo spoke with feigned profundity. Who can guarantee that no member of the Uchiha clan has awakened the Mangeki? Let us not forget Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Itachi. They awakened the Mangeki yet remained silent, fearing that others would discover their secret. Mito gaped and felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, even if someone from the Uchiha has awakened the Mangeki, we would certainly be unaware of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grim. If that were the case, it would be an exceedingly dreadful matter. He understood well how obsessive and emotionally charged the Uchiha clan was. Anyone who harmed their kin would face dire consequences. Not to mention that their entire clan had been annihilated. Although the official narrative attributes this massacre to Uchiha Itachi, claiming no connection to the Hokage faction, outsiders may be deceived by this account. However, the members of the Uchiha clan are acutely aware of the truth behind these events. Chapter 12. Incineration. Let us briefly discuss the classification of combat power within the shinobi world. Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Weak Kage, Kage, Strong Kage, Super Kage, Sage of Six Paths, and Super Sage of Six Paths. If Uchiha Fuyun were to grasp the thoughts of these four old men, he would likely find it both amusing and exasperating. They certainly overestimate his significance. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose to his feet, his demeanor gravely serious as he spoke. Danzo has summoned your root operatives. Accompany us to examine the corpses of the Uchiha clan. Now. Yes, now. Understood. With that, Danzo turned away, no longer concerned about the inconvenience, knowing he could erase the memories of the participants later if necessary. In the desolate hills of the back mountains, far from Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his entourage gathered a contingent of root ninjas before several barren hills, a place where no one would ordinarily venture. Nonetheless, Hiruzen had stationed Umbu shinobi at a distance to establish a perimeter, preventing outsiders from encroaching upon the area. With a pipe clenched between his teeth, Hiruzen began to form hand seals. Earth release, rising earth crust. With a resounding rumble, several massive hills erupted, splitting apart to reveal a multitude of rotting corpses, their stench foul and pervasive. Upon witnessing this, Danzo waved his hand and commanded loudly, "Inspect all corpses and their identification tags. Ensure a thorough tally." Yes, the root ninjas sprang into action, the scene quickly descending into a flurry of activity. The noxious odor did not diminish their efficiency. Having been trained from a young age with unwavering focus on duty and orders, their resolve remained unshaken. The root ninjas worked with remarkable speed, utilizing various ninjutsu and the assistance of shadow clones, and soon every corpse was meticulously accounted for. Once the statistics and summary were compiled, a root captain presented the organized report to Danzo. Both Danzo and Hiruzen reviewed it before passing it to Tsunade and Mito Momochi for their perusal. The four engaged in an intense comparison and verification, discarding those corpses designated for exchange or experimentation. Upon meticulous examination, only one tag failed to match any corresponding corpse. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others fixed their gazes upon the tag in Danzo's hand, inscribed with the name Uchiha Fuyun, their expressions darkening. The most feared scenario had come to fruition. Someone had truly escaped. Tsunade, visibly anxious, spoke with urgency. "What shall we do?" True to his reputation as the most formidable Hokage of all time, Hiruzen swiftly regained his composure and commanded, "Burn all remaining corpses at once, to prevent any further incidents." Although this concern may seem absurd, the four were in full agreement with this decision. At that moment, they perceived that anything deemed impossible could indeed transpire within the Uchiha clan. In haste, the root ninjas swiftly gathered all the corpses into a towering pyre. Subsequently, numerous shinobi began to employ fire release techniques to incinerate the mound of bodies. Under the powerful flames, Danzo and the others utilized wind release to amplify the inferno's ferocity. For over an hour, the flames consumed everything, leaving not a single trace of the Uchiha clan, which brought a semblance of relief to the four. Surely, they could not be resurrected now? Shimura Danzo gazed upon the ashes of the Uchiha, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. Next, it is time to deal with that fleeing Uchiha, Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. Disseminate the news. The perpetrator behind the Uchiha massacre has an accomplice. Uchiha Fugaku. Issue a bounty throughout the ninja world, regardless of life or death. Shimura Danzo, his face a mask of murderous intent, looked at the dossier and photograph of Uchiha Fugaku, just delivered by his subordinate, and declared, simultaneously, issue a reward for him. Let him experience the thrill of being hunted. Sarutobi Hiruzen reignited his pipe. Very well, you shall handle this matter. Danzo hesitated briefly and exclaimed, the bounty must not be set too low. This expenditure must come from you all, as it is not solely my affair. Hiruzen shook his Hokage cloak and chuckled. The bounty for the Ninja World's wanted list is substantial. The village will cover that portion. while you shall be responsible for the reward." With that, Hiruzen turned to depart. Hiruzen, the bounty for the Ninja World's wanted list is only claimed after completion. The reward must be paid immediately. Yet, it seemed Hiruzen did not hear Danzo's calls, swiftly vanishing from the scene. Danzo gritted his teeth, redirecting his gaze to the two Hokage advisors attempting to make their escape. "Koharu, Hamura, do you not care for the lives of your clan members?" With no route of escape, the two were left to smile sheepishly, promising to devise a plan. In truth, the trio did not wish to withhold financial support, but were acutely aware that Danzo likely harbored ulterior motives. This was a familiar scenario for them. While they proposed to jointly contribute to the bounty, Danzo would undoubtedly act in secrecy, eliminating the adversary and pocketing a handsome sum for himself. After decades of partnership, who could be oblivious to Danzo's cunning ways? Mito Kaze, hands clasped behind his back, remarked, according to previous records from the village's ninja archives, Uchiha Fugaku possesses merely mid-chunin level strength. A modest bounty should suffice. Danzo, leaning on his cane, shook his head. "Do you truly believe that someone capable of slaying so many of our elites could be merely a chunin?" Though uncertain of the events that transpired, it was clear that this individual was formidable, perhaps having feigned weakness all along. After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus. Uchiha Fugaku likely possesses the strength of an elite J-nin. Let us set the bounty at 30 million ryo. This sum is sure to entice many top-tier assassins. Danzo continued, "We three shall each contribute 10 million ryo. No one is to attempt any clever tricks." Very well. Mito and the others readily agreed, as 10 million ryo was a trifling amount for them. If they could indeed resolve this troublesome matter, they would be more than willing. Shimura Danzo turned to walk towards Konoha, softly stating, "You all go and retrieve the money to bring to me. I shall return first. I still need to inquire about detailed intelligence from Uchiha Fugaku's former comrades." One by one, the crowd departed from the scene, leaving behind only the swirling dust dancing in the wind, a hauntingly beautiful yet desolate sight. Chapter 13. The Great Betrayer. On this day, Fuyun arrived at the exchange, carrying several severed heads and a lifeless body. Having honed his skills through practice, he adeptly completed the bounty exchange and quickly received his payment. With some leisure time on his hands, Fuyun began to tally the rewards he had acquired. Squinting, Queenie finished recording the transactions in hand and, while organizing the targets, remarked, "Young man without a name, I recently came across a new bounty notice that bears quite a resemblance to you." Fuyun's hand, which was counting the coins, paused momentarily, a wave of foreboding washing over him. He feigned calmness and replied, "Is that so? Do not jest with me." Queenie chuckled, "I knew you'd respond that way. I've already set it aside for you. Take a look." As he spoke, Queenie pulled out a bounty notice from his pocket and handed it to Fuyun. Setting down the coins, Fuyun scrutinized the notice closely. Upon seeing his photograph alongside the name Uchiha Fuyun, his pupils involuntarily narrowed slightly. A sense of astonishment surged within him. How had Konoha discovered this? Contemplating various possibilities, he even suspected that the exchange might have betrayed his information. However, upon reflection, he deemed that unlikely. Having navigated the underbelly of society for a while, Fuyun had gained a certain understanding of its intricacies. The exchange was not desperate for money and had no reason to ingratiate itself with Konoha or any particular ninja village. Noticing Fuyun's reaction, Queenie paid it little mind and instead produced another wanted notice. "Konoha has already put out a bounty on you. You must be cautious about your movements." Fuyun rolled his eyes and retorted, "That is not me. I am known as the Nameless One, not Uchiha Fuyun." Queenie wore an expression of understanding. With a huff, Fuyun accepted the wanted notice and continued to examine it. The Ninja World wanted poster read, "Uchiha Fuyun, accomplice in the Uchiha clan massacre, bounty of 35 million ryo. Dead or alive, to be claimed in the Land of Fire, Konoha village." The bounty notice further specified, Uchiha Fuyun, 30 million ryo, for his complete corpse. After surveying the document, he couldn't help but feel a slight shock. Goodness, had he now become akin to Asuma? The incident of the Uchiha clan's extermination had long since spread, no longer a mere secret. Consequently, multiple nations were stirring at the borders, engaging in various tests and skirmishes. Nearly on the brink of war, Konoha was inundated with activity, mobilizing a substantial number of ninjas to stabilize the situation. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had also sensed the impending crisis, repeatedly allocating funds to bolster the third Hokage's defensive capabilities. Though war had yet to break out, Reconnaissance teams and spies had already gathered near Konoha, with several skilled individuals infiltrating the village. The intelligence department of Konoha was not to be underestimated. They were well aware of these developments. However, they were unable to take decisive action, and the third Hokage was reluctant to resort to violence against his own people. Thus, he orchestrated several large-scale ninja training exercises within and around the village, summoning all special J-nin and above to participate and perform diligently. The intention was to showcase the might of Konoha, and it must be said that the presence of hundreds of jonin in practice indeed left all parties in awe. At the very least, the small nations have become quite subdued, tucking their tails between their legs. There is no denying that the military strength of a great nation cannot be dismissed lightly. Even a mere few jonin dispatched by Konoha are more than the small nations can handle with ease. Fuyun tucked away 2 bounty notices, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, I suppose there is indeed a resemblance. Observing the youthful face beneath the hood, Queenie smiled silently. Fuyun raised an eyebrow. Queenie, dear brother, you're not contemplating turning me in for a reward, are you? Queenie paused slightly, squinting at him. What nonsense is this? Unknown brother? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. There is no need for such worries, which A-ranked bounty hunter isn't pursued by others. It's quite the norm. After a brief pause, Queenie continued. Our exchange center relies entirely on you bounty hunters to function. Why would we jeopardize our own livelihood? More often than not, we seek ways to protect our outstanding hunters. Fuyun nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Given his modus operandi, even without a bounty from Konoha, the exchange center would likely deduce certain truths. How unpredictable life can be. Who would have thought that he would transform into a trader with a bounty of tens of millions? This value certainly places him among the notable figures in the ninja world, does it not? Fuyun spent nearly 9 million to increase the number of bounty targets by over 30, naturally focusing on the Sarutobi and the Shimura clans, among the 4 prominent families. Let the hunt begin. Let us see who can outdo whom. He then confirmed the progress of the previous bounties with the exchange center for having spent so much. The results were of utmost concern. During this period, progress had been swift, with numerous bounty hunters taking action. Over 50 targets from Konoha had already been eliminated. However, the pace had recently slowed, likely due to Konoha becoming more vigilant. Fuyun scoffed internally. If progress falters, he would simply increase the bounty. If 100,000 per head isn't sufficient, then let it be 500,000. He found it hard to believe that he couldn't crush those beasts of Konoha. As long as the bounty is substantial, countless individuals would be willing to take action, and many around them would also be tempted. Many ordinary ninjas from Konoha are indeed quite impoverished. When the flood of assassins inundates Konoha, it will certainly be a spectacle. As for whether chaos will ensue or if a war will erupt in the ninja world, Fuyun did not concern himself in the slightest. He is no saint. In fact, he has never considered himself a good person. He would repay grievances and settle scores. Why bother with anything else? Issues that even the Sage of 6 Paths could not resolve. Why should he, a man whose entire clan was annihilated, fret over such matters? The god of ninjas and dozens of shadows have struggled for years. What has it all amounted to? In less than 60 years, the ninja world has witnessed 3 great ninja wars. Indeed, a significant portion of that time has been spent in conflict. And the remaining time not spent fighting was not due to a love for peace, but rather in preparation. After all, children as young as 6 have been driven to the brink of extinction. If this continues, will they send infants to the battlefield, armed only with their milk bottles to strike at the enemy? After publishing the bounty, Fuyun departed from the exchange of gold and set forth on a new path of pursuit. His target lay far away, in the land of hot water. Fuyun journeyed to a small coastal town, where he took refuge at a dock, preparing to sail across the sea the following day to reach his destination. However, this pace seemed excessively slow. It might take decades to exact true vengeance. Fuyun tucked away the bounty and murmured to himself, contemplating the road ahead, how to amass greater wealth or acquire more formidable power. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him as he thought of a certain individual, Orochimaru. A fellow rogue ninja, he too harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Konoha and the third Hokage. Most importantly, he possessed the most advanced technological means in the ninja world. Perhaps he could assist Fuyun in becoming even more powerful? After all, scientific progress is the foremost driving force. Moreover, Orochimaru was on the verge of initiating his plan to dismantle Konoha, which aligned perfectly with Fuyun's intentions. Uchiha Fuyun had long been yearning for an opportunity to stir up trouble in Konoha. Chapter 14. Orochimaru's dream in the borderlands where the land of grass, the land of fire, and the land of earth converge. There stands a mountain, atop which lies a clandestine base. A tall man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds ascends the steps with deliberate grace. His long, ebony hair flows smoothly, and his golden slitted eyes radiate a sinister, serpentine gleam. His visage is marked by an unhealthy pallor, devoid of color. While purple eyeshadow extends to the flares of his nostrils, the jade earrings adorning his ears sway gently with his movements. This man is none other than the notorious rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Upon reaching the mountainside, just as Orochimaru had anticipated, a black-haired youth, also clad in a black robe with red clouds, descended from above. As their paths crossed, Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing sharp fangs. Suddenly, a colossal serpent emerged from his robe, swiftly coiling around the youth and lifting him high into the air. Orochimaru's golden eyes glinted with avarice as he addressed the captive. Itachi, do you understand what eternal life truly is? Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth as he glanced at the serpent binding him. Orochimaru's ominous laughter reverberated. I still do not know. Thus, I require your body to pursue eternity alongside me, Itachi. You know, Itachi, we are truly well suited. We share the same sleek black hair and the distinctive mark that sweeps across our faces. You are my perfect vessel. Listening to Orochimaru's incessant murmuring, Itachi calmly replied, such absurd ambition and desire. It is merely your selfish aspiration. Orochimaru's expression faltered, a hint of unease creeping in. Just then, Itachi abruptly opened his eyes, his Sharingan blazing crimson. With a resounding clang, a powerful ocular force engulfed Orochimaru. He realized he was still standing below, not behind Itachi, who was unhindered by the serpent's grasp. Moreover, he found himself unable to move. I clearly attacked from behind you, Orochimaru stammered, his body trembling. So, this is an illusion? Realization dawned upon him. He had fallen victim to the binding illusion, a testament to Itachi's formidable ocular prowess. Orochimaru's expression morphed into one of both fascination and shock. From his perspective, he was pinned in place by massive stone spikes. Struggling to move his arms, he thought that if he could form hand seals, he might invoke a jutsu to break free from this illusion. However, Itachi stood before him, casually waving a hand, and in a flash of cold light, Orochimaru's arm was severed. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth as his pale arm fell to the ground. Orochimaru clutched the stump, emitting a muffled cry of agony. Itachi wielded a plain kunai, declaring, Orochimaru, no matter how powerful your jutsu, it is utterly futile before my eyes. Cold sweat beaded on Orochimaru's forehead. Yet he retorted with chilling composure, such bravado for a mere child. Itachi, devoid of expression, responded, I am uncertain how to deal with you. Shall I end your life here and now, or shall I keep you for other purposes? You are still far from sufficient. No. It has become excessive, your ambition and desire. As he spoke, Itachi slowly extended his kunai towards Orochimaru's brow, startling the latter into a gasp. Orochimaru could not comprehend Itachi's murmurs, yet he sensed a lethal intent emanating from him. Itachi's gaze was melancholic yet serious in his eyes. Although Orochimaru proved to be of great utility, his existence was utterly reprehensible. Orochimaru toyed with life as if it were mere fodder, recklessly using human lives for experimentation in pursuit of data, posing a significant threat to Konoha. Had Orochimaru possessed any affection for the village, Itachi might have accepted the sacrifice of a few innocents. However, Itachi understood that Orochimaru had severed all ties, consumed solely by desire and ambition. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this threat to Konoha. Just as Itachi steeled himself to pierce through Orochimaru's skull, a flurry of shuriken shot from an unseen angle, forcing him to retreat. Lord Orochimaru. Accompanying the shuriken was Kabuto, who steadfastly shielded Orochimaru. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive tags surrounded Itachi, followed by a cacophony of explosions. After uttering a harsh remark, Orochimaru vanished alongside Kabuto from the scene. Within a base of the Akatsuki organization, the members convened. Already aware of Orochimaru's situation, the leader, Pain, spoke with a voice rich in magnetism. Orochimaru has betrayed the organization and fled. Scorpion chimed in gloomily. I have always said he is unreliable, placing personal matters above the organization. Pain, well aware of Scorpion's disdain for Orochimaru. Continued, the Akatsuki must continue recruiting allies. Our current numbers are still insufficient. A light-hearted voice interjected me. Allow me to join. Deidara, adorned with a swirling mask, approached, fervently waving his arms. Scorpion sternly admonished him, "Get away." Deidara immediately wilted. "Yes." Scorpion went on, "Leave Orochimaru to me. I have already gained control over his subordinate, Kabuto, and I shall swiftly locate his hideout." Pain shook his head. "We will discuss this matter later. I have found you a new partner. Let us wait for his arrival before taking action." Kakuzu spoke up. "What about me? Shall I team up with Itachi?" Pain replied, "No, Kakuzu, you shall operate solo for now. I have also secured a new partner for Itachi." Kakuzu calmly remarked, "Very well, after all. A partner lacking in strength would only hinder my ability to accumulate wealth." Conan cast a reassuring glance at Kakuzu, clearly optimistic about his capabilities. In an underground base, Orochimaru, having employed some method, found his arm restored to its former state. Cursed be it. I had anticipated acquiring Itachi's body to achieve the pinnacle of my transformation, yet I never imagined I would fail. With a darkened gaze, Orochimaru's mood soured further, tinged with trepidation. That boy, has he surpassed me? It seems Itachi's body is now beyond my reach. How could his spirits not be dampened? He could not obtain the Rinnegan, nor could he acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan. The sensation of seeing yet being unable to possess drove him to the brink of madness. Clearly, the path to greatness lay right before him, yet it remained just out of reach. Kabuto spoke, "Lord Orochimaru, we can take our time." Orochimaru reined in his emotions, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. "It matters not. I have heard that Itachi has a younger brother. I can set my sights on him." As a fellow member of the Uchiha clan, Itachi's brother surely possessed commendable physical prowess. As he spoke, Orochimaru could not help but extend his long tongue to lick his lips, his eyes brimming with desire. To him, Itachi was his ideal vessel, while Sasuke was merely a second choice born of necessity. Once he grew even more powerful, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to claim Itachi's body. Kabuto, gather all information regarding Itachi's brother and dispatch someone to monitor his every move. Kabuto rummaged through the intelligence files, responding, "Lord Orochimaru, aside from Sasuke, there are other Uchiha bodies available for selection." "Oh? Pray tell." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Kabuto finally located the pertinent information, placing it on the table beside Orochimaru. "This is the latest intelligence. Another survivor from the Uchiha clan. It is said he was an accomplice in the massacre orchestrated by Itachi." Such a notion is implausible, merely the machinations of the village's old relics. Orochimaru picked up the scroll to examine it. Others, unfamiliar with the dynamics of Konoha, might be led to believe the words of the Hokage's faction. But who was Orochimaru? One of Konoha's legendary ninjas, he had nearly ascended to the position of fourth Hokage. He understood the intricacies of Konoha exceedingly well. Although he was unaware of the specific cause and effect surrounding the Uchiha massacre, he was acutely aware that the situation was far from the surface explanation. It was highly improbable that the surviving Uchiha was complicit with Itachi. If that were the case, they would have surely joined Akatsuki, or at the very least, worked under its banner. Orochimaru surmised that the old-timers of Konoha, seeing a survivor, had panicked and unjustly placed the blame upon him. Kabuto nodded. "I also find it unlikely that he was Itachi's partner. Their methods are entirely at odds." Orochimaru scrutinized the dossier on Uchiha Fuyun, frowning slightly. 16 years old and still a nin? Such qualifications are woefully inadequate. He is unworthy of being my vessel. Kabuto chuckled, adjusting his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glimmer of intellect. "No. Someone with a bounty of tens of millions of Ryo could not possibly be of nin caliber. Moreover, according to the intelligence, this lad has already slain numerous jonin from Konoha." Kabuto, tasked with intelligence work, wielded a considerable network and influence. Orochimaru exhibited a hint of intrigue. "This is becoming interesting. Continue to monitor the intelligence on Uchiha Fuyun and Uchiha Sasuke." Chapter 15. Assassination. The Land of Hot Springs, a diminutive island nation, is most renowned for its natural thermal baths. Isolated from the mainland, it has remained untouched by the ravages of war, leading to a lack of emphasis on military prowess. Consequently, the Land of Hot Springs is devoid of any formidable ninja forces. As Fuyun traversed the landscape, he encountered numerous establishments dedicated to the art of relaxation. and with a sense of adventure, he resolved to choose a ryokan to indulge in a soothing soak. Naturally, he sought a venue offering mixed bathing for both genders, as it is said that these baths are often the backdrop for the most enchanting tales. Fuyun yearned to partake in a romantic experience. However, upon eagerly entering the mixed bathing area, he was met with a disheartening sight, only a multitude of men sharing the same intent. Women, it seemed, dared not enter, opting instead for the female-exclusive baths. Faced with the sight of the crowded pool filled with men, Fuyun could only shout in frustration, "Refund!" Unable to contain his indignation, he confronted the establishment's manager. "This is a scam. You are deceiving us." The manager, feigning innocence, replied, "My dear sir, it is indeed a mixed bathing facility. But whether any female patrons choose to enter is beyond our control. We pride ourselves on being a land of freedom. Perhaps you could wait a moment? There may yet be female guests who will arrive." Fuyun, realizing the games played within the ninja realm, resigned himself to the situation and, with a heavy heart, expended a considerable sum to hire a beautiful young attendant for a back massage. He had anticipated a reputable spa experience, only to discover it was anything but. The attendant's hands wandered inappropriately, and she intentionally revealed her ample curves to provoke him. Fuyun, having no defenses against her youthful allure, seized the opportunity to make his intentions known. Sir, that is not permissible." Fuyun, visibly irritated, retorted, "Spare me the pleasantries. My patience is wearing thin." The young lady held up 3 fingers. "That will require additional payment." "Not a problem," he declared, and soon her collagen-rich lips met his. The lovely attendant initially believed she had struck gold, only to find herself outmatched, as Fuyun's prowess was overwhelming, leaving no stone unturned for over an hour. In the end, she could only lament, earning money is hard, and pleasure is elusive. The following morning, Fuyun awoke to a new lead. Shikamaru, a jonin from Konoha, was escorting a wealthy merchant back to the land of hot springs, set to disembark at the hygiene dock around 9 o'clock. After tucking away the scroll of intelligence, he prepared himself and embarked on his path of assassination. At hygiene dock, after a lengthy wait, he finally spotted a sailing vessel approaching the shore. His keen gaze focused intently on the stream of passengers disembarking, scrutinizing each face with precision. Suddenly, he recognized a familiar visage amidst the crowd. It was the very target on the bounty notice, Shikamaru. With his hood drawn tightly, a predatory smile crept across Fuyun's lips. "At last, you have arrived. My 13 million ryo." For ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village headbands scanned their surroundings with vigilance as they escorted a rotund middle-aged man off the boat. Just as they were about to leave the dock, several kunai bound with explosive tags whizzed through the air, the tags already crackling with flames. The jonin, Shimizu Kyokyu, was the first to react. He swiftly formed hand seals while shouting, "Enemy attack." With a resounding crash, a chakra-infused water wall intercepted the explosive tags, sending a shockwave of sound that scattered the onlookers at the dock in panic. "Humph! Such a feeble attempt to eliminate us?" Shimizu Kyokyu scoffed, continuing, "You 3. Escort the employer to safety. I will handle the enemy." However, before he could finish his sentence, a shadow emerged from behind the water wall, lunging towards his back. A cold glint flashed as a blade pierced through Shimizu Kyokyu's heart, and a chilling voice declared, "I never thought a mere explosive tag could take you down." To everyone's astonishment, Shimizu Kyokyu dissipated into a cloud of white fog. The assailant's expression darkened, realizing it was a shadow clone. The Sharingan could not discern shadow clones. This technique was specifically developed by the second Hokage to counter the Sharingan. Most importantly, he was certain that this individual had not utilized the shadow clone technique at any point. This indicated that it was a prearranged trap. From the moment Shimizu Kyokyu appeared, he had always been a shadow clone, while the real body remained hidden. "What are you still dawdling for? I told you to take the employer and leave. I will handle this." Just then, the true Shimizu Kyokyu appeared before the assailant, his gaze icy and unyielding. "Yes, Captain." The 3 teammates hastily assisted the businessman and retreated into the distance. Though outmaneuvered, the assailant remained composed. If necessary, he could simply eliminate the target again. Cautious enough. "But you shall still meet your demise today. I shall claim the bounty of 13 million ryo," Shimizu Kyokyu remarked darkly. "Our Leaf Village ninjas have been frequently ambushed lately. It must be your doing." "Who are you?" The cloaked figure obscured his face, sneering, "Who knows?" "Humph. Regardless of your identity, today shall be your end. Do you truly believe our Leaf Village ninjas are so easily slain?" With that, the assailant swiftly darted forward, unleashing a flurry of speed towards Shimizu Kyokyu. The Jonin drew a kunai, deftly blocking the assailant's short blade, while his other hand thrust a second kunai towards the assailant's throat. With a clang, the three-tomo Sharingan whirled, allowing the assailant to read Shimizu Kyokyu's movements, evading the thrust while delivering a powerful kick to the Jonin's abdomen, sending him flying. Shimizu Kyokyu executed a somersault midair, retreating several paces. Though injured, a glimmer of joy crossed his face. So it is the Sharingan. You must be Uchiha Fuyun, correct? What is knowing my identity change? You are still destined to die today. Fuyun replied coolly. Just as he was about to take action, several figures swiftly appeared around him, encircling Fuyun. Upon closer inspection, Fuyun realized that these were none other than the elite Jonin of Konoha, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and two elite members of the Umbu. Asuma Sarutobi inhaled deeply from his cigarette and remarked, Uchiha Fuyun, you possess quite the audacity, not only having slaughtered your own clan, but now targeting others in Konoha. Fuyun responded with a cold smile, dismissing Asuma's words as he calculated their respective combat strengths and strategies. Might Guy, filled with righteous fury, bellowed, a demon like you has no place in this world. For the sake of Konoha, I must eliminate you here today. For the sake of Konoha? Fuyun cast a sidelong glance at Might Guy, recognizing the man's lack of intellect, which explained why he was merely used as a tool. Nevertheless, Fuyun remained cautious, not wishing to provoke Might Guy excessively. The fact that Konoha had dispatched Might Guy to confront him indicated that this situation was far from simple. It was likely that they hoped Might Guy could resolve this formidable threat just as his father had done. Wind release, wind cutter technique. The elite Umbu member was the first to strike, unleashing several invisible blades that hurtled towards Fuyun at high speed. However, thanks to his Sharingan, Fuyun was able to perceive the chakra and deftly sidestepped the lethal assault, the wind blades carving deep trenches into the ground. Before Fuyun could make his next move, towering walls of earth erupted around him. Earth release, for pillar binding technique. Chapter 16. The acquisition and escape. Asuma expelled a vast cloud of smoke, which swiftly enveloped the entire earthen wall. Fire release, ash accumulation burn. Boom. Intense flames surged forth, the high temperature melting a layer of the wall. An elite member of the Umbu observed the scene. Has it succeeded? However, as the smoke dissipated, a robust earthen fortress materialized in the arena. Crash. The earth shattered, and Uchiha Fuyun leaped out, hands forming seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged forward, aimed directly at Asuma and an Umbu ninja. The scale of the technique was immense, and this individual's chakra was formidable. Shinomiya Kyoku advanced, joining forces with the Umbu ninja to execute defensive earth and water jutsu, barely managing to block the fire release. Might Guy promptly opened the sixth gate, the Gate of Joy, and dashed towards Fuyun at an astonishing speed. Konoha, strong fist whirlwind. Bang. Fuyun could only raise his arms to absorb the impact of the kick, yet he was still propelled backward by the tremendous force. Speed equates to power. Might Guy relentlessly pursued Fuyun, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Fuyun, utilizing the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, was able to barely counter Guy's taijutsu assaults. But he was also surrounded by other Jonin, all eyeing him intently. Clang. The Sharingan's genjutsu erupted. However, this time, the once invincible Sharingan was disregarded by Guy. I shall not gaze into your eyes. The Sharingan holds no power over me. The two exchanged blows, retreating momentarily, before Fuyun could stabilize himself. Asuma and Shinomiya Kyoka charged in from both sides, wielding chakra blades aimed directly at his vital points. Humph. Asuma and the others presumed Fuyun would evade or block, having already devised a follow-up strategy in their minds. Yet, with a cold snort and a fiercely determined gaze, Fuyun chose to endure the strikes head-on. Asuma and Shinomiya Kyoka's blades pierced Fuyun's body, leaving them incredulous. Had they truly succeeded so easily? However, Fuyun's own blades retaliated, slicing towards the two while they maintained their momentum, unable to alter their trajectory in time. Thud! The gleam of cold steel flashed, and Shinomiya Kyoku's head was severed, his expression one of utter disbelief even in death. The blades continued unabated, descending upon Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma reacted slightly quicker and, in the instant, blood sprayed around him. Narrowly evaded the lethal strike, though still sustaining a wound to his arm. Clatter! The sound of weapons and bodies hitting the ground echoed. Sarutobi Asuma clutched his injured arm, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, he is ruthless. He chose to fight to the death. The Umbu ninjas observed the scene, murmuring, "Alas, this marks the end." It is regrettable to have lost a Nin. Might Guy gradually retracted his imposing aura, frowning as he spoke. "Damn it. To think they killed our comrade right under my nose. This individual is indeed formidable." The crowd nodded in apprehension, relieved that they had subdued the enemy. Uchiha Fuyun had been pierced in multiple vital areas, leaving no chance for survival. Yet, just as the Leaf Village members exhaled in relief, the seemingly defeated Fuyun did not collapse as expected. Instead, to their astonishment, he slowly extracted the blades embedded in his body. How excruciating! The Leaf members stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across their faces as they gazed upon the Uchiha youth. Asuma felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead and muttered, "Is this a last-ditch effort? This guy." Fuyun paid them no heed, silently channeling his mental energy to mend his internal wounds. This was the only application he had discovered for his 60-tier mental prowess. As long as his spirit endured, he felt that even if he were cleaved into pieces, he could survive. He approached the lifeless body of Shimura Kyukyu, bent down to retrieve the head from the ground, and casually tossed it into his backpack. 13 million ryo in hand. The crowd, expecting him to fall, was increasingly shocked. This was no dying flicker of life. He was behaving as if nothing had happened. Might Guy turned to Asuma Saratobi, perplexed, and asked, "Asuma, what is going on with that guy?" Asuma, so stunned that he dropped the cigarette he had just lit, murmured, "I have no idea. But given the circumstances, it appears he possesses an immortal body." "An immortal body? Come on. Don't be ridiculous. Such a thing cannot exist." An elite member of the Umbu questioned skeptically. Could he be merely putting on a brave face? Perhaps he is about to collapse any moment now? Fuyun's three-tomo Sharingan fixed upon the members of the Leaf. Those who met his gaze involuntarily tensed up. He surveyed the scene until his eyes landed on Asuma. 35 million ryo. You will inevitably be mine. Might Guy showed no fear, snorting coldly. It seems he truly is immortal. However, there is always a way. You all step back. Leave this to me. Seeing Might Guy take a stance, Asuma and the elite Umbu retreated without hesitation, creating distance. At that moment, the dock was utterly unrecognizable, having been thoroughly devastated. Fuyun frowned slightly and spoke. "Might Guy, I bear no grudge against you. Are you truly willing to fight to the death?" Guy retorted coldly. "The demon that exterminated my clan must be eradicated. It is my duty as a Leaf ninja." As Might Guy prepared to unleash his fury, Fuyun raised a hand to halt him. "Wait, I have not slain a single Uchiha. On the contrary, I am seeking vengeance for them." Guy was momentarily taken aback. "What?" From a distance, Asuma shouted angrily, "Nonsense. How do you explain the countless comrades from the Leaf that you have killed?" Fuyun shot a cold glare at Asuma. "I will eventually claim your bounty." Hearing Asuma's words, Might Guy's resolve hardened once more. "Regardless, you have committed a grave sin. Come back to the Leaf with me to explain yourself to Lord Hokage." Fuyun ceased the dialogue and hurled a multitude of smoke bombs he had prepared earlier. Boom, boom, boom. The smoke bomb erupted, engulfing the dock in a thick haze. By the time Might Guy activated the 7 gates to disperse the mist, Fuyun had already vanished without a trace. The prolonged conversation with Guy served 2 purposes: to buy time, and because Fuyun harbored a genuine fear of him unlocking the 8th gate. That technique could easily annihilate 6 formidable foes. Fuyun was uncertain whether he could withstand such a blow, particularly since he was still unclear about the limits of his 60-tier mental strength. Moreover, Might Guy offered no bounty. Why should he risk his life against him? It was simply not worth it. Fuyun had no desire to engage in such a losing endeavor. Meanwhile, the members of Konoha were darting about, desperately searching for any sign of their adversary. Having lost a Nin and allowed the enemy to escape, how could they return to Konoha to report their failure? Chapter 17. The Cult of the Malevolent Deity. After departing from the harbor, Fuyun employed several shadow clones to disperse in various directions, endeavoring to evade pursuit from Konoha. The technique of shadow clones was one he had surreptitiously learned through his Sharingan. As he raced forward at breakneck speed, his formidable perceptive abilities allowed him to discern that he was still being trailed by someone from Konoha. After a moment's contemplation, a wry smile crossed his lips. Could it be through scent tracking? Are they following my scent, or that of Shimizu Kyakudo's severed head? Swiftly, Fuyun utilized a space ninjutsu scroll to stow the head from his backpack, subsequently changing into an entirely new set of attire. He entrusted the discarded clothing and backpack to a shadow clone, before parting ways once more. This time, the tactic proved effective. The presence from Konoha faded from his perceptive range. What a nuisance. Why don't they scatter to pursue me? If it were Asuma Saratobi trailing alone. Fuyun would undoubtedly relish the opportunity for a fierce battle, potentially earning a fortune of 35 million Ryo. However, this unexpected turn of events served as a wake-up call for Fuyun. Konoha had begun to take serious measures against him. The thought elicited a chuckle from him. Konoha was indeed steeped in darkness, and he was fortunate to have become a rogue ninja. Had he remained in such a village, continuously indoctrinated by the will of fire, he feared he might have become just another hot-headed youth. With a stroke of good fortune, he might have even fathered a child, who at the age of 6 would be inundated with the will of fire, eagerly charging into battle without a second thought. It was unfathomable to imagine what kind of enlightened village would send 6-year-olds to their doom, and have them do so willingly, fighting valiantly on the front lines. This will of fire was utterly terrifying. They claim it is to protect the tender sprouts of Konoha, but it seems more a means to safeguard their own offspring. Although Konoha has deliberately erased relevant records, as a ninja of Konoha, everyone is still aware of that dark history. During the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, numerous children aged 6 to 10 were graduated prematurely to become ninjas, spurred on by impassioned speeches to charge into battle. Among them, Itachi Uchiha had ventured to the battlefield multiple times at the tender age of 6, though he was accompanied by his father, Fugaku Uchiha, thus escaping the fates that befell many others. Kakashi Hatake graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5, and by 6 was promoted to CH Nin, participating in the Third Shinobi World War. It is worth noting that at that time, his father, Tsukumo Hatake, had just been driven to his death by Konoha. Nonetheless, one cannot deny the potency of Konoha's indoctrination. They would willingly march into the flames, even if it meant the annihilation of their entire family, all while fervently proclaiming their devotion to Konoha. It is utterly absurd. Though the denizens of the shinobi world possess formidable strength, their intellect often seems lacking. Yet, one cannot entirely fault them. After all, virtually all ninjas have received little formal education, being subjected from a young age to rigorous physical and chakra training, followed by relentless enhancement of ninjutsu and various abilities. Even the scant literary education they receive is solely to ensure they can comprehend scrolls when learning ninjutsu and to decipher intelligence during missions. This has led to a general na-vet among all ninjas in the ninja world. Even those who have ascended to the rank of jonin or higher find themselves ensnared in this cognitive loop. Even the most intellectually gifted prodigies are confined by their limited perspectives. Otherwise, how could they have fought for a millennium? Still working for the lords who are as fragile as a chick in a hen's grasp, Fuyun circled around and arrived at a dock. Yet he sensed the presence of numerous ninjas within. Thus, he refrained from entering not out of fear of the Konoha ninjas, but rather to avoid the risk of confronting Might Guy head-on. It was predictable that Konoha would seal off the dock and set ambushes inside. He was indifferent to this. At worst, he could prolong his stay in the land of hot water and enjoy the hot springs a little longer. Once Might Guy departed, he could even turn the tables and hunt down Konoha's people. The situation in Konoha was far from optimistic. He did not believe these elites could languish here indefinitely. It wouldn't be long before they were reassigned, especially considering the significant reduction in Konoha's combat power following the Uchiha clan's annihilation. While other great nations were ever eager to stir up trouble, however, Fuyun found himself rather vexed. Why had these great nations not seized the opportunity to strike? They were well aware of Konoha's weakened state, having lost the Uchiha's formidable strength. He felt anxious for those nations that failed to capitalize on such a golden opportunity. When Orochimaru set his sights on Uchiha Fuyun, the Akatsuki organization also took notice of this rising youth, whose value had recently soared. The Akatsuki was currently in need of manpower, actively seeking suitable rogue ninjas. Uchiha Fuyun, with his apparent prowess and worth, was undoubtedly a prime candidate for a significant rogue ninja. Consequently, he entered the Akatsuki's radar and was placed on their shortlist. To this end, Pain specifically sought out Itachi Uchiha to inquire about Uchiha Fuyun's intelligence. However, Itachi merely shook his head, indicating he was not well acquainted with him. He was taken aback to learn that there were still survivors from the Uchiha clan and resolved to return to Konoha at the first opportunity to uncover the truth. After spending several days in the land of hot water, someone managed to approach Fuyun before the Akatsuki and Orochimaru could. A tall, gaunt man with a broad grin followed him as soon as he entered the town, incessantly promoting his organization. "Hey there, would you like to join our cult? We're a great community. You really should consider it. Are you still troubled by the fears of aging, illness, and mortality? Are you confused by the pain and fragility of life? Then come join our family of the evil god cult, where we worship the evil god. You will surely receive his blessings, and all worldly troubles will dissipate. If the evil god deems you worthy, you may even attain immortality. The gaunt man exerted great effort to recruit Fuyun, exuding an air of desperation. He had not made a single recruit in months, and the higher-ups had warned him that if he failed to bring in new members this month, he would be offered as a sacrifice to the evil god. Though, being sacrificed to the evil god wasn't entirely unappealing. Yet, he still yearned for the favor of the dark god, aspiring to become a sacrificial messenger of the divine. After all, what is a person without dreams? Although no one has truly become a messenger of the dark god as of now, with sincere devotion and abundant sacrifices from these faithful, success is surely attainable. Upon hearing about the dark cult, Fuyun, who initially had no intention of engaging, suddenly paused in his steps, revealing a contemplative expression. While Fuyun held no interest in this so-called dark cult, he was indeed intrigued by the technique of death's bond through blood, connecting his own body with that of his enemy to share the pain. Although this secret art may be useless to most, resulting in mutual destruction at best, if one were to be immortal, this technique would become an extraordinary power. In the face of an unbeatable foe, acquiring their blood would yield remarkable advantages. Observing Fuyun's sudden halt, the tall, slender man's eyes brightened, and he intensified his praise, extolling the brilliance of the dark god. Fuyun chuckled. What you've said amounts to telling me that belief in the dark god grants eternal life. The tall, slender man clapped his thigh in affirmation. Precisely. You are quite perceptive, my young friend. I see great potential in you. You will undoubtedly earn the favor of the dark god. Fuyun then draped an arm around the man's shoulder, saying, Let us go. Dear preacher, lead me to your cult for a glimpse. Chapter 18. The arrival of the dark god. All right, my young brother, let us depart. The missionary brother beamed with delight, linking arms with Fuyun as they made their way out of the quaint town. He was positively ecstatic. His mission had finally reached fruition. As for this young brother before him, whether he was to be sacrificed, subjected to an experiment of immortality, or had truly garnered the favor of the dark god, such details were trivial. The crux lay in the completion of his task, which promised him a spell of joy within the church. Should this young brother achieve some renown, he too might bask in the reflected glory, would he not? The two hurried along, traversing a forested area until they arrived at the entrance of an underground facility. The missionary brother scratched his head and said, Do not be deceived by our secluded location. Our family here is exceptionally warm and welcoming. With that, he stepped forward to activate the mechanism and open the stone door. They navigated the winding corridors and finally entered the base. As they passed by a chamber that remained ajar, Fuyun caught sight of a gruesome scene within. A row of men and women bound to wooden frames, their bodies pierced by various weapons, blood saturating the entire room. What the hell? Who left the door open? Seeing this, the missionary brother hurriedly shut the door, offering an awkward smile. No worries, young brother. They are all volunteers, participants in the dark god's mystical experiments. Our family is truly warm-hearted. Fuyun chuckled. Indeed, it is quite splendid. I have finally found my organization. It feels just like home, filled with remarkable individuals. Since this was akin to home, it seemed entirely reasonable to appropriate a few secret arts and some funds, did it not? However, he refrained from taking immediate action, intending to first ascertain the true nature of this dark cult. After a brief exploration, without even undergoing the formalities of joining, he was inexplicably assigned a small chamber, the door firmly locked behind him. Nonetheless, Fuyun had gleaned sufficient insight into the workings of this dark sect. One could not deny that they were indeed affluent. Their daily endeavors revolved around experiments aimed at immortality. Conducting such extensive research required substantial financial backing. Yet, he found himself perplexed, as he had uncovered no clues regarding the necromantic rites pertaining to blood. Shortly thereafter, a fellow acolyte arrived to distribute the doctrines and teachings of the dark cult. Every few hours, all members would convene to attend lectures. In the following days, Fuyun emerged to join the cultists in lectures and casual conversations. One fact stood out. The missionary brother had not deceived him. Those chosen for human experimentation were indeed volunteers, fervently believing they would receive the dark god's favor and attain eternal life. Fuyun subtly inquired among all present, yet no one possessed knowledge of any secret arts. Could it be that the dark god bestowed powers and techniques directly? Such were his musings. Just then, as he listened to the discourse of the surrounding acolytes, he suddenly beheld a youth with grayish-white hair being led into the laboratory. Was that not Fade-Wan? A sudden shock coursed through him. It seemed that Fade-Wan had yet to achieve immortality. The cult of the evil god had not produced any successful subjects, still ensnared in the experimental phase. For the duration that followed, Fuyun devoted himself entirely to perceiving the laboratory's conditions, his sixth-tier mental acuity enabling him to see and hear everything within. Within the laboratory stood a colossal altar, upon which the sacrificial offerings were bound. The cult's experimenters routinely plunged iron rods into these offerings at set intervals, leading to the demise of numerous living sacrifices, which were subsequently replaced by new ones. Yet, the boy named Fade-Wan, despite being pierced by countless iron rods, stubbornly clung to life. On the third day, an experimenter drove a massive sickle deep into Fade-Wan's body, penetrating vital organs such as his heart and lungs. Fade-Wan let out a piercing scream, his eyes bulging, blood gushing from every orifice. Endure. I must endure. The experimenters, filled with fervor and madness, fixated on Fade-Wan. He was their closest approach to success in years. However, Fade-Wan's pupils rapidly dilated, and his body slumped, lifeless. Damn it. Another failure? The one the evil god awaited has yet to emerge. The experimenters clutched their heads in despair, their expressions frenzied, their eyes ablaze with fanaticism. It matters not. The evil god is drawing near. He will surely descend. Drag them away. Bring forth the next batch of subjects. Just as the experimenters began to unbind Fade-Wan to drag him off, a chilling voice echoed, "Hey, don't touch the knife in my chest. It hurts." What? Upon hearing Fade-Wan's voice, the experimenters were struck with astonishment, then promptly fell to their knees in reverence. It is the evil god. The evil god has arrived. Ha ha. Long live the evil god. Long live the evil god. The crowd erupted into frenzied cries of devotion, their eyes ablaze with zeal. Fade-Wan withdrew the sickle and swung it, cleaving the nearest experimenter in two. Ha ha ha. Evil god, I understand now. You require the suffering of all here. Fade-Wan's maniacal laughter rang out as he continued to slay every experimenter attempting to flee. By the decree of the evil god, you are all sacrifices. Why attempt to escape? Are you not the most devoted followers of the evil god? This is defiance against him. You are traitors. He then burst forth from the laboratory, hacking at anyone in his path. Some resisted, yet all attacks against Fade-Wan proved futile. Ha 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 ha. Fade-Wan cackled as he approached a blood altar, where the blood of all believers had pooled, including that of Fuyun. Grasping the massive altar, he drank greedily from it. His body darkened, adorned with eerie white stripes, and he used the spilled blood to draw an immense blood array. With a fervent and frenzied expression, Fade-Wan bellowed, "Everyone, come forth and embrace the pain. Let us together offer our lives and blood to the great dark god." With a piercing thrust, the bloody scythe of March once again brutally penetrated the heart, causing blood to spurt from the chests of all present, nearly tearing them asunder. The scene was utterly magnificent, as if the entire base had been subjected to a watery deluge, though this deluge was blood. It drenched the entire establishment. In the blink of an eye, everyone succumbed to a tragic demise, a spectacle that could only be likened to a hell on earth. The agony and terror of having one's heart pierced, such a lethal torment, is truly exquisite. The dark god, Hidan, pulled from somewhere a pendant resembling the emblem of the dark god cult, closing his eyes in fervent prayer. Chapter 19. Overindulgence. After a considerable amount of time, Fuyun rose from the ground, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan fixed intently upon Fade-Wan. "Do you not have any further actions to take?" Fade-Wan, seemingly oblivious to Fuyun's inquiry, continued to keep his eyes closed, silently engaged in fervent prayer, his demeanor profoundly devout. Observing this, Fuyun furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this absurd ritual of yours not yet concluded?" Fade-Wan, with an air of impatience, kept his eyes shut and retorted, "Do not disturb me. This is the sacred decree of the Lord of the evil gods." After a lengthy pause, Fade-Wan finally opened his eyes slowly, regarding Uchiha Fuyun with confusion. "Hey, who are you? Why are you still alive?" Fuyun, his gaze skeptical, responded, "Has your mind also been claimed by the evil god?" Fade-Wan, with a reflexive delay that left him speechless, finally grasped that he had indeed risen without succumbing to death. Lacking clarity from the Sharingan, Fuyun decided to abandon the pretense of feigned death. "What did you say? You dare show disrespect to the Lord of the evil gods?" I shall offer you as a sacrifice. Fuyun shook his head, swiftly appearing before Fadewan, his three-tomo Sharingan whirling as he delivered a decisive blow, severing Fadewan's head from his body. At that moment, Fadewan had not yet experienced battle. His physical and illusionary defenses were woefully inadequate. His body, now devoid of cerebral control, collapsed to the ground, yet even with his head severed, he continued to curse vehemently. Fuyun seized his head, employing the three-tomo Sharingan's illusionary technique. Reveal to me the method of learning the death god's blood rite. Fadewan muttered, Lord, evil god, bestow. At that instant, an overwhelming mental pressure shattered the illusion, simultaneously rendering Fadewan unconscious. Fuyun felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, goosebumps erupting across his skin. Though he saw nothing, a palpable sensation of being crushed into dust loomed over him, as if scrutinized by a pair of divine eyes. That intangible pressure enveloped Fuyun, seemingly assessing him. Instinctively, he unleashed his 60-tier mental prowess, breaking free from the suffocating force. Humph, I care not for your evil god. If you possess the courage, manifest yourself for a duel. He forced himself to maintain composure, sensing that if he did not overpower the dread with his mental strength, he would be subjugated by this unseen force for all eternity. Moments later, for reasons unknown, the mysterious energy dissipated as if it had never existed, leaving Fuyun to doubt whether he had merely fallen victim to an illusion. Shaking his head, he resolved to disregard the matter and set about plundering the cult of the evil god. Dissatisfied with the lack of desired secret techniques, Fuyun sought to compensate for his losses. After thoroughly cleansing the evil god's treasury, his gloomy spirits were lifted. Fuyun erupted into laughter. Nearly 300 million ryo. This place is splendid. I absolutely adore it. With this substantial fortune, he planned to update his bounty list. The 4 great clans of Konoha, the Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan, and the Yuhi clan. Not only should we increase their bounties, but we must also broaden our operational scope. It is time to commence a comprehensive bounty on the direct relatives of 4 notorious individuals, Sarutobi Sasuke, Shimura Danzo, Tintin, and Mido Kanzuya. Furthermore, we must allocate substantial sums for these rewards. Whether they are ordinary citizens or ninjas, we must raise the stakes. Let us offer amounts sufficient to captivate the hearts of every bounty hunter. Fuyun experienced the overwhelming sensation of wealth wielded like a weapon. Indeed, money can bring about death. And in abundance. The days ahead will undoubtedly be perilous for the 4 great clans. Ordinary clan members may be left so terrified that they dare not step outside, yet remaining indoors offers no solace, as numerous assassins, driven by greed, will surely come knocking. Moreover, employers seeking to hire leaf ninjas for their missions may hesitate to engage individuals from the 4 clans, knowing that their ninjas are perpetually ambushed. When hiring them, who is truly safeguarding whom? After all, the bounty on a ninja from the 4 clans might surpass the value of the goods they are meant to escort. Is that not akin to paying for peril? Upon contemplating this, Fuyun could not suppress a sinister chuckle. Profoundly appreciating the advantages of wealth, he continued to scour for valuables, leaving no corpse unattended, plundering every last coin. Half an hour later, Fuyun entered the laboratory, surveying the array of instruments and foundational arrays. He tucked away a large petri dish, preparing to package Hidan's body for transport. Approaching the workstation, he rifled through heaps of experimental records. They were a convoluted collection of data, peculiar symbols, and technical jargon that eluded his understanding. Surely, Orochimaru would covet this information. After all, it pertains to the study of immortality. And Hidan's body, these are treasures beyond measure. While they may hold little value for him, they could be sold to those with a keen interest, could they not? It is certain that many would go mad over this data, especially with the case of immortality, Hidan, laid bare before them. If executed properly, he might acquire unimaginable wealth. And with wealth, the very thought is exhilarating. Venturing outside, he carefully placed Hidan's head and body into separate petri dishes, sealing them with a binding technique before stowing them in a spatial ninjutsu storage scroll. Though living beings cannot survive within such scrolls due to the absence of air, the presence of nutrient solution in the petri dishes offers a solution. Once everything was settled, Fuyun turned to exit the lair of the evil god cult. Casting a glance at the base of Shi Mountain, he sighed. I shall perform a small act of kindness. May your journey be smooth. With that, he summoned a vast amount of chakra, forming hand signs, Earth release. Earthquake. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as the ground trembled, and the subterranean space collapsed entirely, buried beneath colossal boulders. Thus, the legendary evil god cult was obliterated from the ninja world. Yet, for the Land of Water, this may prove to be a fortuitous turn of events. The cult of this malevolent deity has claimed numerous lives, and the sheer number of daily sacrifices is indeed staggering. It seems that a life of ease often invites calamity. The Kingdom of Soup has long remained untouched by the ravages of war, embodying a realm of relative tranquility and peace. Yet, they have birthed this organization dedicated to the pursuit of eternal life, only to be ultimately undone by the very creations of their own research. One might say this is rather abstract. Indulgence in excess is not a virtue. After a period of rest, Fuyun hastened to the dock. It was time to return. Recently, he had received a plethora of intelligence from the currency exchange, and new objectives awaited him. Chapter 20. Mere Trifles. Silently approaching a coastal dock, Fuyun unfurled his mental perception abilities. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and murmured to himself, as expected, they have left. Only 2 Chunin remained to monitor from the shadows. Just as he had anticipated, the inhabitants of Konoha, having yielded no fruitful results for an extended period, had retreated from the land of hot water. After all, Konoha could scarcely afford to linger, with countless pressing matters requiring the attention of its elite. Fuyun donned his hood to conceal his handsome visage and stealthily entered the dock, swiftly eliminating the 2 Konoha Chunin without a sound. Standing beside a seafront stone, he beheld the 2 fallen Chunin, their warmth ebbing away, while the relentless waves washed away the blood that pooled beneath their lifeless forms. He was perusing the bounty list that the exchange office had entrusted to him. After a meticulous examination, he discovered, to his dismay, that these 2 Chunin were not even worth a bounty. A look of disdain crossed his features. Utterly useless. You don't even merit a reward. How can you call yourselves ninjas? With that, he kicked them into the sea, one after the other. Having dispatched them, Fuyun felt no trace of guilt. As a ninja, executing such tasks was merely par for the course. It was either you kill or be killed. A wave of memories washed over him, recalling his earlier days in Konoha, where the original host would merely venture out on missions, which in truth meant embarking on excursions to take lives. If the mission succeeded, if the enemy was vanquished, they would return to the village to celebrate with a feast among comrades. Conversely, if the mission failed, they would return to mourn at a comrade's funeral, enveloped in silent sorrow for days. To be candid, Fuyun harbored a deep disdain for this ignorant and mundane life of a ninja, living in a daze, oblivious to one's thoughts. What was there to celebrate in taking another's life? If the purpose was to kill, why mourn if one were to be killed in return? Daily, they proclaimed their enlightenment regarding the will of fire. Yet little did they realize how few ordinary ninjas in Konoha could truly live to old age. Those reaching the age of 40 were an exceedingly rare breed, and one could scarcely fathom the fortune required to survive that long. In many instances, a discerning mind could easily ascertain that the average lifespan of a ninja rarely exceeded 30 years. The majority of clans present at the establishment of Konoha had vanished over the course of nearly 40 years under the governance of the legendary 3, including the formidable Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the staunchly allied Uzumaki clan. While the Uzumaki clan had Naruto, the Senju had Tsunade, and the Uchiha had Sasuke. One must acknowledge that the Sarutobi clan alone boasted 3,000 ninjas. Indeed, when it came to the life of a ninja, one was required to analyze combat intellectually, yet remained blind to the grim realities at hand. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that the majority of ninjas in Konoha, including himself, were but pitiable tools, cannon fodder. It was crucial to understand that even 6-year-old children were thrust onto the battlefield by the higher-ups. How then could the 4 great clans remain so prosperous, with such a plethora of ninjas? Of course, the other clans in Konoha were acutely aware of this reality, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. Had they not witnessed the annihilation of so many clans? During the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, there were over 60 clans of shinobi. Yet now only a handful remain. The Hyuga clan was nearly driven to extinction, their leader silenced by fear. The Oil Woman and Yamanaka clans have long endured the abduction of their children, molded into mere tools, rendering them voiceless. Observe how the Uchiha clan, upon expressing the slightest discontent, was swiftly annihilated. Truly, where the flames illuminate, the Sarutobi clan thrives endlessly. After a lengthy journey, Fuyun finally returned to the borders of the Land of Fire. Eagerly, he made his way to the currency exchange, seeking out his acquaintance, the squinty-eyed Juinai. While there are branches of the exchange in other locales, Fuyun preferred this one, as he was already familiar with it. He feared that venturing elsewhere might risk exposing his information or falling prey to an ambush by Konoha. Having exchanged the head of Shimura, Fuyun produced a plethora of unnecessary treasures and weapons. Juinai, I need your assistance in selling these, he requested. Juinai, ever the affable and generous soul, patted his chest confidently. Fear not, my unnamed friend, I shall handle everything. This was not their first transaction, and Juinai was all too willing to assist. For there was considerable profit to be made. After all, who could truly know how much he would earn? However, Juinai was not foolish enough to be overly greedy. He understood that crossing certain boundaries could result in dire consequences beyond merely losing a friend. In the world of bounty hunters, who could be trifled with? Fuyun was well aware that Juinai had profited significantly from their dealings, yet as long as it did not become excessive, he was content to retain the lion's share of the earnings. After all, who would lend their hand without the promise of reward? Juinai, bring me paper and pen. I need to update the bounty list. Fuyun exclaimed with enthusiasm. Once he completed the mundane tasks, he set about the more pressing matters at hand. Excellent. Juinai led Fuyun to a VIP chamber, personally serving him a cup of exquisite tea. Fuyun adeptly took the paper and pen, swiftly inscribing the bounty list. His joy evident as a smile spread across his face. Jaja. Ha. Juinai, sipping his tea, regarded the exuberant Fuyun with curiosity. Has our unnamed friend stumbled upon a treasure? What brings you such delight today? After a considerable time, Fuyun finally completed his writing, presenting the new bounty list to Juinai while savoring his tea. Juinai, with polite deference, accepted the list and scrutinized it with keen interest. With a mere glance, Juinai's attention was wholly captivated by the form in his hands, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is extraordinary. His hands trembled slightly, excitement coursing through him. Truly, our unnamed friend is remarkable. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a substantial bounty. How many heads do you think this could claim? This is remarkable. I might just consider a career as a bounty hunter in Konoha. Is that so? Jaja. The two erupted into peculiar laughter, their spirits lifted in unison. Two individuals stand before us. One who can surpass all performance expectations, reaping a bountiful reward, and the other who is on the verge of witnessing an adversary don a mask of torment. How could their spirits not be uplifted? Both of them possess a radiant and promising future. Before them lies a bounty notice, inscribed with a lengthy roster of individuals bearing substantial rewards. Among them are the kin of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate. Moreover, the bounty amounts exceed the standard rates by 100-fold. For both commoners and lower-ranked ninjas, the reward stands at 10 million ryo per head. It is worth noting that many elite ninjas do not even have bounties reaching 10 million ryo. As for the four middle-ranked ninjas, their relatives are valued at 18 million ryo each. Concerning the elite ninjas, Fuyun has refrained from issuing bounties, as the success rate for hunting them down is alarmingly low, and their numbers are scarce. It is prudent to eliminate them gradually, honing one's skills while amassing further wealth to fund future bounties. Juinai trembled as he calculated. The sound of the abacus clattering rhythmically. After a flurry of clicks, he beamed, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. Mr. Nameless. The total amounts to 296 million ryo. Fuyun's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression morphing into one of astonishment. What the heck? This expenditure has escalated. Nonetheless, Fuyun swiftly regained his composure, feeling exhilarated and convinced of its worth. He waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. No worries. It's merely pocket change. He then retrieved a storage scroll, summoning all the riches amassed from the evil god cult. Gazing at the mountain of currency piled within the secret chamber, Juinai's grin widened, revealing his gleaming teeth. Chapter 21. All mine that night. The underground black market descended into utter chaos. A series of exorbitantly priced bounty notices infiltrated various mercenary groups, syndicates, rogue ninjas, defectors, and thugs, igniting fervor among those lurking in the shadowy corners of the ninja world. These audacious individuals, unafraid of the world, adhered to the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the pursuit of wealth reigns supreme. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Along this path paved with the bones of the fallen, There has never been a shortage of desperate souls. A mere ordinary life could fetch 10 million Ryo? This Sarutobi Konohamaru is astonishingly valued at 25 million Ryo? By heavens, if this job is executed flawlessly, I could retire from taking contracts for life. In the dimly lit taverns of the black market, the latest bounties were eagerly passed around by countless hands, fervent and greedy eyes igniting with a crimson glow. How long had it been since such a lucrative venture was undertaken? One job equates to 100. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Who wouldn't he go mad with desire? If this golden opportunity were to slip away, one might toil until death without ever achieving such remarkable results. In an instant, the underground black market surged with hidden currents. A storm brewing, converging upon the harmonious hidden leaf village. In the land of grass, amidst a dense forest, a large contingent of ninja guards battled against several ebony monstrosities, which relentlessly spewed various chakra orbs from their mouths, the clash proving intensely fierce. Protect the Lord. What on earth are these creatures? A man clad in a red cloud-patterned black robe, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, wielded a large blade while advancing toward the important figure he was assigned to protect. From the sidelines, Kakuzu suddenly changed expression, turning to glance at the messenger hawk soaring overhead. Is that communication from the exchange? He deftly caught the descending scroll of information, unfurling it with an air of nonchalance. However, upon glimpsing the new bounty notice, his eyes widened in shock, trembling with palpable excitement. How intriguing, Kakuzu murmured in a low, exhilarated tone as he scanned the exorbitant bounties of the 4 great clans. This is truly fascinating. All mine. It's all mine. As a diligent and dedicated bounty hunter, none could rival Kakuzu's thrill and yearning. Stowing the scroll away, he gazed fervently toward the direction of Konoha, as if he could already perceive immense wealth and riches beckoning him. The current directive of the Akatsuki organization forbids any action against Konoha. What a bother. All because of that Uchiha Itachi. Kakuzu gradually regained his composure, pondering as he muttered to himself, memories of Pain's Rinnegan and Itachi's Sharingan flashing in his mind. Yet in the next moment, the inscription of 25 million Ryo for Sarutobi Konohamaru on the scroll obliterated any lingering hesitation. I cannot possibly forfeit this chance to acquire wealth. As long as the organization remains unaware, what harm could it bring? Kakuzu felt a greedy curve tugging at the corners of his mouth. Resolutely determined to hasten towards Konoha with utmost speed, he feared that if he delayed, others might seize the opportunity before him. After all, he was not the sole recipient of this intelligence. Other bounty hunters would undoubtedly be on the move as well. In his mind, Kakuzu swiftly constructed a plan of action. First, he needed to elude the gaze of the Akatsuki. Although the leader would not likely hold him accountable, he knew that if he failed to explain matters to Itachi, the leader might not extend his support. To avoid organizational repercussions, Kakuzu glanced at the fierce battle being waged by the man with the prominent pompadour, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. As long as no one knows where I have gone, what does it matter? Kakuzu summoned a vast amount of chakra, his hands forming intricate seals. Suddenly, 2 black monstrosities converged, unleashing a tremendous surge of chakra. Fire style, head-hardening technique. Wind style, pressure damage. A fierce whirlwind amplified the searing flames, surging wildly towards all present. A thunderous explosion ensued. Everything around them was obliterated by the explosive energy, including the newly joined Akatsuki member with the pompadour, leaving no survivors in the wake of the attack. Emerging from behind a massive rock, Kakuzu surveyed the charred corpses strewn across the ground. Excellent. The mission is accomplished. With that, he summoned the black creatures back within himself. Draping a red cloud cloak over his form, he vanished in an instant, racing towards the direction of Konoha. My fortune must await me. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with fervor. Shortly after Kakuzu departed, a large aloe plant erupted from the earth, its verdant leaves unfurling to reveal a fusion of black and white. What is that guy up to? Has he eliminated another comrade? White Setsu, where did Kakuzu go? Should we search for him? Black Setsu, no? Such trivial matters can be handled by the leader. Let us focus on gathering intelligence on the tailed beasts. The shadows of the trees raced beneath him. Kakuzu tore apart the Akatsuki uniform, now entwined with countless black tendrils. Those tendrils, alive with motion, lashed against his frenzied visage. I must accelerate further. The earth grudge fear monstrosity burst forth from behind, while the wind attribute masked creature lifted him into the air. The fire attribute beast continuously unleashed fireballs behind them, using the explosive shockwaves to propel him faster. At the border of the Land of Fire, a rogue ninja squad was resting by a stream. Have you heard? Konoha is currently, before they could finish their sentence, a whirlwind swept by overhead, carrying a shadow with it. When they looked up, all they saw were falling leaves and heard the maddened whispers echoing through the air. Mine. All mine. In Konoha, night had fallen. At the village gates, a masked man clad in gray linen approached. The two prominent figures of Konoha, Ganjiro and Kamizuki Izumi, rose swiftly to interrogate the newcomer. Ganjiro picked up a recording pen. You don't appear to be from Konoha, old man. Outsiders must be thoroughly registered. Shinmo Tsukuyami scrutinized the newcomer, saying, I apologize. But please remove your mask. It is a village regulation that all entrants must have their true identities recorded. The visitor secretly chuckled to himself, relieved that he had employed the technique of facial alteration. As Shinmo Tsukuyami captured the photograph, Steel Iron began his inquiry, documenting. Your name? Kuma. Occupation? Wandering traveler. Where are you from? Once the formalities were completed, the two final barriers of Konoha permitted the individual entry into the village. Not far from the gate, unnoticed by anyone, a peculiar black tentacle extended from Kuma's chest, seemingly excitedly searching for something. Steel Iron stretched lazily and complained, It seems there are more people entering Konoha today than usual. As night fell, the streets of Konoha were ablaze with light. Sarutobi Konohamaru, at the tender age of 4 or 5, strutted confidently along the street, followed closely by his elite teacher, Ebisu. From the shadows, several figures observed quietly. They were the Umbu assigned to protect Konohamaru. Ebisu tirelessly explained to the young master the path to becoming Hokage, a task entrusted to him by none other than the legendary third Hokage, the strongest of his lineage. Konohamaru, remember what I tell you. Do not underestimate my words. I am, after all, the foremost authority on Konoha's theoretical teachings. He insisted. You possess the potential of a Hokage. If you diligently follow my guidance, you shall undoubtedly become a great Hokage, just like Lord Third. Ebisu continued to repeat. Konohamaru grinned widely, revealing a gap-toothed smile with several missing teeth, exclaiming, I don't want a teacher like you. All you ever talk about is my grandfather. It's so annoying. I want to forge my own path. With that declaration, he strode into the Sarutobi clan's territory, dismissively ignoring Ebisu. Having successfully escorted the young master back, Ebisu paused, gazing at the silhouette of his student and murmuring, Lord Third Hokage, your grandson may well surpass you. He nodded slightly to the concealed Umbu guards before turning to leave. Chapter 22. Gratitude for the gifts of Konoha. As the night deepened, the lights in Konohamaru's room extinguished, and the Umbu ninjas stationed around began to take a moment to rest. However, no one noticed a heart, cloaked in black tendrils, silently infiltrating the room. The following day, as Konohamaru remained indoors for an unusually long time, the Umbu squad leader felt a stir of unease. One of his comrades inquired, Captain, what should we do? Konohamaru has never been this late to emerge. Let us wait a bit longer. As the sun ascended high in the sky, the squad leader's apprehension intensified. He swiftly moved to the door of the room and pushed it open. The scene before him elicited a gasp of shock. Instinctively, he assumed a defensive stance, gripping the hilt of his short blade. Moments later, clarity struck him, and he bellowed, quickly, report to Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Konohamaru, his words faltered, as he grappled with how to convey the grim reality. The remaining Umbu ninjas materialized in the room, their astonishment palpable as they surveyed the emptiness. How could this be? We have not left for even a moment. The room lay stark and desolate, save for the abundant bloodstains that marred the bed. Within the Hokage building, Shimura Danzo stormed in. His expression twisted in fury as he cast a glance at his 3 old friends in the office. The Shimura clan faced multiple assassination attempts last night. Many of my juniors are missing. Mito Gate gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Our clans have encountered similar circumstances. Damn it, is it that accursed Uchiha again? What shall we do now? We must adopt the most stringent measures. We cannot allow this to continue. Hiruzen, the 3 advisors and aides, in a state of agitation, voiced their concerns. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his expensive tobacco. First, we shall issue an order to seal the village's entrances, escalate to a level 2 alert, and have the Umbu thoroughly investigate all individuals who recently entered Konoha. Shimura Danzo's single eye flared with intensity. We must escalate to a level 1 alert. Recall all forces back to the village and initiate a cleansing operation. Sarutobi Hiruzen countered. Konoha is the leaf of the Land of Fire. We cannot neglect other defenses and missions for the sake of our families. Danzo roared in fury. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Hiruzen exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Danzo, I am the Hokage. At that moment, an Umbu ninja emerged from the floor like a specter, maintaining a half-kneeling posture. Danzo, impatient, barked, What is it? The Umbu ninja bowed his head, trembling as he reported, Young Master Konohamaru is missing. A significant amount of blood was found in his room. Bang! What? The simultaneous roar and the shattering of the desk resounded as Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand down. The entire village is to immediately enter a level 1 alert. Seal Konoha completely. And activate the barrier to its utmost strength. Hiruzen's furious shout stunned everyone present, plunging the room into silence. Observing the crowd frozen in place, Hiruzen raised his voice. Hurry. Yes. The Umbu ninja promptly departed to relay the orders. The three old friends summoned their subordinates to issue directives. And the staff within the Hokage building were mobilized, causing the entire Hidden Leaf village to become bustling with activity. At that moment, a wandering traveler had just completed his registration and was making his way towards the village gate. Steel Iron, observing the large sack on the traveler's back, chuckled. The uncle seems to have taken quite a liking to our local specialties, purchasing so many items. Indeed, the treasures of the leaf are simply splendid. He added with a grin. The traveler, named Kaku, continued onward without a backward glance. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of ANBU ninjas appeared at the gate, and an ANBU captain called out loudly, Seal the gate. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Steel Iron and the Moonlight Shuiwa were taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many ANBU operatives. There were at least 50 or 60 of them. What is going on? ANBU brothers? Has something occurred? Steel Iron discreetly stowed away the playing cards he often used to pass the time and inquired. The ANBU captain approached the two gatekeepers and, with a serious demeanor, asked, Has anyone left the village during this time? Shuiwa's expression shifted. Just a moment ago, a man named Kaku left the village carrying a large sack. What? Why did you let him go? What was in that sack? The two gatekeepers exchanged glances. And Steel Iron replied, There are no orders prohibiting entry or exit, and we just inspected the Uncle's sack. It contained some scrolls and Leaf Village souvenirs. Scrolls. Storage scrolls. The ANBU captain was taken aback, hastily pressing further. What were you doing? Where did he go? Steel Iron's displeasure became apparent. He felt the ANBU were unfairly targeting him. Did the gatekeepers not have any dignity? Realizing his tone was inappropriate, the ANBU captain took a deep breath and calmly stated, There have been numerous assassination incidents in the village, and the Hokage has personally ordered an investigation. Upon hearing this, Steel Iron nodded. If he left the leaf, he must be heading far away from it. The ANBU captain swiftly turned and, after issuing a few commands, led two teams out of the village in pursuit. However, even after chasing for quite some distance, they found not a trace of their quarry. The ANBU captain, clutching a photograph of Kaku, felt an urgent anxiety. He had lost the Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru Sarutobi. If he allowed the suspect to escape again, he felt he would have no face left to show in this world. He intently observed the side member of his team who was currently sensing the surroundings. This member belonged to the Hyuga clan and was fully activating his Byakugan to scan for any signs. How is it? The ANBU captain could no longer contain his impatience and inquired. The Byakugan-wielding ANBU member shook his head. There are no signs of the enemy within several miles. Damn it. Continue the pursuit. We must locate this suspect. They, of course, would not be able to catch Kaku, who had by now removed the disguise he had acquired, revealing his true identity as Kakuzu. Kakuzu's speed was astonishing, riding a black, lightning-infused beast, its tail roaring with wind and fire, akin to a super engine operating at full throttle. Haha, what a thrill. Thank you, Great Leaf Village, for your generous gifts. Kakuzu erupted into a hearty laugh, reveling in his substantial gains, having preliminarily estimated that he had claimed the lives of over 100 million Ryo. He was acutely aware of the inherent risks, for Konoha was not a place to be trifled with. Thus, Kakuzu acted with prudence, swiftly reaping his rewards and making a hasty exit from the village. He had prepared himself for a fierce escape, anticipating that Konoha might have already taken measures to seal off the village. To his surprise, however, Konoha's response was remarkably sluggish. Nevertheless, he sensed the stirrings within the village, clearly noting that they had begun to mobilize. As soon as he exited the gates of Konoha, he unleashed his full power, employing wind, fire, and lightning to accelerate his flight, fully aware that such exertion would deplete his chakra. yet akin to the sacrifices he made to reach Konoha. Every effort was justified. After all, should he become entangled with Konoha's shinobi, the village's elite would inevitably swarm to the scene. Though Kakuzu was audacious, he understood the gravity of being ensnared in such a predicament, even one as formidable as himself would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 23. The Great Betrayal of the Shinobi. A few days later, Fuyun arrived at the currency exchange, carrying the lifeless body of a shinobi from the Sarutobi clan. After skillfully completing the bounty exchange, he and Jueni retreated to the VIP chamber to enjoy tea once more. Fuyun had become not only Jueni's most significant client, but also a benefactor. Since their acquaintance, Jueni had amassed wealth that he had not seen in decades. Along with status and honor, he now held a prominent position within the currency exchange organization. Jueni poured a cup of exquisite tea for Fuyun and gestured invitingly before producing a set of prepared documents from his robe, handing them to Fuyun. My anonymous friend, over half of the bounties you posted have been fulfilled. This uproar has grown rather substantial, he remarked. Fuyun perused the records of completed hunts and collected bounties, which were accompanied by a thick stack of death certificates. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted the words Sarutobi Konohamaru, killed. He eagerly unfolded the relevant page, revealing photographs of the corpse of a child approximately 4 or 5 years old, captured from both the front and side angles. Where's the body of the deceased? I specifically noted that I required a view of the corpse in my last bounty, Fuyun exclaimed. Jueni nodded in acknowledgement, responding, the bodies redeemed for bounties are distributed across various regions of the shinobi world, and transporting them takes time. However, rest assured, my anonymous friend, it will be delivered shortly. Fuyun nodded knowingly. I cannot afford to wait that long. You may handle the other corpses as you see fit, but the body of Sarutobi Konohamaru must be expedited. Very well, this will save us considerable manpower and resources. On behalf of the currency exchange, I shall offer you a 30% discount on your next order. Jueni replied with a smile. Fuyun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do you possess the authority to make such a significant decision? Jueni's smile widened. My dear friend, I have gained a certain stature in the black market. Haha, these matters are trivial. However, Jueni's mirth soon faded as Fuyun inscribed a bounty for a chunin of the Shimura clan, Shimura Mayu. Chunin, bounty of 30 million ryo. This individual was a recently discovered shinobi, the only nephew of Shimura Danzo. Jueni glanced at the bounty list in his hand and cautioned, my anonymous friend, do not be hasty with your expenditures. Even at a discount, you will still need to part with a considerable sum. Jueni could not help but feel anxious, as this would result in a loss of 9 million ryo for the exchange. Furthermore, a mere chunin would typically be valued at just a few million ryo under normal circumstances. Fuyun waved dismissively. It's nothing, just a small amount. Jueni nodded, refraining from further comments, as doing so might portray him as petty. Very well then, my anonymous friend. I will inform you of our next meeting place through a messenger hawk. As Fuyun admired the morbid artistry of the deaths of the 4 great clans, he looked up, puzzled. Does your statement imply that the currency exchange is relocating? As Chieni organized the documents, he remarked, indeed, and it is urgent. Konoha is furious, having launched consecutive assaults on several of our branches. The headquarters has issued orders for us to relocate. Fuyun, with a worried expression, inquired, you aren't intimidated by Konoha, are you? Will you refrain from conducting business henceforth? Laughing heartily, Chieni responded, intimidated by Konoha? Not at all. Our exchange has existed for nearly a millennium. Long before Konoha's ancestors emerged, we had already established our dominance in the world of ninjas. However, Konoha does possess substantial resources from the great nations backing them. There is no need for a direct confrontation. We merely adopt certain countermeasures. Should Konoha, or rather the Land of Fire, overstep their bounds, there will be those who will negotiate on our behalf. We need not concern ourselves with it. Fuyun nodded in agreement, reasoning that Konoha was merely acting out of momentary anger. If they were to engage in a life-and-death struggle with a black market titan like the exchange, even if Konoha were to prevail, the losses would be staggering. Moreover, how could the exchange be so easily eradicated? Where there are people, there exists a community. Where there is a community, the exchange will thrive. As long as light persists, the shadows of the black market will endure, as it has always been. Unless the world were to explode and humanity in the ninja realm were to perish. Furthermore, whether it be Konoha or the aristocrats of the Land of Fire, they have benefited from the black market and the dealings with the exchange. Without them, who would undertake their dirty work and laborious tasks? Brother Wuming, You ought to keep a low profile lately. Your bounty has skyrocketed to 90 million Ryo. It is now equivalent to the bounty of Konoha's copied ninjas. As he spoke, Shinny handed over a bounty notice for Uchiha Fuyun, which indeed indicated an increase from 30 million Ryo to 90 million Ryo. Fuyun, however, wore a nonchalant expression, even displaying a hint of pride. At this moment, he truly embodied a formidable rogue ninja. Wow, this Uchiha Fuyun is quite valuable. Fuyun jested with a smile. Shinny, choosing not to expose his facade, smiled and nodded. After the two exchanged information and funds, Fuyun departed from the exchange. Casting a glance back at the familiar temple, he realized he might not return here again. After all, the exchange would soon be relocating, and parting with this familiar place left him feeling somewhat reluctant. It was a wonderful place, filled with talent. He adored it dearly. Not only for the wealth he could amass, but also for the assistance it provided in eliminating his foes. It felt like a home, offering him everything that Konoha could not. Cackling to himself, Fuyun continued forward, intent on procuring some combat gear. As he traversed a stretch of forest, his keen senses detected a trace of danger. Suddenly, an ominous aura enveloped him, and a formidable mental force conjured the image of a gigantic serpent behind him, its gaping maw seemingly poised to devour him in the next instant. With a quiet sigh, Fuyun thought, "It appears I have indeed attracted unwanted attention." Yet he remained calm, halting his steps and letting out a cold snort. "Come forth. Let me see who dares to seek their demise." With a swift motion, he grasped at the air, and a 1-meter-long katana emerged from the storage scroll hidden within his sleeve, materializing in his hand. The young man stood resolutely, his towering height of nearly 1.80 meters exuding an unparalleled pride, his handsome visage revealed beneath the hood, enigmatic yet frigid. Just as Fuyun assumed a battle stance, the surroundings trembled as dozens of enormous black serpents materialized, encircling him in the center. With his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning into formation, Fuyun held his sword horizontally, poised for combat. "Ah, how intriguing," came a sinister voice from the depths of the forest, reminiscent of a hunter observing and toying with its prey. Fuyun's pupils constricted. That voice, along with the aura and serpent-based jutsu, "You must be Orochimaru, am I correct?" Chapter 24, Lord Orochimaru. "Oh, you are able to recognize me? This situation has certainly become more intriguing." Heh. The chilling and hoarse laughter continued to echo. "So, Lord Fuyun, let us see what your qualifications truly entail." Before the words had fully left his lips, countless gigantic serpents launched their attacks, frantically coiling and biting towards Fuyun. The 3-tomo Sharingan spun as Fuyun deftly maneuvered through the throng of snakes, his blade dancing through the air and spraying crimson droplets. Clang, clang, clang. One massive serpent after another fell to the ground, yet an unending wave of giants continued to surge forth. In a swift motion, Fuyun leapt onto a tree trunk, planting his blade beside him as he rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted, and Fuyun continued to exhale a torrent of scorching chakra, igniting the surrounding forest, preventing the serpents from drawing near. Orochimaru's sinister voice rang out. "Oh, the scale and intensity of this fire release rivals that of Itachi. However, ninja art, serpent multitude formation." With a thunderous roar, thousands of black serpents surged forth like a tsunami, annihilating everything in their path, causing the forest to vanish beneath the horror of the serpentine onslaught. Hey, is this not playing by the rules? Starting off with such a grand display? As he stared at the overwhelming tide of serpents, Fuyun felt a chill creep up his spine, his fear of densely packed threats threatening to overwhelm him. He was not Uzumaki Naruto, capable of shattering countless techniques with sheer explosive chakra. Nevertheless, Fuyun summoned 3 shadow clones, simultaneously unleashing fire release ninjutsu to counter the serpent tide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each serpent spat forth long swords, entering an offensive stance, bombarding Fuyun's expansive fire technique. The inferno clashed with the sea of serpents, each force mutually extinguishing the other, sending shockwaves of energy cascading through the air. Seeing that his full-strength fire release had finally halted the serpent tide, Fuyun sighed in relief, only to sense a dangerous presence behind him. Whoosh! Several colossal pythons swiftly ensnared both Fuyun and his clones, gradually constricting their grip. Bang, bang, bang. The clones could no longer withstand the pressure and dissipated into smoke, leaving only the original entangled in the serpentine embrace. Shadow clones, you say? Judging by the performance of the clones just now, Lord Feiyun's chakra reserves are indeed substantial. Impressive. Quite impressive. Orochimaru's silky hair billowed in the fierce wind as he gazed intently at Uchiha Fuyun, unable to resist extending his moist tongue. Fuyun felt his handsome visage being harshly licked, leaving a damp sensation. A shiver ran down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over. I must say, while we converse, could we refrain from physical contact? Or, dare I say, the use of tongues? Noticing Orochimaru's greedy gaze fixated on his form, Fuyun felt increasingly uncomfortable. Must it be this way? We are all strikingly handsome men. How can countless lovesick maidens possibly endure your behavior? Fuyun suppressed the chill in his heart and inquired. I am quite curious. How did you find me? My movements should have been quite clandestine, leaving no trace behind. For him, this was no great feat. Orochimaru felt he had successfully ensnared Uchiha Fuyun and was more than willing to engage in further conversation. He continued with a smile. Many in the ninja world do not fear Konoha, yet only one would offer a staggering bounty on the families of those old-timers in Konoha. Fuyun nodded. That distinguished figure in the ninja realm is none other than myself. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips as he elaborated. By consolidating various intelligence sources, one can roughly deduce the initial area where the bounty first appeared. By focusing on that particular region's currency exchange, one could indeed encounter Lord Fuyun. Could they not? And I just happened to be within that area. It must be said, the timing was indeed fortuitous. Had Orochimaru arrived even a moment later, Fuyun would no longer have been in the vicinity. Fuyun maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, So, Orochimaru, what wisdom do you seek from me? Oh, esteemed Fuyun, do you comprehend what eternal life truly is? Orochimaru posed his classic philosophical inquiry. Fuyun pondered for a moment before responding, I believe I do. Yet, I remain unsure. Which is why I seek a perfect vessel. Orochimaru's words faltered. You already understand? Uchiha Fuyun's response left Orochimaru momentarily taken aback. As the most intellectually esteemed individual in the ninja world found his thoughts momentarily derailed. Fuyun smiled and nodded. Surely. Such philosophical inquiries could hardly confound one who had received a basic education from Huaxia. Papers on such ultimate topics are often lofty and grand. However, because of this, they frequently lack a definitive answer. Not to mention, aside from academic papers, there are countless videos on this very subject. Were Fuyun to elaborate, he could discourse with Orochimaru for an entire day and night. For instance, some live despite being dead, while others appear to live on after death. Thus, eternity implies being remembered through the ages, never to be forgotten, and so forth, leading us to ponder how we should proceed. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Then, esteemed Fuyun, what do you define as eternal life? Fuyun also smiled in response. It is the immortality of the spirit. Only by relinquishing the physical form can one attain true corporeality. To relinquish the physical form to attain corporeality. Orochimaru trembled, murmuring Fuyun's words. In that moment, Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes glistened with moisture, at long last. He encountered someone who understood his lifelong pursuit. Suddenly, with a flash of cold light, the massive serpent constricting Fuyun was sliced into countless segments, chakra bursting forth and scattering the blood. Fuyun extricated himself from his restraints, and Orochimaru exhibited little surprise, for he had already discerned that this individual was extraordinary. From the very beginning, Uchiha Fuyun had never displayed even a hint of fear. Moreover, and of paramount importance, Orochimaru has just perceived the formidable mental prowess of Uchiha Fuyun. It is essential to note that the reincarnation ritual of No Corpse Turn revolves around the seizing of mental power. Orochimaru senses that even with the advantage of his home ground, he cannot wrest control of Uchiha Fuyun's body, for his mental strength is overwhelmingly potent. Breaking free from his constraints, Fuyun chose not to continue his assault. Instead, he flicked the blood from his blade and sheathed it. Orochimaru, are you familiar with the techniques of mental cultivation? Mental cultivation techniques? Orochimaru responded with a perplexed expression. Fuyun, having sheathed his sword, pressed on. What about the ancient mental cultivators? Orochimaru remained bewildered. Mental cultivators? Fuyun nodded, beginning to weave a tale, in an era long past. There existed an empire wherein chakra was yet undiscovered. The inhabitants practiced the art of mental strength, often referred to as cultivators. They soared to the heavens and dived into the abyss to capture dragons. They contended with the heavens, living for millennia, enjoying eternity. With stars in their grasp and fists shattering the sun, a single sword's brilliance could illuminate 19 continents, traversing 30,000 miles between gods and demons. In a world devoid of you and me, the path to eternity stretches on like an endless night. O Orochimaru. Chapter 25, The Deception of Orochimaru Without You. The heavens would not have birthed me. The eternal path stretches infinitely, akin to a long, dark night. O Orochimaru. The fervent roar of Fuyun reverberated in Orochimaru's ears, causing his mind to thrum with intensity and his blood to boil. Orochimaru felt as though he might ignite with passion. However, moments later, as he regained his composure, he sensed something amiss. Ancient spiritual force practitioners? Despite my extensive knowledge and insight into the world's mysteries, how have I never encountered such a notion? A fleeting hint of awkwardness flickered in Fuyun's eyes, yet he concealed it adeptly, leaving Orochimaru oblivious. Of course, you have never heard of it. These are merely fabrications of my own making. Yet, I genuinely wish to explore the applications and intricacies of my 60th tier of spiritual force through your wisdom. Thus I spun this grand tale. Maintaining his composure, Fuyun adopted the characteristic aloofness of the Uchiha clan, speaking in an affectation of profundity. Certainly. You have not heard of it. Do you think that was from an era long past? During that time? Even the ancestor of the Sage of Six Paths had yet to be born, much like you, Orochimaru. Others are simply unqualified to grasp such matters. Fuyun's demeanor radiated pride, as though he were looking down upon Orochimaru through his nostrils, masterfully embodying the unique aura of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, yet he managed to inquire. Then, Fuyun, how do you possess this knowledge? Fuyun responded nonchalantly, because I am a practitioner of spiritual force. Ah, I see. Could you possibly teach me? Fuyun, I can assist you in your quest for revenge. Orochimaru licked his lips in anticipation. Fuyun sighed softly. In truth, I am only partially informed, and I lack the means to utilize it effectively. I am also uncertain about the path of advancement ahead. However, is the eternal path not characterized by such uncertainty and boundless mysteries filled with challenges? Orochimaru nodded in agreement, not wishing to harbor further doubts. Having ascended from humble beginnings, he understood better than most that this world is rife with the unknown. Who can say what ancient wonders lie ahead? Perhaps there truly exist beings of transcendent power? Orochimaru's interest in the enigma of Uchiha Fuyun deepened, and he smiled as he remarked, spiritual force. Thus, this is the secret behind your immortality? Indeed, it could be considered so. Seeing that Orochimaru was aware of his immortality, Fuyun felt no surprise. After all, this information had already reached Konoha. It was not particularly difficult for Orochimaru to acquire it. Orochimaru's golden slit-like pupils gleamed with a fervent desire, although he might not attain Uchiha Fuyun's form. This presented an intriguing avenue for research, did it not? With a newfound direction for his eternal path and a compelling case before him, success was surely within reach. Given Orochimaru's formidable capabilities, reflecting on Uchiha Fuyun's unwavering composure throughout their encounter, as well as the multitude of secrets he had divulged, Orochimaru was convinced that this young man had long desired to collaborate with him. How intriguing! Orochimaru instinctively licked his lips and pondered. How could such a formidable and perfect practitioner of mental fortitude meet his demise? Fuyun spread his hands and replied, extremes will inevitably reverse. Prosperity must decline. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, questioning, what do you mean? Noticing Orochimaru's persistent inquiry, Fuyun strove to think deeply and continued to elaborate. For instance, if we were to achieve eternal dominion over all beings, would we not bring an end to the era of ninjas? He locked eyes with Orochimaru's golden slit pupils, asserting, given our disdain for the ninja world and our contempt for fragile lives, wouldn't that be the case? Orochimaru, appearing contemplative, eventually nodded, it is entirely possible. Ninjutsu and ninjas only bring death and suffering to the world, nothing more. The two departed from the battlefield, as the commotion from their skirmish had drawn the attention of nearby ninjas, prompting some to investigate. On their way to Orochimaru's lair, Fuyun shared the details of his physical condition and issues regarding his mental fortitude. After all, he hoped to discover a breakthrough through Orochimaru. The pursuit of immortality was not his primary concern. He simply sought to acquire sufficient strength. After listening to Fuyun's account, Orochimaru contemplated for a moment before responding, to be honest, I envy your situation. Your future achievements may very well surpass mine, and you might reach eternity before I do. Based on your physical condition and mental strength, I surmise that you should be able to perfectly endure the cells of Hashirama. At this revelation, Fuyun's interest was piqued, And he echoed Orochimaru's words, cells of Hashirama? While he understood that Hashirama's cells were extraordinary, he was not well versed in their mechanics or the associated risks. Orochimaru nodded, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The cells of Hashirama are the greatest treasure in the ninja world. Their vitality surpasses even that of the progenitor of ninjas, the Sage of Six Paths. This meant that, in many respects, the power of Hashirama's cells was even more valuable than that of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon hearing Orochimaru's declaration, Fuyun's expression reflected his aspirations. Then, I must implore you, Orochimaru, to assist me in the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. However, Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Ah, Fuyun, although I have cultivated quite a number of Hashirama's cells, they are my most precious possession. Why would I grant them to you? Fuyun awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. I offer you my research on the eternal aspect of mental fortitude. Isn't such a substantial data contribution sufficient? Orochimaru shook his head. That is your path. No matter how I study it, it will ultimately serve to advance you. We merely benefit one another. Indeed, it was clear that both were cunning individuals. Acquiring power was far from an easy endeavor. Fuyun could not help but let out a sigh. Acknowledging the truth in the ancient saying, there is no such thing as a free lunch. So what must I do to assist in the transplantation of interstitial cells? He inquired. Orochimaru remained silent, hastening ahead, leaving Fuyun unable to discern his expression. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru finally spoke. Let us see how our relationship unfolds. I must first understand what manner of person you are. Upon hearing these words, Fuyun felt a jolt of surprise coursing through him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Surely not. Orochimaru, we are both men. There is no need for such implications. Orochimaru, momentarily taken aback, turned to regard Fuyun. Realizing that the young man had misconstrued his words, with a sly smile, Orochimaru replied, in truth, I could also embody a woman. Fuyun wished he could slap himself for his loose tongue. Why must he delve into such unsettling topics? Chapter 26. A new world at long last. We have arrived. Lord Fuyun. After a lengthy day of travel, the two companions finally reached a somewhat desolate village. Following Orochimaru, Fuyun walked through the gate, which bore the inscription Hidden Sound. Hidden Sound Village? I had presumed we were heading to your base. Little did I know that you had established a ninja village in the Land of Rice. Observing the modest and somewhat austere village before him, Fuyun remarked, this is a ninja village founded by a group of comrades united by a common goal. Orochimaru's gaze was distant. Fuyun, puzzled, inquired, a common goal? The gentle breeze tousled Orochimaru's long hair. Indeed, the Land of Rice has long suffered under the devastation wrought by Konoha, and here, many ninjas harbor animosity towards the Land of Fire. This was a revelation to Fuyun, who became intrigued and pressed on with his questions. You seem to harbor quite a grudge against Konoha as well. What is the reason behind it? Is it merely because Sarutobi Hiruzen did not select you as the fourth Hokage? Orochimaru's expression was calm, yet a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. The fourth Hokage was destined to be either myself or the White Fang of Konoha. Our merits exceed that of any 10 Minatos combined. Fuyun nodded in understanding. Having reviewed pertinent documentation that detailed the illustrious deeds of both men, particularly notable was the White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, whose accomplishments, aside from those of the founding brothers of the village, could be deemed unparalleled. The White Fang repeatedly vanquished the sand-hidden village of the Land of Wind, thwarted the incursions of various great nations, and instilled fear in the Rain Country, preventing Hanzo the Salamander from advancing. This legendary figure, Kakashi's father, amassed an extraordinary record of achievements, ultimately receiving a tattered Hokage cloak as the only reward for his unparalleled service. Though Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas, may not have rivaled the White Fang, he too had a multitude of accomplishments, having completed far more high-ranking missions than Namake's Minato. In the realm of ninjas, the number of high-ranking missions serves as the true measure of merit. Yet, in the end, the White Fang met an inexplicable demise, his reputation unjustly tarnished. Victim to the brutality of public opinion that led to his death, Konoha never uttered a single word in his defense. It is difficult to fathom that the Land of Fire would forsake such a national treasure. Surely, the missions that the White Fang was unable to complete during that period could not have existed unless they were deliberately crafted traps, designed to ensnare him with impossible tasks, such as assassinating a certain Kage or stealing from the treasury of a major nation. Considering Konoha's indifference to the White Fang's demise, Fuyun harbored serious doubts, suspecting that everything was orchestrated to eliminate this heroic figure. As for Orochimaru, who dedicated the first half of his life to Konoha, risking his life countless times, he was subsequently relegated to the infamous route, becoming a subordinate of Danzo during the height of the fourth Hokage selection. This led to an ever-deteriorating reputation for Orochimaru, who ultimately lost the position of fourth Hokage. Disheartened, he began to collaborate with Danzo on forbidden jutsu and embarked on human experimentation. But what was the outcome? The details of his experiments were exposed, branding Orochimaru as a notorious rogue ninja, while Danzo faced no repercussions, merely receiving a reprimand from the third Hokage. Standing at the entrance of the Sound Village, Orochimaru spoke softly, "Do you know?" In order to elevate Minato. They even crafted an image of him as a savior, the hero who single-handedly concluded the Ninja World War. While I concede that Minato is indeed remarkable, the very notion of such titles provokes a chuckle for me. Fuyun nodded. I too find it amusing that the savior met his demise at the hands of a tailed beast. Haha. Orochimaru cast a grateful glance at Fuyun and continued. Do you understand why they are so enamored with Minato, pushing him towards the position of Hokage? Fuyun stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. Perhaps it is because Minato possesses a gentle disposition, making him easier to control. A look of surprise crossed Orochimaru's face. I did not expect someone as young as you to be so perceptive. I find myself increasingly fond of you, Fuyun-kun. Perhaps you should refrain from such sentiments. Orochimaru, as if having found a kindred spirit, became quite loquacious and continued, in truth, my disdain for the selection of the fourth is not primarily due to my animosity towards Konoha and the third. Do you know why, Fuyun-kun? Fuyun felt a bit exasperated. Wishing to express, I do not wish to know. However, seeing Orochimaru in high spirits, he deemed it unwise to dampen the mood and thus remained silent. Yet, Orochimaru persisted. Rather, I find Konoha exceedingly dull. Everything about it is monotonous, whether it be the Hokage or the ninjas. What is this will of fire but an endless cycle of slaughter and death? I can scarcely recall the number of comrades I have lost, nor can I remember how many foreign ninjas I have slain. It is far too many. Fuyun chuckled. Orochimaru-kun, is it truly wise to criticize the Hokage so openly? The third spared your life once. Orochimaru smirked with a hint of derision. He is far too concerned with maintaining his pristine image. To kill me would tarnish his reputation as a master who has slain his own disciple. And do you truly believe he could have vanquished me? It is quite ironic that his three beloved disciples have long distanced themselves from Konoha, reluctant even to meet him, especially Tsunade, who harbors as much disdain for the third as I do. Fuyun's eyes brightened. By the way, could we persuade Tsunade to join our cause? Her brother, lover, and even her entire clan perished during this time. Orochimaru shook his head. Tsunade's will is not something we can sway, though she despises the old fogies of Konoha. She holds a deep-seated love for the village itself. As for Jiraiya, what a fool. Fuyun's lips twitched. Hadn't he inquired about Jiraiya? For he was contemplating an opportunity to eliminate him. A mist enveloped the valley, while the morning light, sharp as a blade, sliced through the lingering night air. Orochimaru stood upon the newly constructed stone steps, his pallid fingertips gliding over the still wet clay. This nascent village, just emerging from the earth, resembled a newly molted serpent. Bare and fragile, coiled within the shadows of the mountains. This was to be their place of rebirth. Laborers were transporting experimental equipment smuggled from various lands, the steel cables creaking upon the wooden framework. The defected medical ninja knelt in the damp cellar, using chakra to weld the glass seams of the incubation pods. A certain exiled shinobi from the hidden mist, immersed in the creation of a barrier technique upon a blank scroll, remained oblivious to the ink that dripped onto his sleeve. Lord Orochimaru, you have returned. Kabuto emerged from the shadows, his glasses reflecting a cold gleam. Is this the Uchiha Fuyun? Fuyun extended a hand in greeting. Kabuto, is it? Pleased to meet you. Kabuto, momentarily taken aback, responded. How do you know me? It seems we have never met. Though we have not met, you are familiar with me. Are you not? At that moment, the sound of chains scraping echoed from outside the village. Orochimaru, Fuyun, and Kabuto simultaneously turned their gaze toward the gate, where, shrouded in morning mist, three spies with their bones pierced by chains stumbled forward, the other ends of the chains gripped by the hands of the Sound Four. The youngest among them suddenly lifted his gaze, revealing eyes akin to those of a mortally wounded beast. A rather keen gaze. Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips as a small serpent slithered from his sleeve, affectionately coiling around the boy's bloodstained neck. The sound force simultaneously knelt in reverence. Lord Orochimaru. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated from afar. A newly constructed smelting factory billowed black smoke as several workers screamed in panic. Swiftly subdued by the patrolling forces and pressed into the mud. The third act of deliberate sabotage, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, noting the surrounding factions had evidently taken notice. No matter, Orochimaru strode toward a building within the village, disregarding the chaos in the distance. You all may go and have your fun. But remember to leave one alive to send back, and do not reveal my identity. Chapter 27. The Unpleasant Place for an Extended Period. Fuyun intended to remain in the company of Orochimaru. The rationale behind this choice was twofold. Firstly, it provided a pathway to strengthen himself, and secondly, Orochimaru was on the verge of executing his plan to bring Konoha to its knees. While the prospect of a bounty was enticing, offering revenge without personal involvement, nothing could compare to the satisfaction of directly infiltrating Konoha. He was determined that they would experience the thrill of having their own blood spilled. On the third day, Fuyun seized a moment to visit the newly established exchange center, retrieving the corpse of Sarutobi Konohamaru. As for Orochimaru, he traversed the various ninja villages, claiming that the pursuit of new experiences and talents was essential for continual advancement. However, Fuyun understood that Orochimaru's true motive was to safeguard the Sound Village. If anyone were to discover Orochimaru's presence there, it would spell disaster for the village. After all, Orochimaru had numerous, formidable enemies. Just considering the Akatsuki's potential assault, the Sound Village would be hard-pressed to endure such an onslaught. Thus, Orochimaru had to maintain a presence across different regions, diverting attention and buying time for the development of the Sound Village, which was rapidly growing with the support of the Land of Whirlpools Lord, Matsuki Saburo. The number of ninjas in the Sound Village was steadily increasing. Within this village, Fuyun's status was second only to Orochimaru, having triumphed over Kimimaro, which commanded respect from Orochimaru's rebellious subordinates. Now, whenever one laid eyes upon the proud Uchiha Fuyun, they were compelled to kneel and respectfully address him as Lord Fuyun. It must be noted that Orochimaru was indeed a fitting mentor. It was no surprise that he had nurtured a host of powerful individuals, including several who had risen to the rank of Kage, such as Uchiha Sasuke, Yakushi Kabuto, and Kimimaro. Remarkably, it was not long after joining him that Fuyun had mastered the utilization of chakra blades and Orochimaru's snake summoning technique. Even a genius like Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel at the prodigious talents emerging from the Uchiha clan. A month later, having just hunted down a ninja from the Uchiha clan and returned to the Sound Village, Fuyun was approached by Orochimaru. "Fuyun-kun, let us step out for a moment," he said with a smile, a hemp rope secured around his waist. "I have no time. I must practice my ninjutsu, and I need to claim my bounty shortly." Fuyun gestured to the corpse of the Uchiha man slung over his back. Orochimaru crossed his arms. "Do not say that. For you are now a member of the Sound Village. Look at that body you carry. Fuyun-kun, such trivial matters can be entrusted to your subordinates. Engaging in every task personally only hinders your training." Fuyun smirked slightly. "You certainly have a way with words. These are all your subordinates. Where are mine? Oh, is there anyone who disobeys? I shall take care of them." All right, I concede." Fuyun waved his hand and tossed the Uchiha corpse towards Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru did not reach out to catch it. Instead, he elegantly sidestepped the approaching body. How careless. Orochimaru turned and called out to the young girl, standing guard not far away. The girl hurriedly approached and respectfully bowed, inquiring, "Lord Orochimaru, what is your command?" "Take this corpse of the Shimura clan and exchange it for the bounty at the gold exchange." "Understood." Fuyun and Orochimaru swiftly made their way to an underground casino in the Land of Fire. "You indulge in such pastimes?" Fuyun remarked disdainfully. "To be honest, I detest this. It offers only fleeting pleasure, leading to a family pyre. No, I merely came to procure some supplies. My reserves of experimental subjects have dwindled." Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his lips. The dim gaslight flickered against the low ceiling, distorting shadows into monstrous shapes. The murky air was thick with the stench of low-quality tobacco, alcohol, and sweat, occasionally pierced by the metallic tang of blood. The casino had no windows, and time lost its significance within these walls. Money, desire, despair, everything here was assigned a price. Beside a roulette table surrounded by eager onlookers, A gaunt man trembled as he placed his final chip, his daughter's indentured contract. The dealer grinned, revealing a glint of gold in the light. Once placed, bets are final. The roulette spun, and the ivory ball danced among the numbers, producing a chilling clatter. The man's pupils constricted as he followed the ball, his throat tightening as he swallowed a silent prayer. Clack! The ball landed on 0. Instantly, the man's complexion turned ashen. 2 enforcers, masked in leather, approached silently, lifting his limp body. A middle-aged man, his eyes clouded yet filled with desire, lost his last borrowed chip and attempted to flee, only to be apprehended by the enforcers. Dragged away amid pleas for mercy, their time to retrieve the money had long since expired. Proceed as per the usual rules, the small-time boss waved dismissively, calculating interest with one hand and penalties with the other. The dull thuds of blunt instruments striking bones echoed from a back room, soon drowned by the laughter of gamblers. Fuyun followed Orochimaru, absorbing the scene before them. They soon ascended to the second floor. The private rooms on the second floor were draped in crimson velvet curtains, inside which even more sordid games were underway. Another wager, an umbu trader pushed a test tube filled with a pale green liquid onto the gambling table, proclaiming it to be the latest batch of Lord Orochimaru's experimental serum, starting at a bid of 30 million ryo. Fuyun and Orochimaru remained concealed at the doorway, unnoticed by those within. That ninja, is he not one of your subordinates? Fuyun recognized the traitorous ninja. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile. Just a betrayer. None shall leave this place today. After all, my intelligence must remain undisclosed. Fuyun's gaze was filled with scorn. You are merely using this as an excuse to capture more experimental subjects, aren't you? Orochimaru shrugged. Do you truly believe that the denizens of such a place merit pity? Fuyun-kun? Fuyun chuckled softly. No? I wish to eliminate them all. They are merely the vermin of humanity. The nobleman, adorned with a fox mask, delicately tapped the table with his gem-encrusted nails, declaring, I must inspect the goods first. The traitorous ninja let out a cold laugh and abruptly seized the neck of the attendant beside him, forcing the liquid from a vial into her mouth. The girl's scream morphed into a gurgling sound within her throat as serpent-like patterns emerged beneath her skin, and her right pupil fractured. Ah, ah, ah. Her anguished cries transformed into a grotesque shriek, her spine contorting to pierce through her gown. Yet, the nobles leaned forward with excitement, akin to imperial dignitaries reveling in a spectacle of beastly combat. At the rear entrance of the casino, several body bags were routinely dispatched each day. Today's harvest proved fruitful. The enforcer meticulously examined the contents of the bags, a corpse still warm to the touch, 2 usable organs, and 3 vials of fresh spinal fluid. In this depraved paradise, even death was not an endpoint. At that moment, a dozen individuals adorned with headbands inscribed with musical notes emerged, their cold glint striking as one enforcer was swiftly silenced. The remaining enforcers, startled, recognized the ninjas and immediately fell to their knees in supplication. A towering sound ninja reprimanded the assailant. Hey, Lord Orochimaru has instructed us to capture them alive whenever possible. Meanwhile, more sound ninjas appeared, encircling the area. Chapter 28. The malevolent Konoha Orochimaru sensed the commotion outside and turned to Uchiha Fuyun, saying, Fuyun, I entrust you with that group of maggots below. You certainly know how to command others. Fuyun replied, twirling a chip between his fingers as he stepped to the balcony, gazing down at the hall below. He channeled his chakra and bellowed, Maggots! The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the venue, startling everyone present, who turned their gazes toward the source of the sound from the second floor. Fuyun's Sharingan whirled rapidly, unleashing its hypnotic power, plunging the entire casino into a nightmarish crimson illusion. The terrified patrons found their chips transformed into decaying fingers, their drinks morphing into viscous blood, while they themselves grotesquely distorted into horrifying monsters. Amidst the cacophony of panic, many succumbed to mental breakdowns, collapsing to the ground. However, a number of them held firm, shouting in defiance, It's an illusion. Fuyun smirked, forming hand seals, earth-style, rock-spear dance. With a series of explosive sounds, numerous sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, skewering the remaining standing ninjas like shish kebabs. Orochimaru remarked softly, Fuyun, please show mercy to my experimental subjects. At that moment, everyone in the second-floor private room was ensnared by Orochimaru's serpents. Seeing that Fuyun ignored him, Orochimaru hastily performed a jutsu, summoning a multitude of pythons to bind those struggling below, fearing that they might all be eliminated by this young man. Just then, A swarm of sound ninjas burst into the scene, completely taking control of the situation. Orochimaru, pained by the loss of several lives, slowly said, "Fuyun, such a waste. Those were invaluable data." Fuyun shrugged, lamenting, "My strength is insufficient. It is challenging to control the force. If only Lord Orochimaru could assist me in transplanting Hashirama's cells, it wouldn't be like this. Moreover, if I were to acquire Hashirama's cells, I would undoubtedly assist you with greater sincerity, wouldn't I?" Orochimaru gestured for the sound ninjas to escort the captives back to the village, choosing not to dwell on the scene any longer. Upon hearing Fuyun's words, Orochimaru paused momentarily, then replied, "So, Fuyun, you still cling to the matter of Hashirama's cells?" Fuyun smiled. "How could I ever forget?" However, Orochimaru's expression turned grave. "Fuyun, the reason I cannot agree to your request for Hashirama's cells is for your own good. To date, no one has succeeded in the transplantation. While Hashirama's cells are indeed powerful, their very strength renders them unbearable for anyone to withstand their corruption. I have conducted countless experiments, and all those who underwent the transplantation perished." Orochimaru slightly tilted his head back, a look of nostalgia crossing his face as he continued. "The research into Hashirama's cell transplantation has persisted in Konoha for decades, initially undertaken by the Senju clan, but this led to the demise of all participants in the experiment. Konoha, unwilling to concede defeat, continued the trials until the Senju clan was nearly exterminated. It was only when the Senju faced extinction that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, intervened to call off the research. Eventually, I began to delve into research, thus becoming a formidable rogue ninja." Fuyun expressed his astonishment, stating that the strongest individual in Konoha at that time must have been the perfect Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido. After all, she was the wife of Senju Hashirama. Would she truly allow Konoha to ravage the Senju clan? A sinister chuckle escaped Orochimaru as his serpentine tongue flicked across his lips. "Do you truly believe that Uzumaki Mido, witnessing the annihilation of her clan, remained indifferent? She must have long lost hope in Konoha, having little desire to involve herself in its trivial matters." Fuyun nodded in agreement. "That indeed makes sense. Konoha has committed numerous inhumane acts. The Land of Whirlpools, specifically the village of Waza, was the homeland of the Uzumaki clan. They were steadfast allies of Konoha, with several royal princesses marrying into its ranks, imparting the entirety of their sealing techniques to Konoha. Presently, the majority of Konoha's sealing arts derive from the Uzumaki clan. Time and again, they rescued Konoha from peril, standing shoulder to shoulder against common foes. However, in the 41st year of Konoha, the four great nations of lightning, earth, wind, and water united to assault the Land of Whirlpools, seeking to seize their sealing techniques. The war that led to the destruction of their nation persisted for months. Wazo village sent out 39 distress signals to Konoha, yet Konoha never dispatched a single soldier, passively observing the obliteration of the Uzumaki clan. Nevertheless, the Uzumaki clan never blamed Konoha. Their leaders firmly believed that Konoha would come to their aid. Convinced that the absence of Konoha's forces was due to unforeseen circumstances or obstacles. On that fateful night, countless red-haired youths fixated their gaze on the direction of Konoha, ultimately perishing under the blades of the allied forces. Konoha, which once forged the strongest alliance with the Land of Whirlpools, coldly watched as the clan faced annihilation. The advisors of Konoha, alongside Danzo Shimura, insisted on maintaining the status quo for the sake of Konoha's survival and development. In response to Wazo village's repeated pleas for assistance, the third Hokage, with tears in his eyes, reluctantly ordered, "Relay to the border troops to remain vigilant and not cross the line." The Uzumaki clan, until their last breath, believed in Konoha's eventual rescue, while Konoha's upper echelons only valued their sealing techniques and bloodline. The sole surviving Uzumaki, protected by Konoha, was ultimately a means to an end. Uzumaki Kushina was destined to become the next host for the Nine Tails. Fuyun interrupted Orochimaru's reverie. "Hey, I still wish to undergo the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. You've already utilized so many on those subjects, so why not use them on me? Consider me your experimental subject, and you might acquire valuable data." Orochimaru replied softly. "Fuyun, the risks are exceedingly high. There have been no successful cases thus far. I would hate to see you perish." Fuyun couldn't help but think of Tenzu Yamato, chuckling. In truth, there have been successful cases. After a moment's contemplation, Fuyun continued, "Don't think I'm oblivious. You yourself successfully underwent the transplantation, didn't you?" Orochimaru slightly turned his head. You are quite terrifying. How do you know about such matters? However, at present, I am merely transplanting a small quantity of diluted columnar cells. This endeavor represents the culmination of many years of research and the sacrifice of numerous experimental subjects. Fuyun cast a glance at the gamblers being escorted away below and spoke slowly. Orochimaru, do you know? Long ago. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. Mercilessly interrupting Fuyun's rambling. Cease this nonsense. Speak plainly. Fuyun awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, pondering whether Orochimaru had become more astute. What I mean is, in the realm of cultivators, those who harness spiritual power, columnar cells are referred to as the extreme yang sacred body. Orochimaru regarded him askance. Extreme yang sacred body? Is it more formidable than the so-called immortal body? Fuyun continued. Whether it is the immortal body, the extreme yang body, or Tang Sang's flesh, they all possess the attribute of extreme yang, which corresponds to what is now termed yang release chakra in the ninja world. Orochimaru, perplexed, inquired, what exactly is Tang Sang's flesh? And you mentioned yang release chakra. The practical application of yang release chakra is medical ninjutsu. Many shinobi possess yang release chakra. So why do only columnar cells exhibit such vitality? Fuyun cast a disdainful glance at Orochimaru. Are you truly so ignorant? It is precisely because columnar cells belong to the extreme yang sacred body. A surge of malice flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. As if to say, you dare to toy with me? Fuyun waved his hand dismissively. Orochimaru, this is of little consequence. What is crucial is that our Uchiha clan possesses inherently Yin attribute chakra, and the Sharingan epitomizes Yin release. Since Yin can suppress yang, it is imperative that you assist me in transplanting columnar cells. Orochimaru turned his gaze towards the busy sound ninja. It is not suppression, it is neutralization. The fusion of Yin and Yang complements one another. However, as you have stated, columnar cells are extreme Yang, and your meager Yin cannot neutralize the Yang within columnar cells. It will only be incinerated to nothingness. Fuyun gritted his teeth, unwilling to plead further. He produced the research data and materials from the evil god cult, presenting several scrolls densely scribbled with intricate texts to Orochimaru. What is this? Initially, Orochimaru regarded it with indifference, but after a moment of scrutiny, his expression shifted dramatically, his focus irrevocably captivated by the scrolls. His hands trembled slightly as he eagerly scanned the incomprehensible research data and texts, utterly enraptured. Chapter 29. A den of wolves. Orochimaru's pallid fingers glided over the yellowed scroll, and as his fingertips brushed against the blood-written runes, the veins beneath his skin involuntarily spasmed. His pupils constricted into narrow slits, and his golden slit-like eyes gleamed ominously in the shadows, akin to a serpent that has detected its prey. A low, sinister chuckle emerged from deep within his throat, raspy like the sound of a snake's shedding skin scraping against the ground. His elongated tongue instinctively flicked across his lips, the sharp fangs glinting in the dim light. This was the most pivotal experimental data of the cult of the evil god, a complete record of the immortality ritual. The pages were densely packed with notes chronicling the anguished cries and breakdowns of countless living sacrifices, the path of blood flowing within the array, and the energy fluctuations as souls were torn asunder. Each symbol seemed to writhe, revealing to Orochimaru the forbidden threshold that transcended life and death. Perfect. Too perfect. His fingers suddenly tightened. A small white snake slithered out from his sleeve, affectionately coiling around his wrist, as if sharing in its master's exhilaration. This was not merely eternal life. It was a blasphemy against the realm of the divine. Orochimaru appeared to have discovered a new avenue for research. Although it might not directly apply to him, the invaluable data and novel pathway offered profound insights that could assist him in forging his own path to immortality. Fuyun extended his hand. Have you finished? Return it to me. However, Orochimaru swiftly tucked the scroll away, a sly grin on his face. Oh, come now, Fuyun-kun. Don't be so stingy. Let me study it a bit longer. I'll return it to you in a few days. Upon hearing this, Fuyun chuckled with annoyance, resolutely stretching out his hand. No way. You won't even part with a single cell of Hashirama for me to transplant, and yet you call me stingy? Why would I return such a treasure to you? Orochimaru licked his lips. Fuyun-kun, surely this isn't all the data you possess? You must have more, don't you? That is none of your concern. If you want to give me Hashirama's cells for transplantation, you can forget about anything else. With that, Fuyun moved forward to reclaim the scroll. I understand. Orochimaru hurriedly retreated a couple of steps. evading Fuyun's grasp, and adjusted his torn clothing. How about this? You provide me with all the research data from the cult of the evil god, and I will assist you in transplanting Hashirama's cells. Fuyun smiled with satisfaction. Now that sounds more reasonable. Here, take this. With that, Fuyun produced a space storage ninjutsu scroll and tossed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru eagerly caught the scroll, hastily deciphering its seal, summoning forth a plethora of experimental data and documents. His golden snake-like eye scanned the amassed information on the ground, his entire being brimming with excitement. Akin to a ravenous ghost entranced by an exquisite beauty. After waiting for a moment, Fuyun, growing impatient, remarked, "Hey, everyone has already left. How long do you intend to stare at this?" Orochimaru, feeling unsatisfied, began to gather the scattered scrolls and documents before slowly rising. This is indeed remarkable. Yet akin to the cells of Hashirama, it seems there is no one in this world capable of successfully obtaining such power. It is far too difficult. Fuyun tilted his head and replied, "What in this world is easy? For ordinary people, merely surviving is fraught with insurmountable challenges. And even if one manages to endure through countless trials, they are merely destined to toil as beasts of burden for all their days. If eternal life and immortality were so easily attainable, what purpose would we serve?" Feigning the demeanor of a mystic, Fuyun shouted, "If heaven had not given birth to you and me, the path to immortality would be an endless night." Orochimaru, "If heaven had not given birth to you and me, the path to immortality would be an endless night." Orochimaru, "The path to immortality would be an endless night." Orochimaru, Orochimaru. The echoes of his voice reverberated through the vast gambling hall, leaving Orochimaru's head buzzing. Cawing, several crows took flight, startled, flapping their wings as they fled. Orochimaru, with an impassive expression, spoke, "I shall teach you a sound-based ninjutsu. Master it well, and you could certainly silence a host of lower ninjas." "Oh, is that true? You possess such an extraordinary forbidden technique?" Fuyun expressed curiosity. With a chuckle, the two departed from the location. As Fuyun followed Orochimaru, he glanced around and, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't we supposed to be returning to the Sound Village? This does not seem to be the direction." Orochimaru replied with a light laugh, "Patience. Our task on this outing is to capture sufficient live specimens. The retrieval of experimental subjects has yet to be completed." Before long, Fuyun accompanied Orochimaru to a mountain summit where bandits congregated. Both were skilled, their speed and reflexes exceptional, allowing them to infiltrate the heart of the bandits' lair unnoticed. Nestled on the mountainside was a crude fort constructed from rough timber and bones, precariously perched at the cliff's edge. The lanterns hanging high at the gate attracted flocks of crows with rotting flesh, resembling a single, grinning eye in the dark. This was no earthly realm, but a den of wolves. The gate was adorned with human skin, supported by two stripped pine logs. While several desiccated corpses hung from the crossbeam, merchants, civilians, and the last, a child of no more than 10 years. Each corpse had its skull shattered, filled with burning pine resin, serving as everlasting lanterns to illuminate the entrance to the lair. The bandit guarding the gate was carving freshly peeled human ears with a dagger, tossing the morsels to a few ferocious dogs tethered below. The beasts, their mouths filled with crushed bones, wagged their tails in supplication to their master. A cage of iron held abducted travelers, and on the stone wall, blood was used to inscribe slanted characters, recording the days of the good survival. Within the cage were a dozen or so captives, barely clothed, their Achilles tendons severed to prevent escape. In a corner lay discarded remnants, one child's hand still twitching, treated as a mere stepping stone for others to trample upon. Fuyun observed all of this with growing revulsion. Though he had taken countless lives, they were all of enemies. In his eyes, those who deserved their fate. Confronted with such a sadistic individual who derives pleasure from the torment of strangers, Fuyun felt a profound sense of revulsion. "Let us act decisively. My blade is eager for action," he declared, casting a glance at Orochimaru beside him. Orochimaru shook his head, saying no. "Fuyun-kun, you should remain in a supportive role, ensuring no one escapes alive." He was reluctant to allow this young man to engage directly, fearing that he might inadvertently eliminate his precious experimental subjects, rendering his efforts futile. Upon receiving a chakra signal from his subordinates, Orochimaru understood that the personnel were in position. Without hesitation, he unleashed his power, summoning a multitude of serpents that surged forth towards the mountain stronghold. "Ah, what is this? An enemy attack." In an instant, chaos engulfed the stronghold, with screams, cries of agony, and the clamor of battle intertwining, echoing across the mountains. Fuyun swiftly maneuvered behind a bandit who was about to strike a young girl with his blade, channeling chakra into his sword as he swung. With a swift motion, he cleaved the bandit in two, blood and flesh scattering across the ground. The crimson spray splattered onto the cowering girl, who trembled in fear, utterly stripped of the strength or courage to scream. Holding his sword, Fuyun softly reassured her, "Do not fear, you are safe now." The girl merely stared blankly at the tall, handsome youth before her, her body still shaking, as terror clung to her heart, unyielding. Just then, two bandits wielding massive axes charged towards them, exclaiming, "Damn it, you must be the attacker. Prepare to die." Fuyun, unfazed, did not turn around, seemingly oblivious to the approaching threats. The girl's expression shifted, her small hands flailing in the air as if to warn him. In a flash, the gleam of his blade cut through the air, and the heads of the two bandits were severed, blood gushing forth in towering arcs. Fuyun offered what he believed to be a reassuring smile. "Do not be afraid." "Ah!" The girl finally screamed, then promptly fainted. Fuyun's smile faltered, pondering. "Am I more terrifying than the bandits? Have I frightened her into unconsciousness?" Chapter 30. The unconventional Orochimaru. Fuyun shrugged and turned to pursue other matters. At that moment, the sound ninjas had already infiltrated the area, mopping up the remnants, and most of the bandits had been restrained by Orochimaru. In a sudden flash, Orochimaru appeared before Fuyun, casting a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. "Fuyun-kun, did you not say not to kill them?" Fuyun maintained an expression of calm. "I couldn't help it. I was a bit too forceful." Orochimaru surveyed the severed remains of the bandits. "Was that truly a bit too forceful? Do you even believe that?" He spoke earnestly. "I understand your feelings, yet what you have done is not punishment. It is a form of assistance for them. I could have allowed them to perish in a far more gruesome manner. Moreover, you have allowed them to realize their final worth, have you not?" In truth, Orochimaru did not care for these lives. He would readily sacrifice multitudes for the sake of an experiment or to acquire specific data. However, such sacrifices were made for research, for testing certain hypotheses. Even if 1,000 lives were lost and the outcome was deemed failure, he considered it worthwhile. Nevertheless, walking to the tavern, one must be prudent with expenditures. The situation here was resolved swiftly, and both Fuyun and Orochimaru returned to the sound-hidden village. Upon their arrival, Fuyun immediately declared, "Orochimaru, hurry and assist me with the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. You wouldn't dare to renege, would you?" Noticing that Orochimaru was merely heading towards the laboratory, Fuyun raised his voice, "Orochimaru." Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. I shall perform the transplantation tomorrow. The surgery requires preparation time, does it not?" Fuyun sensed that by the time tomorrow arrived, he might be deceived. Such an interval allowed Orochimaru ample opportunity to transcribe all the experimental data and materials from the evil god cult. When he returned the materials to Fuyun, claiming all was settled, whom would Fuyun turn to for redress? Thus, Fuyun hastily pursued him. "What do you intend to do? If you do not perform the transplantation today, then return my materials first. Once the transplantation has been completed, I shall return them to you." Orochimaru sighed. "Fuyun-kun, can we not cultivate a bit more trust between us? Am I the sort of person who resorts to petty tricks? You certainly are. The surgery indeed requires preparation time. I must ensure the concentration and dosage of Hashirama's cells are accurate, must I not? Additionally, I must inspect and sterilize all the instruments and tools in the operating room. And I must also find a suitable experimental subject to test the drug's efficacy." Fuyun, lacking comprehension of such matters, could only respond with skepticism. "Is that so?" "Of course it is." Just then, Kabuto appeared, clutching a notebook, and bowed respectfully. "Lord Orochimaru, what of the experimental subjects?" Orochimaru halted his steps. "They shall require some time to return. Kabuto, please send someone to assist the escort team." "Yes." As Kabuto prepared to depart, Orochimaru called him back. "Kabuto, clear out operating room number 3 and prepare for the transplantation of Hashirama's cells." Kabuto was taken aback and inquired, "But Lord Orochimaru, your body has not yet reached the time for the next transplantation, has it? Is it necessary to take risks to obtain breakthrough data?" Orochimaru murmured. "It is not I who shall transplant the cells of Hashirama. You may proceed with that." With that, Orochimaru entered the laboratory. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and turned to Uchiha Fuyun. "Is it not Lord Orochimaru?" "Could it be?" Fuyun nodded affirmatively. Kabuto's expression shifted to one of realization. and he said with a serious tone, Fuyun-kun, I must caution you. The mortality rate of this procedure is 100%. Fuyun responded with a confident smile. And what of it? Is this the reason you have followed Orochimaru for all these years without daring to attempt it? Kabuto's expression faltered, his eyes widening slowly. Fuyun patted Kabuto on the shoulder, stating, Those who do not dare to advance shall remain stagnant. Thus, your lifetime limit will only be that of an elite jonin. With that, Fuyun turned and walked towards his residence, leaving Kabuto standing in stunned silence. The following morning, Fuyun sought out Orochimaru. The latter was engrossed in documents within his office, while Fuyun leaned over the desk, intently observing him. It will be ready soon, just a little longer. Orochimaru replied unhurriedly. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Kabuto knocked at the door. The three made their way to the operating room located on the opposite side of the village. While at the Sound Village, Fuyun spotted the girl he had saved the previous day. She was assisting the Sound Shinobi in constructing houses. Oh, I presumed you would treat everyone as mere experimental subjects. I did not expect you to possess a humane side, Fuyun remarked with a hint of surprise. He recalled that in the original narrative, Orochimaru was portrayed as exceedingly cold-hearted. Throughout their time together, Fuyun observed that although Orochimaru harvested lives without remorse, he had not harmed his subordinates in the Sound Village. Initially, Fuyun believed this was merely a strategy to conserve strength in preparation for war. However, during numerous outings to capture subjects, he discovered that Orochimaru was not the merciless figure of lore, but rather, he targeted individuals who posed threats to the community. Fuyun's gaze fell upon several ordinary people brought back from yesterday's operation, who were not confined as test subjects. Orochimaru walked ahead, inquiring, Why do you say that all of a sudden? Fuyun withdrew his gaze and smiled, replying, It is nothing. I am simply somewhat surprised. The rumors depict you as quite ruthless, not sparing even your own subordinates. Orochimaru nodded. Indeed, I do take action against those with ulterior motives or under certain circumstances. At that moment, Kabuto interjected, Lord Orochimaru possesses considerable charisma. Otherwise, why would so many follow him devotedly? Do you think they are fools? Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto continued derisively. The most laughable thing in this world is rumor. According to tales, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the strongest and greatest Hokage of all time. Fuyun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the newfound wisdom. The trio swiftly arrived at operating room number 3, where a pungent amalgamation of medicinal and disinfectant odors assailed their senses. The room was adorned with an intricate array of conduits and sophisticated apparatuses. Do and Orochimaru commenced their diligent tasks within the surgical chamber, incessantly inspecting and calibrating various instruments. Orochimaru gestured towards the pristine surgical table, instructing, Fuyun, please lie down. As Fuyun settled onto the table, Do began to affix a multitude of sensors and conduits to his skin. Before long, Fuyun found himself ensconced in a chaotic tangle of nearly 50 tubes, a sight both daunting and surreal. Observing the profusion of conduits adorning his body, he could not help but voice his concern. Hey, Do, you need to be meticulous. Ensure that you don't misplace any of the tubes. Do, engrossed in his work, took a considerable time to respond. Rest assured, trust in our expertise. I trust you indeed. Fuyun retorted skeptically. With so many conduits, are you certain you remember their specific placements? The specters of numerous medical mishaps he had heard of in his past life began to resurface, causing a swell of unease within him. Is it really this complicated to conduct a transplant? Yet, with his own lack of knowledge, Fuyun had no alternative but to place his faith in Orochimaru and Do. Chapter 31. Operating room. Orochimaru meticulously calibrated the instruments, a glass of wine in hand as he approached. Fuyun-kun, drink this glass. It will assist you in neutralizing the vitality of the Hashirama cells. A flicker of concern crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he continued. Are you truly certain you wish to transplant the Hashirama cells? I cannot guarantee your survival. Fuyun, his hands burdened with conduits, found it challenging to move. Thus, he leaned forward and bit the rim of the glass, consuming its contents in one swift motion before bellowing. One cannot drink the wine to its last drop, nor sever the heads of their enemies. Let us commence the transplantation. Orochimaru nodded and spoke. Last night, I found a ninja with a physique similar to that of your Uchiha clan, one with a yin release. I injected a 10 concentration of Hashirama cell solution, but he could not endure beyond 3 minutes. Fuyun interjected decisively. Administer to me a 100 concentration of the Hashirama cell solution. Orochimaru was taken aback, gazing intently at Feiyin for a moment, then refrained from further comment. Toby, prepare the highest concentration of the Hashirama cell solution. Toby's eyes widened in disbelief. This is tantamount to seeking death. Although our experiments have refined our techniques to optimal conditions over the years, no one has succeeded with even a 10 concentration. Having assisted Orochimaru in numerous Hashirama cell transplant surgeries, Toby was acutely aware of the peril associated with these cells. Despite evolving from crude transplants of shredded flesh to the current method of cell solution injection, the success rate remained a disheartening 0 for concentrations above 10. A 100 concentration would lead to immediate bodily destruction. Even Orochimaru dared only to use small doses repeatedly to facilitate a gradual fusion of the Hashirama cells. Proceed. Orochimaru waved dismissively. Seeing the resolve of both men, Toby reluctantly acquiesced. As you wish. Before long, Toby returned, cradling a vial emitting an eerie luminescence. Orochimaru accepted the vial and drew the viscous liquid into a syringe. Toby, activate all detection and stabilization devices and engage the emergency calibrators. Orochimaru and Toby busied themselves as the instruments and conduits began to hum to life. It was about to begin. Orochimaru held the syringe, aglow with an uncanny light. Before Feiyin. Let us begin. Feiyin spoke calmly, not recklessly courting death, but rather possessing unwavering confidence in his own body, as long as his spirit remained intact. He believed he could mend whatever became of his flesh. With a decisive thrust, Orochimaru plunged the thick needle into Feiyin's body, and with a firm press of his thumb, the 100 concentration of Hashirama cells was injected within him. Boom. Feiyin felt as if a tailed beast bomb had detonated within, his body instantly numb and deprived of control. Stimulated by the overwhelmingly yang chakra, the powers of the Yin release manifested in his Sharingan, yet it proved insufficient to quell the encroaching force. Orochimaru's expression turned fervent, a manic smile curling at his lips. What will the outcome be? I am utterly intrigued. The eyes of Uchiha Fuyun bulged, blood streaming from them as his body convulsed uncontrollably, as if countless insects were scuttling beneath his skin, writhing in a chaotic dance. Various instruments began to illuminate with red lights, sounding alarms. Drenched in sweat, frantically operated the controls. Lord Orochimaru. The subject's heart rate has approached 200. No, it has surpassed 200, and it's still rising. The physiological response is critically spiking. This is dire. Multiple blood vessels are beginning to rupture. The internal organs cannot withstand this. D shouted desperately, his glasses flickering with fluctuating data. Was this yet another failure? Lord Orochimaru, please step back. It's about to explode. Seemingly oblivious to D's frantic cries, Orochimaru remained fixated on the disintegrating form of Uchiha Fuyun, his hands outstretched in exhilaration, eyes gleaming with madness. Splendid. So this is what happens a few minutes after injecting 100 concentration. Haha. Orochimaru had entered a frenzied state, forgetting the emergency measures he had prepared, losing all sense of success or failure. He was utterly absorbed in the myriad physical reactions and the cellular dynamics at play. How did the cells of Hashirama tear apart such a resilient body? How long could the muscles endure? What transformations would the bones undergo? Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes sparkled with an obsessive and frenzied light, fixated on the flesh beneath him. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Fuyun's body erupted, flesh and blood bursting forth as countless wooden fibers surged out, rapidly growing and even sprouting leaves and blossoms. And it continued to grow. D shouted in alarm as the wooden pillars pierced through Orochimaru's clothing and flesh, yet he remained unmoved, lost in a maniacal grin. D longed to escape the chamber. Having faced perilous situations in the past, nearly losing his life on several occasions, the symptoms of the subject were unmistakably reminiscent of previous experiments. The wood release was about to explode. However, Orochimaru did not budge, and D dared not retreat. He had to assist Orochimaru in recording crucial data. Even if it was merely the data from the moment of bodily explosion. D understood that for researchers, such invaluable data could sometimes outweigh the value of life itself. Beep, beep. Various alarms blared throughout the operating room, the instruments groaning under the strain. D had no choice but to form hand seals, creating 2 shadow clones, one to forcibly extract Orochimaru, and the other prepared to deploy defensive ninjutsu, while his own body remained focused on diligently recording data and adjusting the infusion of the instruments and serums. At that moment, Uchiha Fuyun's body was overrun with wooden fibers, now resembling trees, filling half of the operating room. Truly, what a formidable innate holy body. Just cells alone, how astonishing. Fuyun was also acutely aware of his physical condition, taken aback by the overwhelming dominance of the Hashirama cells. Unable to wrest control of his body, he relinquished the attempt to suppress the Hashirama cells with chakra, instead channeling the mental energy within his mind throughout his entire being. Orochimaru was pushed away by the expanding branches of the tree, and upon witnessing this, Kabuto no longer hesitated. He set aside his tasks, preparing to take Orochimaru away. He had reached his limit. His situation was dire. Just as Kabuto was about to make his move, the swelling branches unexpectedly halted. What is this? What is happening? All data ceased its frenzied surge. Such an occurrence had never been observed before. Kabuto was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, diligently resuming the recording of data changes. Moments after the branches stopped expanding, they began to gradually retract, ultimately merging entirely into the body of Uchiha Fuyun. Uchiha Fuyun's body emitted wisps of white smoke, as all his wounds began to heal autonomously. Lord Orochimaru. The various data regarding Uchiha Fuyun's body has returned to normal parameters. It has succeeded. It has succeeded, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto exclaimed with exhilaration. Orochimaru's golden pupils trembled violently, his mouth slightly agape, as if in a trance. Tear it apart. Razy, it is magnificent. Chapter 32. Would release Fuyun gradually regained control over his body, and upon mastering the power of the Hashirama cells, he felt a profound elevation of his physical form, a sensation akin to shedding his mortal coil. An unusual and potent thrill surged through his eyes. In the midst of Orochimaru's bewildered gaze, Fuyun slowly rose, twisting his neck and joints, which produced a series of crisp cracks. Orochimaru remained entranced for a considerable moment before snapping back to reality. He excitedly approached Fuyun, seizing his shoulders, and extended his long, moist tongue to lick Fuyun's face. Startled, Fuyun recoiled, attempting to evade the unwelcome advance, but his newly fused and transcendent body was still somewhat unresponsive, leaving him momentarily vulnerable to Orochimaru's antics. What are you doing? That's utterly disgusting. Fuyun complained while wiping the slimy residue from his face. I may be handsome, but that doesn't give you the right to behave this way. Let me be clear, we cannot. Orochimaru, however, seemed unfazed by Fuyun's protests, shaking his shoulders instead. Fuyun-kun. Tell me, how did you achieve this? All right. Stop shaking me. I'll tell you. Unable to endure Orochimaru's fervor, Fuyun continued. It's my mental energy. I harness the power of my spirit to suppress the Hashirama cells, compelling them to submit and integrate into my body. Fuyun had no intention of concealing the truth from Orochimaru, as he would require his assistance to decipher this newfound power. Kabuto, standing behind Orochimaru, was rendered speechless by the revelation. So that is how it is. Orochimaru murmured to himself, and after a brief pause, turned to Kabuto and inquired, Kabuto, have all the data been comprehensively recorded? Snapping back to attention, Kabuto affirmed, Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I have documented everything. Excellent. Orochimaru released Fuyun's shoulders and turned toward the exit. Fuyun-kun, let us proceed. We must witness the extent of your current power. Clutching a scroll containing the secrets of wood release, Fuyun attentively studied its contents while following Orochimaru and Kabuto out of the hidden sound village. They arrived at a spacious mountainous area in the back hills, where the trio came to a halt. Mastering wood release is not a swift endeavor. Fuyun-kun, why don't you first demonstrate your current abilities? Kabuto will serve as your opponent, Orochimaru suggested. However, a smirk graced Fuyun's lips as he tucked the scroll away. It's merely wood release. I have already mastered it. With that declaration, Fuyun formed seals with his hands, and the skin on his right arm revealed intricate wood-like patterns as chakra surged uncontrollably, causing the ground to tremble. As he executed the wood release technique, the Hashirama cells within him rebelled like a wild beast, erupting sharp wooden spikes from his arm that nearly pierced his shoulder. It's certainly isn't easy. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a chakra scalpel sliding from his sleeve. Do you require my assistance to adjust things? With a cold smile, Fuyun's three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl. Using your body for adjustments would be far more direct. Suddenly, the protruding wooden spikes swiftly retracted into his body. Fuyun uttered a low command. Would release. Would clone technique. He conjured 3 wooden clones, each possessing a tangible wooden structure, unlike the ephemeral form of ordinary shadow clones. The three clones advanced towards Do. Do hastily retreated, wielding a surgical knife to slice through chakra strings, attempting to sever the clone's chakra connection, only to discover he was utterly unable to interfere. These clones, were they truly physical manifestations of wood? Would Clone A pressed its palms against the ground, causing sharp wooden stakes to erupt, forcing Do into a series of acrobatic evasions? Would Clone B extended its arm into a giant tree limb, sweeping it outwards, while Do employed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall to withstand the blow? Yet the wall was pierced through by the wooden attack. Would Clone C suddenly emerge from behind Do, its wooden spike aimed directly at his heart? Click! Do was compelled to execute a substitution technique to evade, though the edge of his clothing was still torn by the wooden spike. Biting his finger, Do summoned dozens of venomous snakes that slithered from the ground, ensnaring the wooden clone and injecting it with corrosive fluid. The wooden body of the clone began to decay, but Fuyun's true form merely smiled. Do you think would release fierce poison? In the next moment, the wooden structure of the clone actively shed its exterior, sprouting new branches that swiftly ensnared Do's limbs. Bang! Bang! Do gathered a massive amount of chakra in his hands to shatter the binding vines and launched a counterattack. Ah, have you finally revealed your true prowess? Fuyun crossed his arms, standing alongside Orochimaru, both observing the fierce battle. Orochimaru remarked softly, Fuyun, your growth rate fills me with trepidation. You can contend with Do merely through your clones. Fuyun slightly turned his gaze. What is there to fear? We are comrades. Orochimaru let out a light chuckle. The battle raged on for an extended period, intensely fierce, to an uninformed observer. It would appear as though 4 elite shinobi were engaged in combat. Do and the wooden clones unleashed their full power, disregarding their injuries to shatter one wooden clone before charging towards the other 2. Shadow snakes. Orochimaru employed a ninjutsu to separate Do from the wooden clones, prompting Do to retreat. This ends here. Do, you cannot gauge Fuyun's upper limits, Orochimaru stated calmly. Indeed, Do, though reluctant, recognized the truth. While he was confident he could eliminate these clones, he was acutely aware that he would sustain severe injuries or even face death. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fuyun's true form had yet to make a move. So formidable, Fuyun retracted the wooden clones into his body, a smile gracing his lips, thoroughly satisfied with his current strength. While I am in such high spirits, Orochimaru, allow me to present you with another gift, Fuyun declared joyfully. Orochimaru glanced over, intrigued, knowing that anything produced by Fuyun was bound to be exceptional. Each of his offerings had brought him delightful surprises. What wondrous item would this be? As such thoughts crossed his mind, Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips. Oh, I am quite eager to see. Fuyun smiled mysteriously, retrieving a storage scroll and unfurling it upon the ground, forming a seal with his fingers. Boom! As a white mist began to rise, a colossal petri dish materialized, containing the headless body of a male. Orochimaru frowned slightly. Who is this? Fuyun, are you truly presenting me with a corpse? His displeasure was evident. Was this the extent of the gratitude he received? Did he underestimate his worth? I have plenty of experimental subjects. Do I truly require this trifling offering? Fuyun chuckled softly. Why not take a closer look? Orochimaru, momentarily taken aback, wondered if there was some hidden significance. He then focused intently on the petri dish. After a brief moment, astonishment spread across Orochimaru's face as he exclaimed, "This corpse still possesses vitality. Is it the unique nutrient solution that has preserved the cellular activity? Enough." Fuyun rolled his eyes, abandoning the theatrics as he summoned a fish tank-sized petri dish, within which lay the head of a man with short, gray-white hair. Orochimaru was utterly disconcerted. Is this not sufficient? Now you present me with a severed head? However, the next moment brought an astonishing turn of events. The previously closed eyes of the head suddenly burst open. You scoundrel! I shall consume you. Chapter 33. The Tragic Hidan. Hey, you bunch of scoundrels. Do you know who I am? Hidan's head floated in the petri dish, his mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, nearly reaching his ears. Once my body is restored, I will be the first to offer you as a sacrifice to the Lord of the Abyss. Orochimaru's breath quickened as he snatched the petri dish. Retrieving the severed head, he pressed Hidan's erratically swaying head down, his nails digging deeply into the flesh, excitement coursing through him. How fascinating. Utterly fascinating. Get your filthy hands off my face. Ugh. Hidan suddenly froze, taken aback as Orochimaru's damp, elongated tongue slithered across his visage. Ah, Chikashti, damn you. I will kill you. I must kill you. Hidan shouted furiously, desperate to wipe away the repulsive saliva on his face, yet he had no hands. Under the microscope, Hidan's severed blood vessels squirmed like worms, attempting to reconnect with the surrounding flesh. Orochimaru sliced a piece of tongue tissue with a scalpel, watching it regenerate within 3 seconds. When he let Hidan's blood drip into a petri dish filled with a special solution, the blood suddenly formed mysterious runes. Hidan cackled, haha. The curse of the Lord of the Abyss is not something you can. Wait, what are you doing with that chainsaw? Orochimaru affixed Hidan's head onto a puppet, which promptly began to curse. This wretched body can't even self-harm. Standing nearby, Effin remarked. His immortality seems to depend on rituals rather than the cells themselves. Orochimaru, however, was entranced as he caressed Hidan's forehead. No, this is another form of immortality. Hidan suddenly wore a sinister smile. Do you know? The Lord of the Abyss delights in fools like you who think they can control everything. Instead of anger, Orochimaru laughed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Perfect. This is true immortality. Effin, I am immensely grateful to you. This gift is simply marvelous. With Hidan as a case study, combined with previous data, Orochimaru spread his arms wide, as if to embrace some transcendent being. He gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle. If heaven does not give birth to you and me, the eternal path is as long as the night. Effin felt a tinge of embarrassment, thinking, how did he steal my lines? For a considerable period thereafter, Effin immersed himself in training with wood release and various ninjutsu taught by Orochimaru. He challenged Orochimaru multiple times, but the latter consistently declined, claiming he was engrossed in research and had no time. Perhaps he feared losing to Effin and being unable to save face. Of course, Effin did not neglect to update his bounty list at the exchange and continued his primary duty of hunting down the 4 noble clans of Konoha. After all, no form of training could compare to real combat, as the enhancement of battle experience and strength could not be achieved through mere methodical practice. On the Konoha front, the 3rd Hokage repeatedly sent envoys to invite Tsunade to return to the village, all of which were met with refusal. The situation in Konoha was indeed dire, or rather, the plight of the 4 noble clans was quite grim. The killers seemed to be inexhaustible, evading capture at every turn, leaving no stone unturned in their elusive presence. Astonishingly, even some seemingly ordinary and honest villagers have transformed into assassins, lured by the tantalizing rewards for their heinous acts. With a bounty of 10 million taels for the life of an ordinary person, why toil away in labor or cultivate the fields? A single bold move could elevate a commoner to the status of a wealthy proprietor. Consequently, individuals such as Uncle Wong, the blacksmith, ergo from the village, and the janitor from the Leaf Ninja School have all taken action. The allure of wealth has clouded their judgment. As Tsunade remains unreachable, the 3rd Hokage, in a state of desperation, incessantly issues commands, imploring Jiraiya to return to the village. Unable to withstand the 3rd's persistent pleas, Jiraiya reluctantly returns to commence his investigative endeavors. With the presence of the legendary Sannin, a notable impact is observed. The audacity of the assassins is significantly quelled. Jiraiya employs Sage Mode, utilizing his extraordinary sensory abilities to envelop the entire Hidden Leaf village, effectively eliminating several batches of bounty hunters. This formidable capability, coupled with the exaggerated promotion by the Leaf Village, gradually brings many of those blinded by greed back to their senses. As the Hidden Leaf begins implementing various countermeasures, it becomes increasingly challenging for Fuyun to target the ninjas from the 4 prominent clans. The Hidden Leaf is particularly vigilant regarding the whereabouts of these clan ninjas, especially those with bounties on their heads. Consequently, the intelligence exchange has become exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, despite the reduced efficiency, Fuyun no longer relies solely on the exchange for bounty information. Instead, he has cultivated a favorable relationship with Kabuto, who oversees intelligence operations, thus acquiring a wealth of information regarding the 4 clans. Regardless of bounties, Fuyun does not discriminate. He acts on any intelligence he receives. Kabuto, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the Hidden Leaf due to painful memories from the orphanage, is more than willing to assist Fuyun. One day, Kabuto approached Fuyun, who was immersed in training. Fuyun-kun, I have a big catch. Fuyun sheathed his chakra blade and turned to inquire, what big catch? Do tell. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a sly smile gracing his lips. Asuma Saratobi. He will be leading a team through the border town of Shikaz today. Fei Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, now that is indeed a significant target. What shall we do? Of course, we shall act. I am claiming that bounty of 35 million taels. Kabuto nodded. Producing an intelligence scroll containing a detailed route and relevant information. Fei Yun took the scroll, unfurling it to scrutinize the details. Time is of the essence. I must depart immediately to prepare for action. Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished from the training grounds. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, approaching Kabuto. Kabuto promptly bowed. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed towards the direction Fei Yun had taken, a frown creasing his brow. I just overheard your conversation. How could the whereabouts of an elite jonin like Asuma Saratobi be so carelessly disclosed with the 4 old geezers on high alert in the Hidden Leaf? Upon hearing these words, Do was taken aback and promptly knelt on one knee. My intelligence network. Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. An intelligence network is a formidable tool, yet at times it can inflict harm upon oneself, particularly when one becomes the unwitting pawn in another's scheme. What if certain information is intentionally leaked to bait you? Do hastily replied. Then I shall immediately pursue Lord Fei Yun. No. Orochimaru interjected, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I am quite curious to ascertain the extent of his current capabilities. Moreover, it has been a considerable time since I have ventured out to engage in activities. Chapter 34. Entangled. The town of Sand Gathering, nestled at the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, is frequently engulfed in swirling sands. Hence its name. 3 ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village headbands entered the town, led by the esteemed elite J-Nin, Asuma Saratobi, who leisurely smoked a cigarette, the wisps of smoke dissipating into the turbulent air. On the 3rd floor of a tavern, Fei Yun, dressed in a windbreaker, did not turn to acknowledge the arrival of Asuma and his companions. He had no need to look, for his mental perception served as his eyes. It seemed there were no ambushes, no formidable chakra signatures lingered nearby, he murmured to himself. Of course, he was not oblivious. He was acutely aware of the inherent risks. Asuma and his comrades took refuge in a tea house, where a Leaf Village Nin voiced his grievances. Mr. Asuma, this journey has truly been arduous. Another special Nin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the environment in the Land of Wind is too harsh. I have no desire to return. Asuma cast a vigilant glance around before pinching the cigarette that had burned perilously close to his lips. Let us rest briefly, and then hastened back to the Leaf Village. Shortly after, the trio exited the tea house, making their way towards the town's exit. Just as they reached the threshold, spikes suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Asuma's feet. Asuma retreated swiftly, drawing his specially crafted chakra blade, which shattered the pursuing spikes. The other 2 leaf ninjas evaded, putting distance between themselves and the threat. Who dares to attack a Leaf Nin? Asuma demanded. A figure flickered into existence behind him, reacting with remarkable speed. Asuma channeled his chakra into his blade, cleaving the shadow in 2, only to discover it was merely a wooden clone. The true Fei Yun emerged from the shadows under the eaves, his Sharingan glinting coldly beneath his hood, the Hokage's son, more entertaining than mere fodder. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Without hesitation, Asuma unleashed a powerful wind technique. The fierce gale shattered half the street, sending the townsfolk fleeing, yet Fei Yun stood his ground, unflinching. Wood release. Great forest technique. A multitude of wooden fibers erupted from Fei Yun's right arm, colliding with the wind blades, creating a dense fog of wood splinters and debris. As Asuma gritted his teeth, watching the Uchiha Fuyun emerge from the swirling dust, he remarked, "You wicked Uchiha. You truly are relentless." Fei Yun scoffed. "I believe you are the more malevolent one. Your techniques have devastated countless homes of innocence." Before Asuma could retort, Fei Yun executed a swift draw of his blade. Asuma, displaying commendable skill, met the strike head-on. The clash of chakra blades sent sparks flying, the sound of metal ringing loudly. However, Asuma's taijutsu ultimately fell short against Fei Yun's prowess, leaving him wounded in multiple places, culminating in a blade piercing his shoulder. "Well done," Fei Yun remarked coldly. "You managed to evade a fatal blow. However, I shall claim the bounty of 35 million ryo." As Fei Yun prepared to deliver a horizontal slash, intending to cleave Asuma's body along with his shoulder, another Asuma surged forth from behind, his body adorned with explosive tags, and embraced Fei Yun. "Uchiha's little brat. Taste this." The true Asuma secured Fei Yun's katana with dual blades, then swiftly retreated. Had he preemptively formed a shadow clone? Fei Yun's expression remained indifferent. Boom. The entire street collapsed amidst the explosion, enveloping Fuyun in a wooden barrier, while Asuma had already maneuvered into his blind spot amidst the smoke. Fire style, ash pile burning. A searing inferno erupted, yet in the next moment, Fuyun's charred skin disintegrated into its shavings, revealing the unique patterns of Hashirama's cells beneath. A monster. Asuma's pupils constricted sharply, and he turned to flee. Fuyun extended his right hand, fingers curling. I merely intended to test your defensive capabilities. Let this come to an end. Whoosh. Fuyun dashed after Asuma. Just as he was about to catch up, a figure lunged from the side. It was a Leaf Village Chunin. Bang. Unexpectedly, Fuyun was repelled, and the Chunin transformed into a one-eyed elder, Shimura Danzo. Fuyun swiftly regained his balance and, astonished, remarked to Danzo, "Ah, I see now. You had an ambush right beside you. No wonder it felt a bit off. You just utilized with style, didn't you? What is the meaning of this?" Danzo demanded. "Guess," Fuyun replied, looking at him as if he were a fool. Danzo's expression twisted with rage, grinding his teeth. "The inherently malevolent Uchiha. I shall send you to hell." Wind style, vacuum wave. Fuyun scoffed. Earth style, earth flow wall. Seeing his attack blocked by the earthen wall, Danzo swiftly formed new hand seals. Wind style, vacuum continuous waves. Boom. The wall shattered, yet Fuyun had already formed hand seals. Wood style, birth of the deep forest. In the blink of an eye, massive vines erupted from the ground, surging towards Danzo like a tsunami. "Indeed, it is wood style," Danzo murmured. "We must retreat. This battle is beyond your capacity to participate in. Go summon help from the leaf." "Understood." Asuma, clutching his wound, fled swiftly. Noticing Asuma's escape, Fuyun formed hand seals, summoning 3 wood-style clones that burst forth from his body, racing along the vines in hot pursuit. "You little brat, don't look down on me. Your opponent is me," Danzo bellowed, his family having lost too many descendants at the hands of Uchiha Fuyun, making it impossible for him to suppress his wrath. Summoning technique. A colossal creature with a long nose thunderously appeared, shattering the vines and blocking the wood-style clones. Danzo stood atop the beast's head. "Your wood-style is far from sufficient." Fuyun longed to summon a giant serpent for battle, yet he hesitated to reveal Orochimaru. Deeming it too disloyal, the beast let out a piercing howl, opening its gaping maw to begin devouring everything before it. Fuyun concentrated a massive amount of chakra beneath his feet, stabilizing his form while forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Indeed, Dream Emo consumed all the flames. Howling in agony, fire counters wind. Tuanzong was acutely aware of this, yet he still employed the technique. This indicated that Fuyun swiftly turned and struck at the advancing Tuanzong with his chakra blade, their edges colliding. Attempting a sneak attack, are we? Bang, bang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, entangled in combat, at times separating, at others colliding. Overcoming a Kaga-level opponent with the 3 Tomo was indeed a daunting task. Seeing he could gain no advantage, Fuyun's 3 Tomo began to slowly rotate, transforming into the gear-like structure of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. On the day he successfully transplanted the cells of Hashirama, his physical form underwent a complete transcendence. He had, in fact, awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Bang! Tuanzong was forced back by a powerful blow, his face a mask of astonishment. "Is that the kaleidoscope Sharingan? How can this be possible?" Without hesitation, Tuanzong unwrapped the bandage from his right hand, revealing a pale arm adorned with large, bulging eyes, a terrifying sight. Fire style, great fireball technique. As Fuyun unleashed the fire technique, the gear-like kaleidoscope in his right eye spun, releasing a formidable ocular power that directly enhanced his ninjutsu, Sacred Honor. Boom. The ordinary fireball transformed into an immense sea of flames, a sight of astonishing magnitude. Tuanzong, intent on employing a defensive ninjutsu, upon witnessing the vast inferno, abandoned any thought of resistance. "Is this the power of your kaleidoscope?" Sacred Honor was the ability of Fuyun's right eye's kaleidoscope, capable of significantly amplifying the power of ninjutsu. Fuyun's left eye awakened a power of command, allowing him to mark an enemy, compelling them to obey the caster's command once, in absolute obedience, albeit for only a few seconds, and could only be marked once within a 10-minute span. Boom. The fierce sea of flames engulfed Tuanzong, reducing him to ashes. However, Fuyun knew it was too late. Tuanzong had already activated his forbidden technique. Indeed, Tuanzong appeared from the side, launching a rapid assault. Clang. Fei-Yun blocked with his blade, the tremendous force causing both to stagger back. Tuanzong's expression was one of shock. How could you possibly react in time? No one should be able to perceive my sudden revival. Fei-Yun smirked coldly. Just a low-grade Izanaji. What is so difficult about it? How did you know? A cold sweat trickled down Tuanzong's back. The Uchiha brat before him instilled a chilling sensation, not due to his strength, but because of the myriad unknowns surrounding him. It was this sense of the unknown that was most terrifying. Though Fei-Yun spoke boldly, he found himself at a loss in this situation. Exerting effort to attack Tuanzong would be futile. Even if he succeeded in killing him, he would simply revive. What a headache. Truly. A legendary figure in the ninja world, the Great Eye. Chapter 35. The old dog Danzo with a resolve to act. Fei-Yun vanished in an instant, leaving only a whirlwind of dust in his wake. In the blink of an eye, his katana was poised at Danzo's back, only to pierce a wooden substitute. Suddenly, a sealing array emerged beneath his feet, ensnaring his legs with countless cursed chains. Danzo materialized from the earth, thrusting a kunai toward Fei-Yun's throat, proclaiming, "The soul of Uchiha should remain undisturbed in its grave. Why do you crawl out?" Bound by the cursed chains, Fei-Yun's right arm abruptly turned to wood, and a surge of ferocious chakra shattered the sealing array. He pressed one hand to the ground, causing a multitude of sharp wooden stakes to erupt, with spike technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Fei-Yun darted behind Danzo, his gear-shaped Sharingan momentarily narrowing. A glint of cold light flashed, and his katana descended toward Danzo's head. Yet, Danzo's body transformed into an illusion, reappearing unscathed 10 meters away. Futile. Danzo scoffed. I possess an entire armful of Sharingan to squander. Fei-Yun remained silent, his left eye widening suddenly as the power of the Manjiki erupted. Command fate. Danzo was momentarily taken aback, sensing a peculiar dissonance within himself. Cut off your own head. Fei-Yun coldly commanded. Danzo infused chakra into the kunai in his hand and drew it toward his neck, exclaiming, "What?" with a sickening sound. Danzo's head fell once more, one Sharingan in his right arm slowly closing, forever losing its light. Yet, Danzo reappeared intact not far away. Filled with dread, is this also the power of your Manjiki? Fei-Yun, driven by a genuine desire to eliminate Danzo, perhaps influenced by the original owner's memories, or perhaps fueled by his own profound hatred for the shadowy old dog, charged forth once again. Useless. I am immortal. Danzo, equally eager to vanquish Fei-Yun, engaged in battle once more. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions echoed as Danzo revived again, while Fei-Yun's wounds healed automatically. Huh, immortal? You amuse me. In a fleeting moment, as Danzo landed, Fei-Yun joined his hands. Would release. Dozens of vines burst forth from the earth, tightly ensnaring Danzo, constricting tighter until they ultimately strangled him. Not far away, Danzo reappeared, raising his right arm to glance at his now half-depleted Sharingan, silently gritting his teeth. As he saw Fei-Yun charging again, Danzo refrained from taking hits, opting to evade constantly and retreat into the distance. You cannot escape. Fei-Yun relentlessly pursued, forcing Danzo to confront him once more. Both sought to conserve chakra, engaging in a brutal clash of physical prowess instead of ninjutsu. Witnessing Fei-Yun's wounds heal spontaneously, Danzo was consumed by envy. This was the true essence of immortality, the power he had long coveted. With a decisive thrust, Fei-Yun's katana pierced Danzo's heart, descending from above and pinning him to the ground. Tobirama roared, Uchiha will always be a threat to Konoha. With that, the resurrected Tobirama swiftly vanished. Showing no sign of hesitation, Fei-Yun followed closely, brow furrowed in contemplation. Something is amiss. I have not gained the upper hand. Why does Tobirama consistently opt for retreat? Accelerating once more, Fei-Yun slashed towards Tobirama, when suddenly a shadow appeared at lightning speed. Bang! Fei-Yun was violently thrown back, his legs carving deep ruts into the ground. He focused his gaze, his expression darkening. So it seems Tobirama was stalling for your arrival. Fei-Yun beheld a man with flowing white hair, bearing 2 frogs upon his shoulders, and spoke in a low voice. Jiraiya. Jiraiya stood before the panting Tobirama, his white hair billowing in the wind, eyes fixed solemnly on the man clad in a fluttering trench coat. The blood-red gleam of Fei-Yun's Sharingan shimmered amidst the swirling sand. A demon that slaughters his own kin. How could the Uchiha clan produce you and Itachi? Jiraiya remarked gravely. Fei-Yun sneered, his blade tilted towards the ground. Konoha's 3 Sannin. merely the hypocritical watchdogs of their own hypocrisy. Jiraiya clapped his hands, his dense white hair suddenly reversing into countless sharp needles. Senjutsu, thousand needle jutsu. Fuyun did not flinch. Instead, he summoned a colossal wooden wall to shield himself from the rain of attacks. Jiraiya leaped into the air, joining forces with Fukasaku and Shima to form a seal, Senjutsu, five right gate. A conflagration of fire, oil, and wind merged, engulfing the ground in an inferno, melting the rocks under the intense heat. From the scorched earth, colossal wooden hands erupted. Fuyun withstood the onslaught with the wood golem technique, its charred exterior continually shedding and regenerating. However, the strength of his wooden construct was insufficient, standing only a few dozen meters tall. Jiraiya expressed mild astonishment. How did you acquire the power of the first Hokage? The wooden giant extended its massive hands, revealing Fuyun within. What do you think? Jiraiya's expression darkened. With your Manjiki Sharingan coupled with wood release, you are far too dangerous, not only in thought, but also in potential. Fuyun retorted. And so? Jiraiya replied. You must be slain here. Fuyun couldn't help but chuckle. I am the danger? Are your six eyes blind? Did you not witness Tobirama's annihilation of my entire clan? Did you not see the Sharingan in the leader's arm? Jiraiya countered. It was you and Itachi who slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Huh. You know the truth, but choose to remain ignorant, do you not? Fuyun crossed his arms and continued. Why was Itachi the only one initially targeted? Why was I included later? Why did I only kill members of the four prominent clans? Jiraiya, you excel in intelligence work. Can you not deduce the answer? The truth is too brutal for you to accept, is it not? Jiraiya snorted dismissively. With your slippery tongue, regardless of the circumstances, return with me to Konoha. Once the intelligence department retrieves your memories, the truth will inevitably surface. Fuyun, intent on stalling for time, felt his left eye's power quickly recovering. He was quite willing to engage Jiraiya in a war of words. Why don't you delve into your Master S and Tobirama S memories? Why play this game with me? Go to hell. Then Fuyun let out a derisive laugh, saying, that old dog over there. If you were to delve into the memories of his mind, you would find quite a spectacle. Jiraiya, engrossed in listening to Danzo's account of Fuyun's abilities, remained momentarily silent. Fuyun continued, without even mentioning the other Sharingan that Danzo has seized, how heroic were Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shursui. How deeply they loved Konoha. Yet, were they not ultimately betrayed and slain by that old dog? Just take a look at the memories of that old dog. Observe how many clans he has annihilated in Konoha. Haha. Danzo, enraged and humiliated, retorted, nonsense. I have devoted my life to Konoha, serving it with unwavering dedication. I am the most esteemed disciple of the second Hokage. Chapter 36. A fierce battle with the sage Jiraiya. Jiraiya began to gather sage chakra, declaring, no more self-talk. Right and wrong are not determined by us. Surrender, and the Hokage will surely deliver a fair judgment. Fuyun scoffed coldly. The murderous aura emanating from Jiraiya remained unwavering. His resolve to slay Uchiha Fuyun as steadfast as rock. Fuyun, fully aware that he could not sway this foremost seducer of the ninja realm, was merely stalling for time out of sheer necessity. Had he possessed overwhelming power, he would not have wasted words. It must be said that Fuyun was still too young. Although his newfound strength was formidable, it lacked refinement. Confronted by seasoned top-tier ninjas who had dominated the ninja world for decades, his shortcomings became evident. This disparity lay in experience and the art of warfare. The combination of Sage Jiraiya and the forbidden technique, the Great Sun, would leave anyone shaking their head in disbelief. Disguised as ordinary chunin, they lay in ambush. Indeed, most Kage would likely meet their demise against such formidable foes in an unsuspecting moment. Fuyun's mind raced, contemplating various strategies and simulating their potential outcomes. Ultimately, he realized that it was highly improbable for him to eliminate these two, even at the cost of his life. Defeating them seemed a daunting challenge. Jiraiya bit his thumb and slammed it against the ground, exclaiming, summoning technique, ruin of the rooftops. A colossal two-bladed toad descended from the heavens, aiming to suppress Fuyun atop the wooden figure. It was undeniable that this toad was significantly larger than his wooden construct. Fuyun swiftly formed hand seals, and a wooden dragon arose from the earth, ensnaring the limbs of the gigantic toad. The wooden figure then surged forward, delivering a powerful punch, only to be blocked by the toad's blade. Boom! The clash reverberated. Jiraiya summoned another toad, Gamaken, as the two titans from Mount Myaboku launched a fierce assault. Fuyun entwined the wooden dragon around the wooden figure, significantly enhancing its defensive and offensive capabilities as they battled. The forceful shockwaves from their clashes swept outward, causing the distant town of Juza to tremble, its residents huddled in cellars, trembling and silently praying for divine protection. Danzo appeared behind a massive boulder, intently observing the fierce conflict, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Those are complete Sharingan. Boom. The wooden dragon's massive tail swept across the rock, shattering it and forcing Danzo to reveal himself. Such keen perception. To remain vigilant against me even while engaged in battle with Jiraiya. Fuyun's left eye widened. The gear-shaped Sharingan surrounded by blood vessels. Command. Jiraiya's expression shifted, whispering, "Is that the ocular technique Danzo spoke of?" Fuyun bellowed a command. "Jiraiya, remove your own head." In the astonished gaze of Jiraiya, his own chakra-infused hand shot towards his neck. Little Jiraiya. As the sage of Shimama's gaze darkened, his tongue, imbued with the essence of chakra, shot forth to bind Jiraiya's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Fuyun swiftly appeared above the head of Gamabunta, striking down towards the struggling Jiraiya. "Humph, you little brat," roared the sage of Shinsaku, sage art, raging water avalanche. Boom. A torrent of water intercepted Fuyun's chakra blade, shrinking in size, yet growing in ferocity. Clang. The water transformed into a blade as sharp as a laser, severing Fuyun's chakra weapon. With a concentrated gaze from his Sharingan, Fuyun evaded the water blade's lethal cut, continuously shifting his form to dodge the relentless pursuit. Eventually, he deliberately positioned himself near Gamabunta, who was engaged with the wooden puppet, forcing the sage of Shinsaku to retract the water blade. "How is it, little Jiraiya?" Jiraiya inhaled deeply. "My body has already recovered." It seems that his ocular technique can only maintain control for a few seconds. The sage of Shinsaku gasped in shock. "That is terrifying." He possesses direct control. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Shimama's forehead as he solemnly advised, "In the future, if little Jiraiya encounters him alone, he must flee at once." The three of them, one man and two frogs, gazed intently at the handsome youth below, their expressions grave. Fuyun was rapidly forming hand seals. Earth release. Earth shattering. Rumble. The ground trembled violently, causing Gamabunta, poised to strike, to lose his balance as the earth split open, unleashing two colossal earthen mountains that surged towards him. Bang. Ah. Gamabunta cried out in agony, sustaining the assault for a brief moment before dissipating into a cloud of mist. His summoning technique had been undone. Sage art. Supergiant Rasengan. Jiraiya appeared above Fuyun, unleashing a massive sphere of chakra. Fuyun joined his hands in a prayer seal, a sturdy wooden barrier erecting before him to withstand the tremendous impact. He fixed a determined gaze on Jiraiya, a smirk gracing his lips. "So, this is the Rasengan." Bang! The energy erupted, and Fuyun surged forward, initiating a flurry of taijutsu strikes. Figures intertwined as fists met flesh. The two warriors clashed fiercely. Jiraiya, in sage mode, exhibited unparalleled prowess, with a strength, speed, and reflexes at their zenith. However, Fuyun's physical form was invincible, augmented by the formidable dynamic vision of his Mangeki Sharingan, rendering him a match for Jiraiya's sage techniques. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sage art. Water release. Iron cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. The exchange of taijutsu morphed into a barrage of ninjutsu, escalating the battle to a fever pitch. With the enhancement of his revered ocular prowess, Fuyun's ninjutsu equaled that of sage arts, even surpassing Jiraiya's in strength. After a series of fierce exchanges, Jiraiya found himself wounded in multiple places, while Fuyun's injuries healed instantaneously. As Jiraiya dodged the relentless wooden spikes, the sage of Shinsaku murmured, "This individual is too powerful. I fear neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu will suffice against him." "Oh, what should we do?" Jiraiya lamented, shattering the advancing vines before him. Shinzua Xianrin continued in a low voice, "We can only resort to illusions." Jiraiya delivered a powerful kick that sent Fuyun flying, only to be struck by a punch himself, both propelled away in opposite directions. "However, I am not adept at illusion techniques. Little Jiraiya merely needs to buy time. The rest is up to me and the child's mother." Jima Xianrin, with a reluctant expression, replied, "I refuse. Isn't there still Danzo from Konoha? Moreover, more Konoha ninjas will arrive shortly." Shinzua Xianrin's demeanor grew grave. "Child's mother, There is no time for hesitation. This individual poses an immense threat to Konoha. Jima Xianren still declined, reasoning. The Uchiha clan excels in illusion techniques, and what's more, this opponent wields the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. Our techniques may not succeed. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Shinzua Xianren fell into silence. Indeed, they were unaware of when that troublesome ocular technique might activate again, leaving them unable to prepare wholeheartedly. Chapter 37. Retreat. The Art of Spirit Communication. Jiraiya summoned the formidable Toad, Kan, who wielded a colossal shield in one hand and a trident in the other, using it to deflect the oncoming wooden dragon. What in the world is happening? Am I truly capable of participating in such a high-stakes battle? Jiraiya, pushed back by a burst of fire, turned to say, Wentai and the Toads are severely injured. Keep an eye on that fellow's wood release. Boom. The inferno clashed violently with the water release of Sage Art, creating a tumultuous storm of steam. The landscape, within a 10-mile radius, lay in ruins. A scene of utter devastation. Jiraiya sank to one knee. The excessive consumption of Sage Chakra and relentless injuries causing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth. The giant toads of Mount Myaboku had also suffered grievous wounds, retreating back to their home. The Sage of Deep Thought and Sage of Shima bore expressions of exhaustion, clearly having overexerted themselves. Standing atop the shattered wooden figure, Fuyun felt his mental fortitude unwavering, yet his body trembled slightly, and his eyes throbbed with relentless pain. Had he overexerted himself while employing the Mangeki Sharingan for the first time in battle? The gear-shaped Mangeki spun back to its three-tomo form, alleviating much of the discomfort in his eyes. Just as he prepared to seek out Jiraiya, a shadow surged forth from the thick mist, leaping gracefully to his side. Fuyun. It was Orochimaru. The Sannin gazed upon the Uchiha youth, his expression betraying an unmistakable astonishment. He had observed the battle through his sand snakes, and Fuyun's performance had left him utterly astounded. It is worth noting that even at his peak, he could not achieve such a level of prowess, not even with the assistance of the Hokage, Danzo Shimura, and Sage Jiraiya. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Orochimaru realized that in a direct confrontation, he would struggle against Sage Jiraiya and likely face defeat. Although he was confident that Jiraiya could not kill him, he understood that he could only hope to retreat unscathed. Yet, Uchiha Fuyun not only held the upper hand, but seemed intent on pursuing further combat. Did this young man truly believe he could vanquish both Jiraiya and Danzo? Had he grown so powerful? Or was it merely youthful fervor? A relentless desire to eliminate his foes without deeper contemplation? Orochimaru steadied his mind, observing Fuyun's eyes. Noticing that he could no longer maintain the Mangeki, a semblance of balance returned to his thoughts. Fuyun, are you all right? Orochimaru inquired. Fuyun inhaled deeply, asserting, I can still endure. Orochimaru, your arrival is fortuitous. Assist me in eliminating Danzo and Jiraiya. This is a crucial step towards the annihilation of Konoha, is it not? Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils narrowed suddenly. This young man truly intended to undertake such a monumental task? After all, he was facing Sage Jiraiya and a significant portion of Mount Myaboku. Not to mention his most formidable creation, an underpowered version of the Six Paths, Danzo Shimura. Orochimaru cautioned, defeating them both will not be an easy feat. They are currently intent on your destruction, which is why they have fought you thus far. Should they sense impending defeat and attempt to flee, even with my assistance, we would be unable to detain them. Fuyun gritted his teeth and said, my intelligence has already been largely compromised. Shall we simply let them go? It will only prove more difficult to eliminate them in the future. Orochimaru consoled him. There is ample time ahead. You are still young, brimming with infinite potential. While they are merely relics of the past. After a pause, Orochimaru continued, moreover, my reconnaissance snakes have detected a significant number of Konoha ninjas heading this way. If we proceed any further, we shall find ourselves besieged. Fuyun, acutely aware of his own exhaustion and the weakening of his physical form, reluctantly nodded. Then let that old dog Danzo live a little longer. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru finally exhaled in relief, for he had been genuinely concerned that Uchiha Fuyun would choose to confront the situation head-on, potentially derailing his carefully laid plans. After all, Orochimaru could not afford to lose the only friend he had on this eternal path. Indeed, at some point, Orochimaru had gradually come to regard Uchiha Fuyun as a true friend. He formed hand seals and channeled his ninjutsu, causing their figures to vanish into the mist. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, half kneeling on the ground, was engaged in a discussion with the two sages about whether to continue the fight or retreat. Little Jiraiya, do not push yourself too hard. You are nearing your limits, Senju Hashirama said in a grave tone. But, if we do not stop him here. Jiraiya coughed blood as he spoke, unwilling to yield. Senju Tobarama's expression was filled with concern. You are gravely injured, and that man possesses the self-healing abilities of Hashirama Senju. Continuing like this will lead to your demise. At that moment, Danzo approached Jiraiya. Jiraiya, when the time comes, I shall act as bait to create an opportunity for you. What? Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed, springing to his feet and fixing his gaze intently on the mist. Danzo was slightly startled and asked, What is it? Jiraiya gritted his teeth. A chakra signature has appeared, taking Uchiha Fuyun away. Senju Hashirama inquired, Is it his accomplice? Danzo demanded, Who is it? Jiraiya clenched his fists, and after a moment's thought, shook his head. That individual has deliberately concealed their chakra with a secret technique. I cannot discern their identity. Anxious, Danzo disregarded Jiraiya, moving swiftly into the mist in pursuit. Yet, despite his efforts, he could find no trace of the person he sought. Regret washed over him for not bringing a sensory-type subordinate. After expending so much effort to meticulously set up this trap, he had still failed to capture that inherently wicked Uchiha boy. Danzo was consumed by rage, lamenting the waste of so many precious resurrection coins. Before long, a large contingent of Konoha ninjas arrived, with a group of root ninjas being the first to reach the scene. All knelt on one knee behind Danzo. Lord Danzo, where's the enemy? Danzo tightened his right arm's bandage, concealing it within his robes, cherishing the remaining precious orbs he held close to his heart. As for why he kept them close, nothing else, for it is closer to the heart. That which is beloved must surely reside within. To love him is to bear him upon oneself. Danzo spoke with a grim countenance. The enemy may number 2, led by a sensory ninja. Spread out and find them. Understood. The root ninjas replied in unison, swiftly taking action. With a darkened gaze, Danzo murmured to himself, It is time to have a conversation with Itachi. To confront the Sharingan, one must employ the Sharingan. When faced with Jiraiya's inquiries regarding his own Sharingan, Danzo possessed a ready retort. In recent years, the Uchiha clan has posed an increasingly dire threat to the village. To safeguard Konoha and to counter the Sharingan, while minimizing the sacrifice of his subordinates, I, Shimura Danzo, must sacrifice my own flesh, resolutely opting to transplant the Sharingan that Konoha has collected over decades. All of this is for the sake of Konoha. Chapter 38. Regretful shadows. Seeing that Jiraiya still harbored doubts, Danzo displayed a weary countenance and sighed. How wonderful it would be if you younger generations could remain in Konoha. You and Tsunade have long been absent, leaving the village to be sustained by us old fogies. How many years have we accumulated? If you and Tsunade were wholeheartedly devoted to Konoha, would we really need to toil away in our old age? Both Hiruzen and I are 70. Do we not wish to retire and enjoy our twilight years? Yet, who is there to uphold Konoha? Ah, Jiraiya. You must stay in Konoha and take on a role here. Jiraiya, visibly reluctant, awkwardly waved his hand. No, I'm not cut out for that. I shall return now. Danzo watched Jiraiya's awkward retreat with a cold sneer. Dare to question me? I shall not let this little white-haired brat off easily. In a Konoha conference room, candlelight flickered, casting shadows on 4 somber old faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe had long extinguished, yet he unconsciously clenched it between his teeth, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Tsunade's former colleague, Kohara Yuditane, pressed her toothless lips into a thin line, her tea having long since gone cold. Meanwhile, Danzo's right arm was stained with fresh blood seeping through the bandages, his solitary eye glimmering with barely concealed agitation. The scroll spread across the table detailed the latest intelligence. Uchiha Fuyun, confirmed to possess, would release and the Manjiki Sharingan, with a threat level surpassing S rank, requiring the initiation of the Shadow Extinction Plan. Bang! Danzo's fist slammed onto the table, causing tea to spill. The water spread across the scroll, mirroring their current chaotic situation. I should have been heated long ago. His voice was hoarse. I should have been allowed to act decisively during the massacre. Now, a single loose end threatens to overturn the entire Konoha. Mito Gaiden frowned. What good is it to speak of this now? The immediate concern is, the immediate concern? Danzo scoffed. Do you not yet comprehend? That boy is capable of directly repelling Jiraiya. The next step is to return to Konoha and pin us one by one to the Hokage rock. Hiruzen finally set down his pipe, his aged hands trembling slightly. His Mangeki ability, one that could forcibly manipulate others' movements, another that could amplify ninjutsu, had now come to fruition with the acquisition of Wood Release. A sudden silence enveloped the conference room. All present recalled that name. Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi who single-handedly ended the Warring States period. Mito Gate-un's throat tightened. Is he to become the second Uchiha Madara? Hiruzen abruptly rose, the chair scraping noisily against the floor. Summon all elite jonin back immediately. Issue the highest alert. Seeing the worry and fear etched on the faces of his old friends, Hiruzen reassured them, do not despair. For nearly 40 years, how many storms have we weathered? Konoha shall once again flourish, reminiscent of its former glory. Moreover, this time we have not returned empty-handed. We have acquired invaluable intelligence, facilitating our future confrontations. The three nodded in agreement, finding solace in this singular victory. Danzo's gaze darkened. Hiruzen, you must find a way to bring Tsunade back. Konoha is in a precarious position, and as a member of this village, how can she remain absent for over a decade? The other three displayed no outward reaction to Danzo's ire. Did they not understand? They were all cunning foxes, well aware of one another's motives. Why had Tsunade distanced herself from Konoha? Was it not due to Danzo's covert machinations, compounded by their tacit approval? During a period of relative stability and peace, they had exploited Tsunade's psychological vulnerabilities, provoking her with the deaths of her loved ones, leading her to forsake her duties in the Land of Fire, succumbing to gambling and alcoholism, spiraling into decline, just as they had expelled Orochimaru. Their independent thoughts and substantial abilities posed a threat to the interests of the four great clans. In fact, Tsunade posed an even greater threat than Orochimaru, for she belonged to the pure-blooded Senju clan. She was the most likely candidate to succeed as Hokage. Thus, Tsunade's heart was shattered before Orochimaru's, leading her to her downfall even sooner. Did the third Hokage and others favor exceptional ninjas? Certainly, for they represented the future and hope of Konoha. In their pursuit of the village's strength, they genuinely nurtured generations of successors, cherishing their descendants. However, one could be outstanding, yet not surpass me. One could be superior, yet must remain obedient. The four reminisced fondly, yearning for the emergence of another Minato Namikaze. What a remarkable successor he was, unparalleled in excellence, and so agreeable, willing to heed the counsel of these old-timers. Thus, they ardently cultivated and cherished their juniors, hoping for the swift arrival of a candidate worthy of Hokage. After a long silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi reignited his tobacco. Regarding Tsunade, I will persuade Jiraiya to approach her. She still harbors deep affection for this village, and I trust in her. The others nodded in agreement. The influence of the four great clans was now firmly established, and even if they relinquished the Hokage position to Tsunade, it would pose no significant issue. After all, no one could diminish their authority, and Tsunade was merely one woman. The lone representative of the Senju clan, everything remained within their grasp. With age catching up to them, all in their 70s, how much longer could they hold their positions? And lacking sufficiently qualified individuals within their families, they had no choice but to prepare for the inevitable. In any case, cultivating exceptional successors would suffice. Eventually, the Hokage position would return to their clan. Danzo squinted slightly. Jiraiya's character certainly precludes him from becoming Hokage, but we might leverage the pressure of that position to compel him to recover Tsunade. Hiruzen's expression turned displeased as he retorted, this old body can still endure. There is no need to be so fearful. Regardless of how formidable Uchiha Fuyun may be, he is but a single individual. Behind us stands Konoha, the Land of Fire. Danzo scoffed. Hizashi, this does not truly signify relinquishing power. It is merely a pretext to persuade Tsunade to return to the village. Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare upon Shimura Danzo. No, Danzo, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. I am the Hokage. Danzo's single eye widened in defiance. Humph. You will come to regret this, Hizashi. After exchanging barbs, the two departed in their separate ways. Meanwhile, Tintin and Mito Menka remained completely unperturbed, their eyelids not even fluttering, for they understood that this matter had already been settled. They were all too familiar with this scene, having rehearsed it countless times before. As always, Danzo would implement his plans, while the third Hokage would oppose him. Then, Chapter 39, The Path in the Village of Inying. After listening to Fuyun's narrative, Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, He furrowed his brow and inquired, so, does this imply that your current physical regeneration is a result of either the 60-tier spiritual power or the power of the Hashirama cells? Fuyun waved his hand dismissively. That is of little consequence. What I truly wish to understand is how to harness this 60-tier spiritual power. Orochimaru's gaze turned serious. No, this is indeed crucial. Every data must be precise to the minutest detail, otherwise, the outcomes may diverge drastically. Orochimaru's expression softened as he reminisced. I have once witnessed the overwhelming force of the White Snake Sage. Based on my research over the past year, your spiritual strength may very well rival that of the White Snake Sage. The ancient spiritual practitioners you mentioned could very likely refer to beings such as the White Snake Sage and the Great Toad Sage. His excitement palpable, Orochimaru continued. In that case, the ancient cultivators you speak of can indeed be identified. The White Snake Sage, the Great Toad Sage, and the Slug Sage have all survived for millennia, and the three sacred lands are, in fact, ancient ruins. Thus, they have preserved the methods of cultivation. With his hands raised in an almost reverent manner, his eyes sparkled with wisdom. This means that the so-called cultivators are those who practice harnessing natural energies. Fuyun, momentarily taken aback, could not help but admire Orochimaru's imaginative leap, as his deductions seemed remarkably plausible, even if they were far from the truth. Fuyun spread his hands and remarked, spiritual power should not be classified as natural energy. While there may be a certain correlation, they do not belong to the same system. Natural energy pertains to the cultivation of the physical body, while spiritual power relates to the cultivation of the mind. The stronger the body, the more potent the spiritual power may become. However, great spiritual power does not necessarily correlate with physical strength, for those with formidable spiritual prowess may not require a corporeal form at all. After a brief pause, Fuyun continued. Yet, you do make a valid point. The spiritual power of the three sages must indeed be formidable. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Thus, dear Fuyun, you need not deliberately seek methods for utilizing spiritual power, for are you not employing it constantly? Fuyun's expression turned quizzical. What do you mean by that? Orochimaru fixed his gaze intently on Fuyun. Is it not true that you have traversed your path step by step, relying on what you refer to as 60-tier spiritual power to reach this point? Regardless of the path taken, ultimately, all roads lead to the singular truth. What matters is that each step is taken with diligence and purpose. For me, each of my steps is grounded in a substantial amount of data, while your progress, Fuyun, is built upon an immensely solid foundation of spiritual power. Fuyun's expression turned peculiar. Are you suggesting that a towering edifice rises from the ground, and that brilliance can only be achieved through one's own efforts? Orochimaru paused momentarily, then chuckled. Your fresh perspective is indeed quite apartment. What we must do is continuously discover new things, assimilate them as our own, and when we acquire enough knowledge, there will be nothing in this world that eludes our understanding. Orochimaru, with an expression of fervent obsession, declared, ultimately, we shall become the greatest beings in this world and unravel all the mysteries of existence. To achieve this, an immense amount of time is required, and the human lifespan is entirely inadequate. Thus, I seek to attain eternal life. Fuyun found himself somewhat dizzy from Orochimaru's words and waved his hand dismissively, stating, I wish to transplant the cells of Hashirama once more. I feel my wood release is still rather feeble. Orochimaru, feeling a bit exasperated internally, thought, must you feign such humility? Your accomplishments are unparalleled. He slowly closed his eyes and then reopened them, pondering, if this is considered weak, then what hope do I have? Unaware of Orochimaru's peculiar expression, Fuyun curiously inquired, oh, by the way, I've always wanted to ask you, didn't you transplant Hashirama's cells? Why can't you use the wood release techniques? Orochimaru gazed at Fuyun with a stoic expression, as if turned to stone. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, tinged with awkwardness. Fuyun, adopting the mindset of as long as I am not embarrassed, the one who is awkward is Orochimaru, calmly sipped his tea, waiting for Orochimaru to continue speaking. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru finally spoke in a measured tone. First, I have only transplanted a low concentration of Hashirama cells, and who told you that possessing Hashirama-S cells guarantees the ability to use wood release? That is precisely why I sought your guidance, Orochimaru. For you are the foremost pioneer of advanced techniques in the ninja world. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of satisfaction, a smile finally gracing his lips. Say that again. What peculiar habit is this? Fuyun's mouth twitched slightly. Orochimaru, You are the pioneer? Indeed. Orochimaru tilted his head back and let out a soft hum, displaying an air of enjoyment. He then smiled and elaborated. To utilize would release. Possessing Hashirama's cells is merely one of the necessary conditions. One must also possess a substantial level of yang release chakra and a foundational understanding of the 5 elemental natures. Upon hearing this, Fuyun grew more perplexed. But I only have earth and fire release chakra. How can I use it? Orochimaru contemplated for a moment before explaining. You possess the Manjiki Sharingan, and your Yin release has reached its zenith. Furthermore, after integrating with 100 concentration of Hashirama cells, you have acquired a formidable yang release. In other words, you have attained yin-yang release. An yin-yang release encompasses all 5 elemental natures. Ah, I see. So, it seems that Yamato's situation is a mutation? Or does he harbor some secret? Fuyun appeared pensive, then abruptly asked, Orochimaru, you have already faced off against Itachi Uchiha. Haven't you? What are your thoughts on him? Orochimaru's expression grew cold and greedy. He is exceedingly strong, having surpassed me by a significant margin. Fuyun nodded thoughtfully. Then, who do you think is stronger, him or I? Orochimaru, of course, was aware that Fuyun intended to eliminate Itachi. With a smile, he remarked, in terms of ocular techniques, Itachi surpasses others. However, discussing anything else without first addressing Itachi's ocular prowess is futile. After all, while my overall strength may eclipse Itachi's, I am far from being his match. Fuyun, however, harbored a different perspective. He stroked his chin and analyzed. If my conjecture holds true, you were defeated by Itachi's Jinjutsu, were you not? Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, stating, Itachi's Jinjutsu is likely unparalleled in the entire shinobi world. I cannot dispute my loss. Yet, eliminating me, Orochimaru, is not so simple. No. Fuyun shook his head, exuding confidence as he continued. What is termed Jinjutsu is merely a contest of mental prowess. When a Jinjutsu user overwhelms you with their mental strength, it is only natural that they can easily vanquish you. A so-called genius of Jinjutsu is simply a genius of mental acuity. Orochimaru's expression turned contemplative, savoring Fuyun's words. Fuyun pressed on, your mental strength, Orochimaru, is indeed formidable. The fact that your resistance to Jinjutsu has become your Achilles heel indicates that you have fragmented your mental prowess. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted suddenly, his demeanor shifting to one of profound astonishment. This was his most closely guarded secret, the very leverage that allowed him to roam freely within the shinobi realm. How could this young man have discerned such information? Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly frigid, his serpentine instincts awakening as he subconsciously licked his lips. He had divided his mental prowess into 8 segments, each embedded within different cursed seals. Some of these seals had already been implanted in his subordinates, while others remained in his possession. The segmented mental strength lay concealed within these seals. When his primary consciousness remained intact, the other fragmented mental powers remained dormant. However, should his primary self perish, the dormant mental segments would awaken to form a new dominant consciousness. This was the true secret behind Orochimaru's claim of immortality, known only to him, kept from every other soul. Why would Uchiha Fuyun possess such knowledge? Noticing Orochimaru's change in demeanor, Fuyun quipped, what is it? Are you contemplating silencing me? After some reflection, realizing that with the current strength of this young man, he might not be able to contend with him, Orochimaru suppressed his aura. Hoping Fuyun remained oblivious to the segmented mental powers hidden within the cursed seals. Fuyun, how on earth did you come to know such things? Fuyun merely smiled. I not only know you have divided your mental prowess, but I also understand that your primary focus lies in the Yamada no Jutsu, rather than Edo Tensei. The latter merely serves as a means to assist your Yamada form in acquiring a vessel. Orochimaru sprang to his feet, visibly shaken, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Chapter 40. The Art of Yamada Fuyun. You have rendered Orochimaru speechless with fear, a sensation he has never experienced before. Since the day he acquired the forbidden scroll of the Yamada technique, no one has been privy to this knowledge. Moreover, Orochimaru is confident that even if someone were to glimpse the scroll, they would be incapable of deciphering it. In truth, all of Orochimaru's research and forbidden techniques serve the purpose of the Yamada technique. This is his greatest secret. For instance, the Sage Body Sealing technique is designed to store the spiritual energy partitioned from the essence of Yamada. Furthermore, as Fuyun has indicated, The impure world reincarnation technique is aimed at acquiring a vessel to house the essence of the white serpent. The Yamada technique represents his eternity, the path to immortality. Once he achieves immortality, he would possess infinite time to decipher and acquire the entirety of the world. Orochimaru envisions himself as the supreme being destined to unravel all mysteries and seize everything. The fleeting nature of success or failure and the trivial pursuits of fame and fortune hold no significance in his eyes. Enemies, should you defeat me, so be it. I shall still dance upon your grave, and perhaps even upon your grandchildren's graves. The Sharingan? The Rinnegan? Indeed, they are tempting, but in the endless expanse of time, I shall ultimately decipher the data of the Sage of Six Paths, and in the end, will it not all belong to me? Therefore, in pursuit of his eternal ambition, Orochimaru has never once faltered, diligently engaging in his ceaseless research. No matter your strength, you shall ultimately meet your end. Everything else is devoid of meaning. Only eternity bears significance. Orochimaru alone is the sole being of true importance. However, the tide has turned, and Orochimaru is now thoroughly alarmed. Someone has appeared who can sever his path to eternity. If Fuyun is aware of all this, he possesses the power to obliterate it, and he need not lift a finger. Simply revealing this information could spell doom for Orochimaru. He stares intently at Uchiha Fuyun, trembling, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Fuyun glances at the ravenous Orochimaru and chuckles lightly, saying, Orochimaru, there is no need for such anxiety. We are allies, are we not? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Orochimaru reluctantly returns to his seat, realizing he has no recourse against this young man. He silently hopes that they can coexist harmoniously. Fuyun, might you share how you came to know all of this? Fuyun sips his tea and replies, 60 tiers spiritual energy. 60 tiers spiritual energy? Orochimaru echoes, puzzled. Fuyun nods. You are aware of the prophecy of the Great Toad, are you not? Orochimaru recalls Jiraiya. I have heard some tales. It is said that the Sage of the Toads often dreams of future events, and Jiraiya devoted much of his life to a single dream. A rather absurd joke. No, not at all. Fuyun speaks softly. What do you mean, Fuyun? Orochimaru's expression shifts. Fuyun continues with calm assurance. Creatures endowed with spiritual energy at our level can, to some extent, extrapolate fragments of the past and future. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's astonishment, Fuyun could not suppress a chuckle within. He was certainly no master of divination. Rather, this was merely a ruse to elicit Orochimaru's secrets without appearing overly conspicuous. With a thumb gently brushing against his other fingers, he adopted a fa of a mystic. Based on a mere fragment I glimpsed, coupled with various clues, it becomes rather effortless to deduce the causality of certain events. Orochimaru, completely captivated, displayed an eager demeanor akin to that of an apprentice, humbly inquiring, and what might those clues be? Yet how naive. Indeed, one falsehood necessitates an avalanche of lies to sustain the first. Fuyun, maintaining a composed demeanor, leisurely lifted his teacup and savored the last sip. All the while his mind raced to conjure some absurd phrases to obfuscate the matter. Noticing Fuyun's actions, Orochimaru took it upon himself to pour more tea for him. Fuyun nodded in satisfaction before continuing. For instance, the Kusanagi sword you possess is indeed a legendary artifact from ancient mythology, said to reside within the body of the Yamada no Orochi. Furthermore, consider the forbidden technique of reincarnation. Why has no one succeeded in mastering it for centuries? Because one cannot transform into the Yamada no Orochi, thus unable to transfer, correct? To Fuyun's surprise, such nonsensical statements evoked a look of realization on Orochimaru's face. Quickly, he shifted the topic. Let us return to the discussion of Itachi's Genjutsu. While it is formidable, I believe it is insufficient to conquer me. His victory over you is merely due to your diminished mental capacity. Orochimaru, awakening from his reverie, murmured. I have always referred to what you describe as spiritual energy as consciousness. Hearing you articulate it this way, it seems that Genjutsu indeed represents a clash of spiritual forces. Fuyun beamed with an encouraging smile. A master of Genjutsu is essentially a master of spiritual energy. Thus, with my considerable spiritual prowess, should I not be able to evade Itachi's brilliance? Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed slightly. If that is the case, you should possess a 50% chance of victory against Itachi. Yet, why do I still sense your defeat? Fuyun felt a surge of frustration. Orochimaru extended 3 fingers. Firstly, The disparity in intelligence. No one yet comprehends the full extent of Itachi's Sharingan abilities, while your own capabilities have already been revealed. Secondly, Itachi surpasses you in combat experience and tactical intelligence. Thirdly, he has the backing of Konoha and the Akatsuki, and in terms of potential, he is simply younger than you. Fuyun rolled his eyes and retorted, asking you is hardly better than asking myself. Orochimaru replied softly, take your time, do not rush, as long as we can attain immortality. A millennium from now, who has to say we cannot wreak havoc upon any grave we desire? Fuyun glared, what are you saying? 1,000 years is far too distant. We must seize the moment. After this declaration, Fuyun fell silent, deeply contemplating how to devise a plan to eliminate Itachi or those aged individuals from Konoha. Merely causing them emotional distress would not suffice. He needed a way to make them experience the agony of death. Observing Fuyun's silence, Orochimaru cautiously ventured, Fuyun-kun. About that matter, Fuyun, lost in thought, impatiently interjected, that matter? Regarding the matter of my eight-headed technique, it is imperative that no one learns of it. I implore you. Lord Fuyun, for if the heavens had not given birth to you and me, we would endure eternal existence. Fuyun hastily interrupted his incantation, saying, all right, I understand. Chapter 41. Impure World Reincarnation. 6 months have passed, and nearly 3 years have gone by since the night of annihilation. On this day, Orochimaru once again sought out Uchiha Fuyun, who was engrossed in his training. A colossal skeletal hand, composed of golden chakra, effortlessly intercepted a barrage of shurikens, which merely sparked as they struck against the bony appendage. The battle with Jiraiya over 6 months ago had profoundly illuminated the fact that relying solely on wood release and the Mangekyo Sharingan was insufficient to obliterate the entire hidden leaf. Susanoo. Fuyun contemplated, his gaze fixed on his right hand as he recalled the ancient texts of the Uchiha clan, describing their ultimate power, a conflation of chakra as fuel and ocular prowess as the flame. The gear-like Mangekyo began to spin violently. Crack, crack, crack. Golden chakra erupted from within him like molten lava, coalescing around him into a massive skeletal hand. The jagged claws gripped the rock face, effortlessly reducing the solid stone to powder. Fuyun's eyes were fixed on a waterfall 100 meters away, and with a sudden surge of will, he swung the skeletal hand. Boom! The air was torn asunder, creating a vacuum, and for 3 seconds, the waterfall was horizontally severed by the gust of his palm. Emerging from the mist was a wall of rock, now pockmarked with craters, fissures sprawling across the valley like a spider's web. Not enough. Fuyun murmured to himself. Impressive, Fuyun-kun, Orochimaru exclaimed, stepping into the valley, his eyes brimming with awe. This is true power. As the golden chakra gradually dissipated, Fuyun retracted his Susanoo. I must ask, Orochimaru-kun, why do you always spy on others during their training? Have you gleaned all my secrets? A subtle smile graced Orochimaru's lips. Fuyun stretched languidly. Is there something you require of me? Has the 3rd transplant of Hashirama's cells been prepared? Orochimaru crossed his arms, shaking his head. No, your body has reached saturation. Continuing the transplants would yield little benefit. Your body will automatically cultivate Hashirama's cells, growing stronger and closer to the power of the original Senju Hashirama. Fuyun unfurled a scroll to inspect it. Then what do you seek from me? You aren't planning to send me to some den of thieves to capture test subjects again, are you? Orochimaru revealed a cryptic smile. Fuyun-kun, I have something extraordinary to show you. Oh, what marvel awaits? Will it enhance my strength? The two made their way back to the hidden sound village, heading towards an underground base. Orochimaru led the way with an enchanting serpentine grace, a constant expression of excitement playing upon his lips. Fuyun, meanwhile, pondered the enigma of Orochimaru's current form, tempted by the notion of a surprise attack to unveil the truth. Unable to contain his curiosity, Fuyun inquired, Orochimaru-kun, what treasure do you wish to reveal to me? Orochimaru turned his head slightly. We shall arrive shortly. And soon you understand. The two arrived at a spacious secret chamber, where Orochimaru activated a barrier. Kabuto, engrossed in his work, acknowledged their presence with respect. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Fuyun, all the requirements for the technique have been prepared. Fuyun turned to Orochimaru, inquiring, technique? What technique? Orochimaru let out a low chuckle, his shoulders subtly twitching. The greatest forbidden technique of Konoha, the reanimation jutsu. What do you think? Not much, Fuyun replied calmly, blinking slowly. Orochimaru's excitement faltered. his hands momentarily at a loss. Why was this boy so unfazed? Shouldn't anyone be thrilled at the prospect of meeting the god of shinobi? After all, this was a being whose very blood and saliva were worth their weight in gold within the ninja world. Humph, you truly lack romanticism, Orochimaru huffed, turning to prepare for the ritual. Although Fuyun feigned indifference, he felt a flicker of anticipation within. The reanimation jutsu, a masterpiece crafted by the legendary Senju Tobirama, was an unparalleled forbidden technique. It could summon the souls of the deceased, resurrecting them and allowing for their manipulation. It required a certain amount of the deceased's flesh or bones and necessitated a living person to serve as the vessel for the deceased spirit. For Orochimaru, acquiring Tobirama's remains was hardly a challenge. As for the sacrifice of a living host, that was trivial. Orochimaru had an abundance of test subjects at his disposal. In the shinobi world, human life was often undervalued, a truth that Fuyun, having witnessed the Uchiha clan massacre, understood all too well. Kabuto brought forth a man, controlled by Jinjutsu, and forced him to kneel in the center of the chamber. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a ninja from the rock village. His forehead protector long gone. Fuyun recognized him as a rogue ninja, recently captured by Orochimaru's men in a black market raid. What a stroke of luck for this man. To serve as the vessel for the god of shinobi, merging with him. Orochimaru licked his lips in anticipation. Lucky or unfortunate. Soon this man would become the vessel for Tobirama's soul. Orochimaru unfurled a scroll inscribed with intricate ritualistic symbols upon the ground, placing a viscous substance at its center. As he formed hand seals, the arcane symbols and the blood paste began to spread, encircling the sacrificial man with a luminous ring. Summoning technique, reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru slammed his palm onto the ground, a booming incantation echoing through the chamber. The light within the circle intensified, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the decaying particles, gradually enveloping the sacrificial man. In moments, the substance covered most of his body. A blood-curdling scream erupted, the man's soul crying out as it was crushed by another's essence. The agony of such a soul being obliterated was unbearable. In the blink of an eye, the remnants completely enveloped the sacrificial man, transforming him into Senju Hashirama, clad in the crimson armor of the Warring States period. The reanimation jutsu had succeeded. The first Hokage had returned to the realm of the living. He had arrived. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who brought an end to the Warring States period and established the system of ninja villages, stood before them, summoned to this realm. Orochimaru's excitement was palpable. Senju Hashirama appeared vividly, indistinguishable from the records of his past. Yet, the cracks that marred his body and the lifeless darkness of his eyes served as a stark reminder that he was not a mere mortal. Orochimaru stepped behind Senju Hashirama, deftly inserting a kunai bound with a control talisman into the back of his head. After a puff of white smoke, a shiver of the soul resonated, and Senju Hashirama slowly opened his deadened eyes. Chapter 42. Senju Hashirama. So this is the reanimation jutsu? How remarkable. I never imagined there would come a day when I would be summoned by such a technique. Tobirama, I maintain that this jutsu ought to be prohibited. My judgment has never faltered. The murmurs of Hashirama echoed in the hidden chamber. He raised his hand, examining his palm, and flexed his fingers. Furthermore, this technique possesses no combat prowess whatsoever. It is a most lamentable and futile jutsu. Tobirama. Fugaku's curiosity piqued, prompting him to activate his Sharingan to observe. Hashirama sensed a familiar surge of power and turned his gaze towards the three individuals in the chamber. The Sharingan. Such a long-awaited and endearing sight, indeed. Uchiha youth. How old are you? Have you had your meal? A warm, genteel smile adorned Hashirama's face, radiating concern. You three are all ninjas of Konoha, correct? What brings you to summon me? Has Konoha encountered some dire predicament? One cannot help but acknowledge that Senju Hashirama is truly a radiant and gentle soul, unconcerned with the implications of his reanimation, instead focusing on the summons and the village he cherishes. Fugaku and Orochimaru exchanged glances, the former unable to stifle a laugh. Konoha may indeed be facing an extraordinary crisis. After a brief pause, Fugaku continued, Moreover, we three are no longer ninjas of Konoha. They have bestowed upon us new titles. Hashirama pouted, new titles? Orochimaru nodded, a smile gracing his lips. The people of Konoha refer to us as Konoha's defectors. Hashirama sighed. It seems the village is rather discordant. So, who are you? Uchiha Fugaku. Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi. Hashirama inquired with perplexity, Why would a youth of the Uchiha clan defect from the village? Though Tobirama may harbor disdain for Madara, he would surely treat the Uchiha fairly. Fairly? Haha. Upon hearing this, Fugaku erupted into his signature Uchiha laughter. First Hokage, the Uchiha clan has been annihilated. I have risen from the grave. No, Konoha did not grant the Uchiha a burial. I have clawed my way back from the depths of hell. The second Hokage indeed treated the Uchiha clan well. But he has long since passed, and his capable disciples have led Konoha into a prolonged survival struggle, rendering it the weakest among the 5 great nations. Barely managing to align with the impoverished Sunagakure for self-preservation. Hashirama stood in stunned silence. How can this be? Orochimaru spread his hands. Nothing is impossible. Nearly 60 ninja clans established during the founding of Konoha have been decimated, and even your Senju clan has been eradicated, leaving only your granddaughter alive. Fugaku smirked. Furthermore, for 16 years following Konoha's establishment, which is to say over 40 years after your demise, the majority of time has been consumed by the Great Ninja Wars. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and added, the Uzumaki clan has also been annihilated by Konoha. The abundance of information left Senju Hashirama momentarily bewildered and astonished. What is the situation? Our esteemed Konoha, the foremost village in the shinobi world, towering above all, now seeks to ally with Sunagakure for self-preservation? Furthermore, how could the 3 illustrious clans, the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki, face annihilation? Even in the absence of myself and Madara, the foundation of these clans remains formidable. Who possesses the capability to eradicate them? Hashirama succumbed to a state of despondency, enveloped in melancholy. Fuyun chuckled lightly. What do you think? Would you care to join us? Let us bring an end to the decaying Konoha and usher in a new era. Hashirama's expression turned grave. I cannot heed your one-sided words. I must uncover the truth. Anyone who dares to threaten the village shall not escape my wrath, be they a friend, a relative, or even my own child. Orochimaru, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Let us cease this conversation. We must proceed outside to test the purity of the reanimation jutsu. Fuyun nodded, turning to leave with Orochimaru, disregarding the continued attempts of Hashirama to speak. They had never intended to seek Hashirama's counsel. Their lengthy discourse was merely an opportunity to gauge the thoughts of this legendary ninja, the founding Hokage of Konoha. However, it became clear that engaging him in further dialogue was unnecessary. He was nothing more than a puppet to be commanded. Who cares for your will and opinions? Chapter 43, The Testing of Hashirama Weight. Uchiha boy, Orochimaru, Kabuto, enlighten me about the current state of Konoha. Who is the 3rd Hokage? Hashirama extended his arm in summons, yet the trio paid him no heed, continuing their path outward. Orochimaru smiled enigmatically. I have resurrected the 2nd Hokage with this technique. But for some inexplicable reason, I cannot bring back the 4th. Fuyun turned his head slightly. I find it perplexing. Why are you so fixated on the Hokage? Would it not be more advantageous to resurrect other, more practical, and easily controllable strong figures? It was evident that Fuyun overestimated Orochimaru's talents. The latter lacked such extraordinary capabilities. He was not omniscient, unlike someone who could perceive the broader perspective. Like a blind man ascending a mountain, each step for Orochimaru was fraught with difficulty, laden with countless trials and failures along the way. The forbidden technique of Edo Tensei was one Orochimaru had only recently begun to master. He was far from knowledgeable about the myriad applications and choices it entailed. At present, he had only just achieved the ability to successfully summon souls. However, as a pioneer in the shinobi world, he would not betray his ignorance. After all, one must maintain their dignity. Better a severed head than a disheveled appearance. Orochimaru flashed a seductive smile. Oh, it's nothing. I simply wish to witness the expression on the face of the esteemed 3rd when confronted by the past Hokages. Hee. Fuyun chuckled in response. Hee. That does sound exceedingly entertaining. How did I not think of such an amusing endeavor? Orochimaru. I too wish to learn this Edo Tensei technique. Teach me, so I may have those old fogies of Konoha face attacks from their own kin. Their wicked laughter echoed, reaching the ears of a bewildered Hashirama. Upon arriving at the rear mountains of Odogakure, Orochimaru formed hand seals, summoning the coffin containing the 1st Hokage. Now, Fuyun, it is your turn to be his opponent. Let us test the strength of Hashirama Senju. Fuyun accepted eagerly, intrigued by the Edo Tensei as well. Hashirama reopened his dark eyes. What do you 3 intend to do? Fuyun stepped forward deliberately, curious. Defeat me, and I shall reveal it to you. Hashirama sighed. It seems I have no choice. Then, young one, Come forth and show me how you wield the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. If a battle is to ensue, let it commence. The Senju clan fears no challenge. Hashirama assumed his stance, smiling as he declared, the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai is indeed the finest in the shinobi world. Their ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu are all exceptional, embodying the versatility of a hexagonal ninja without weakness. With a swift motion, Fuyun drew a greatsword. Chakra surging forth as his three-tomo Sharingan materialized, instantly appearing above Hashirama. Hashirama clasped his hands together, unleashing his most formidable technique, would release. Birth of the Sea of Trees. Countless sprouts erupted from the earth, rapidly growing in a frenzy, as colossal vines spread outward. A forest materialized out of thin air. However, it failed to ensnare Fuyun or inflict harm upon anyone. Boom. Fuyun sliced through the surrounding vines, continuing his assault towards Hashirama. Is this all you've got? Pathetically weak. It pales in comparison to my prowess. Nevertheless, Fuyun had no intention of employing wood release. Instead, he continued to wield his Sharingan, having activated his Manjiki. Hashirama beheld the peculiar gear-shaped eyes with astonishment. Manjiki Sharingan, is it? Young man, we must have a serious discussion. Fuyun deftly evaded several attacking vines, sheathing his katana as golden chakra began to emanate from him. Discuss? Certainly, but you have yet to earn that privilege. Boom. A colossal skeletal giant took form, wielding a golden chakra sword that swept through the surroundings. The forest, teeming with movement, was utterly annihilated, violent shockwaves radiating in every direction, tousling the hair of the observing Orochimaru. Kabuto shielded himself with his arm, bracing against the force of the impact. Orochimaru remained unperturbed, his golden slit pupils narrowing. It's over. I never anticipated the potency of this Manjiki technique. No, it is. The reanimated body of Hashirama Senju is simply too weak. In a flash, he arrived beside the shattered Hashirama, resting his chin on his right hand, a contemplative expression gracing his features. This is exceedingly weak. What could be the reason? The reanimation jutsu still harbors a fatal flaw. Fuyun languidly reclined against a massive gash in the wood, tilting his head as he remarked, such a level of reanimation is scarcely worthy of use. The third Hokage could easily vanquish it. Fuyun, your audacity is remarkable. Is this your idea of a test? You activated Susanoo right away, leaving me without comprehensive data. Despite his words, Orochimaru bore no resentment. He had gleaned significant insights from this reanimation, his mind alight with revelations. The merit of failure lies in its lessons. Every setback is a crucial step toward success. Kabuto also appeared atop the rubble, adjusting his glasses as he inquired, Lord Orochimaru, what are your thoughts? Shall we retrieve Hashirama, or abandon this reanimated form? Gazing at the now partially restored Hashirama, Orochimaru's expression turned serious. This reanimation is far too weak. It must be due to the inadequacy of the vessel. We must meticulously document all data, including the vessel specifications, and make adjustments for future attempts. Kabuto responded respectfully, understood. Subsequently, Orochimaru averted his gaze from the two, discreetly forming seals. Reanimation jutsu. Release. Instantly, the restored Hashirama's soul ascended, returning to the Pure Land. The reanimated body, deprived of its soul, began to disintegrate, the remnants cascading down, unable to remain cloaked over the sacrificial offering. Moments later, only a pile of debris and that unfortunate sacrificial man remained on the ground. Orochimaru displayed no signs of defeat after his failure. Rather, he earnestly reflected on the reasons behind it, analyzing the underlying principles. Fuyun rose and clapped his hands together, saying, well then, I shall commence my training. You must teach me that technique tomorrow. With that, Fuyun swiftly vanished from the scene. Do gazed in the direction of his departure and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke gravely. This Uchiha Fuyun is growing increasingly formidable. It may soon become impossible for us to control him. Orochimaru-sama must not impart all his knowledge to him. Orochimaru, however, merely smiled faintly and responded, to exert influence over others is not solely reliant on brute force. In fact, relying on sheer power is the most foolish approach. Do exhibited a look of confusion, expressing his concern, but I simply cannot comprehend how we could possibly control someone as powerful as Uchiha Fuyun. If he possesses the strength to overpower us, then the consequences could be dire, perhaps a complete rupture in our alliance, or worse, he might turn against us. Orochimaru maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, friendship, love, familial bonds, gratitude, morals, wealth, reputation, and values. All these can govern humanity, though. There is much you still need to learn. Young Fuyun is quite an admirable individual. If he truly holds the potential for eternity, what harm could there be in lending him our support? Do bowed respectfully, affirming, yes. I understand, Orochimaru-sama. Chapter 44. What is benevolence and righteousness? The following day, Fuyun indeed sought out Orochimaru, requesting to learn the forbidden jutsu of Edo Tensei. However, Orochimaru, with various excuses, declined Fuyun's request, claiming the technique was exceedingly difficult and that he had yet to master it himself. Orochimaru, my esteemed Minner, surely, if we collaborate, we can refine this technique more effectively. Fuyun insisted, trailing closely behind Orochimaru and persisting in his persuasion. Orochimaru remained silent, placing down the test tube he held and turning his attention to another apparatus. Orochimaru. Fuyun immediately followed suit, continuing to beseech him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru merely picked up a scroll for recording experimental data and engrossed himself in its contents. Seeing that all his efforts bore no fruit, Fuyun felt a twinge of impatience. Why, you thick-browed, wide-eyed Orochimaru, I have entrusted my most precious possession to you. Yet you refuse to impart even a single ninjutsu to me? Fuyun exclaimed in exasperation, jabbing a finger at Orochimaru's nose. You are utterly devoid of chivalry. I have always regarded you as a paragon of the ninja world. I truly misjudged you. Bah, you scoundrel. Reassemble Hidan and return him to me, all of him. Fuyun ranted, his words punctuated with spittle that splattered across Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru gently brushed aside Fuyun's finger with the scroll. Fuyun, I assure you, this technique is still in the experimental phase, and I am merely exploring its possibilities. Here's a thought. Preserve a part of the body of the individual you wish to resurrect, and once the technique is more refined, we can revisit the matter. Fuyun was skeptical. He knew Orochimaru was reluctant to share such a formidable forbidden technique. This was Orochimaru's pivotal means to dominate the ninja world in the future. How could he ever consider sharing it with anyone else? Humph. Very well, but when the time comes for Edo Tensei, I shall have full control over the resurrected individuals. Fuyun did not dwell too much on the issue, acknowledging that the technique was indeed still quite imperfect. Orochimaru smiled and said, that is only natural. Rest assured, Fuyun. Fuyun interrupted, enough of that. Let me ask you this. Once you have perfected it, will you teach me? After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru nodded. I shall impart it to you. Good, your word is sufficient. In truth, I am not overly eager to wield such a morally questionable forbidden technique. Fuyun valued the enhancement of his own strength above all. After all, external forces are but a means, and true strength lies within oneself. Just as Kabuto, possessing the most refined Edo Tensei technique, was still outmaneuvered by two skilled adversaries. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru could not help but smile faintly. For Uchiha Fuyun to possess such insight was indeed beneficial for both of them. Rest assured, Lord Fuyun, what is yours is also mine. And what is mine is indisputably mine. This technique is one that even the fourth Hokage could not summon. Upon my refinement, Fuyun suddenly flashed a wicked smile. I might just know the reason you are unable to resurrect the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. Oh? Pray tell. What could that possibly entail? Seeing Orochimaru's interest piqued, Fuyun feigned a dramatic gesture, as if calculating the secrets of the universe. Such a display would undoubtedly warrant a signboard on the streets, charging others for fortune-telling. After a brief moment, Fuyun began speaking with grave sincerity. I believe the soul of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is sealed elsewhere, not in the Pure Land, which is why you cannot summon him. Orochimaru's pupils constricted and in shock. He exclaimed, it seems Minato used a sealing technique to seal the Nine Tails before his demise. Could it be that there is something amiss with that sealing technique? One must concede, Orochimaru possessed a keen intellect. He grasped concepts swiftly, making communication effortless. Fuyun appreciated such ease of discourse, though the ambiguity of Orochimaru's gender left him slightly unsettled. It is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the Reaper Death Seal, Fuyun declared. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Among the techniques of Konoha, there are few I am unaware of. Yet I have never heard of anything called the Reaper Death Seal. Are you certain, Lord Fuyun? Fuyun, feigning profundity, nodded. Indeed, it is the Reaper Death Seal. A powerful technique that leads to mutual destruction with the enemy. the caster must sacrifice their own soul to the Shinigami. Orochimaru, though well-versed in various matters, had never encountered a technique capable of sealing a soul. Merely the notion sent shivers down his spine. However, what outweighed his trepidation was exhilaration. Such an unprecedented phenomenon held an irresistible allure for someone like Orochimaru, who aspired to unravel all mysteries. His tongue flickered restlessly, and his gaze became entranced. The Shinigami. The soul. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. Fuyun cast a disapproving glance at Orochimaru's infatuated demeanor and continued. It is precisely because the fourth soul is sealed within the belly of the Shinigami that summoning him is impossible. And thus, the reanimation jutsu cannot be performed. Furthermore, Fuyun mimicked Orochimaru, licking his lips. Moreover, half of the Nine-Tails chakra is also sealed within the soul of the fourth Hokage. What did you say? Orochimaru was once again taken aback. However, after a moment's contemplation, he gradually regained his composure. After all, the Nine-Tails was merely a chakra entity, and its division into two halves was entirely plausible. Are you certain? Orochimaru sought confirmation once more. I am quite certain. Orochimaru became increasingly agitated, his moist tongue extending once more, swaying back and forth. After all, it was the Nine-Tails. If he could harness its power. Fuyun crossed his arms, a smug expression gracing his features. What do you think? Do you see it now? This is the disparity of humanity. This is what true benevolence entails. The fourth Hokage, the Nine-Tails, Hidan, the path of mental cultivation. How precious these elements are. I hardly blinked before presenting them to you for sharing. Fuyun, with a face full of disdain, remarked, Look at you, treating a mere forbidden technique as a treasure. Hoarding it as if it were a gem. How pathetic. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru displayed a hint of embarrassment, a surge of blood rushing within him. Who said that? What kind of talk is this? It's merely a technique of Edo Tensei. I can teach it to you right now. Fuyun waved his hand dismissively, his eyes still filled with contempt. Forget it. I wouldn't want to hurt your feelings. Orochimaru could not tolerate such ridicule. Today, he was determined to demonstrate his dignity as Orochimaru and reveal the benevolence of a pioneer in the ninja world to Uchiha Fuyun. Thus, he grasped Fuyun's hand firmly, refusing to let him go. Come, learn Edo Tensei at once. Whatever I possess, I shall share with you. All trivial matters. Reluctantly, Fuyun was dragged into the underground base, where Orochimaru retrieved several scrolls of ninjutsu. Among them was an ancient-looking forbidden scroll of Edo Tensei, clearly a relic from the second Hokage's era. Yet, possessing this scroll alone would not suffice. Most individuals would be unable to comprehend its intricacies. The principles and details contained within were far too profound for the average person to grasp. The genius researcher, Orochimaru, had held this forbidden scroll for many years, dedicating countless hours of study, sacrificing numerous test subjects and resources, and only recently making slight progress. Nonetheless, significant flaws remained, strictly speaking. Orochimaru had not yet succeeded in mastering this technique. The other scrolls, densely filled with annotations, contained Orochimaru's insights written in straightforward language. Fuyun. The crux of this technique lies in the portions of the resurrected individual's flesh, as well as the specific requirements for the vessel discovered yesterday. However, these are not the most critical factors. The essence of this technique lies in the intricate patterns of the array. This array is extraordinary. It connects to the Pure Land. It requires ink made from special minerals closest to the underworld and must be inscribed with precision. Any deviation greater than 2.5 will render the connection to the Pure Land's temporal passage impossible, thereby preventing the summoning of souls from the deceased. You must first comprehend the principles of the raw materials, followed by familiarizing yourself with the inscribing process. Orochimaru then launched into an elaborate explanation, accompanied by his own notes. As Fuyun listened, he grew increasingly perplexed, yet he managed to grasp the fundamental principles and seals of this forbidden technique. Perhaps it was due to his formidable mental prowess that Fuyun possessed an extraordinary understanding of all that he learned. Had this been in the past, would he not have been able to secure the title of national champion? Let alone the prestigious Tsinghua University, the world's elite institutions would surely have vied for his enrollment. Chapter 45. Conspiracy. Though Fuyun's comprehension is extraordinarily profound, it is not something that can be mastered overnight. After all, even a genius like Orochimaru devoted many years to his studies. Even if Fuyun stands upon Orochimaru's shoulders, time is still required for him to hone his skills. After Orochimaru had thoroughly explained the forbidden techniques, he exhaled deeply. Take your time, with my guidance. You should be able to master it through diligent study over the next few years. Orochimaru then stored away the scroll of forbidden techniques and turned with a smile. Now, can we proceed to lift that ceiling technique? I wish to see the fourth Hokage and that half of the nine tails. Fuyun shrugged and replied, I cannot do that. Orochimaru's smile froze. You. Fuyun nodded. I am unable to lift that ceiling technique. Orochimaru's inner thoughts screamed in despair. What a conundrum. After a lifetime of scheming. Today, I find myself outwitted. Yet, having imparted all the forbidden techniques, he could not retract his teachings. Unable to contain himself, Orochimaru lunged at Fuyun with a fierce expression. Fuyun swiftly dodged the attack, repositioning himself to the other side of the secret chamber. All right. No need to rush. If I cannot do it, you certainly can. Fuyun quickly interjected to halt Orochimaru's renewed assault. Orochimaru paused, astonished. You mean I can lift that seal? What do you mean? Fuyun affirmed. Whether it involves obtaining the soul from the Shinigami or sealing the soul away, any interaction with the Shinigami necessitates a sacrifice of one's own soul. This is the price to face the Shinigami, and it is also the essential prerequisite for acquiring the fourth soul in the Nine Tails. Orochimaru began to grasp the implications. This young man was not incapable, but rather afraid of being claimed by the Shinigami. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should sacrifice my own soul? How cunning. Fuyun's demeanor turned serious as he explained, your abilities can allow you to evade the Shinigami's retribution in the ninja world. Only you possess the capacity to circumvent the Shinigami's rules of trade. After releasing the fourth Hokage's soul, you can immediately perform the impure world reincarnation, at which point your physical form will be entirely altered, rendering you unrecognizable to the Shinigami. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. You certainly have audacious ideas. He realized that from the very beginning, Fuyun had intended to leverage him to liberate the fourth Hokage and the half of the Nine Tails. In essence, regardless of whether Orochimaru taught him the impure world reincarnation technique, Fuyun would depend on Orochimaru's power to achieve this goal. How sly. He had even spoken of righteousness and morality, moving Orochimaru with his eloquence. However, Orochimaru did not dwell on such matters. After a brief silence, he continued to inquire, so, how can we summon the Shinigami? Who in Konoha possesses this sealing technique? Fuyun chuckled. The sealing technique of Minato Namikaze was naturally imparted by Kushina Uzumaki. You know, Minato was chosen as Hokage due to his obedience to the elders. Then, if the fourth Hokage possesses it, how could the third Hokage lack it? Orochimaru sneered. Are you suggesting that the fourth Hokage imparted this technique to the third? But how can we compel the old man to willingly share this technique with us? Fuyun shook his head. To summon the Shinigami, it is not mandatory to master the Shiki F gene. Orochimaru inquired with a hint of confusion. What do you mean? Is there another way? Indeed. Fuyun began to theatrically gesture, embodying a mystic persona. The Uzumaki clan possesses the Shinigami's mask. By donning the Shinigami's mask, one can summon the Shinigami. However, the moment it is worn, the transaction with the Shinigami commences, and the sacrifice is destined to perish. And that moment will be Orochimaru. Your time to shine. Is there anything more exhilarating than to toy with a deity? He cackled with delight. This is precisely the endeavor suited for those of us who seek eternity, Orochimaru. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, extending his hands in a grand gesture. If heaven did not create you and me, the path to immortality would remain untraveled for eons. Enough. Orochimaru coldly interrupted Fuyun's incantation. Shall we then search for the Shinigami's mask? The Land of Whirlpools has already fallen. Can we still find it? Unfazed by the interruption, Fuyun slowly retracted his hands and replied, we should be able to locate it. That type of mask is quite inconspicuous, and few would pay it any mind. You actually know of the Shinigami's mask? Does that imply you are acquainted with the Shinigami? Orochimaru probed cautiously. There was no denying it. Uchiha Fuyun was indeed enigmatic, resembling a prophet. Orochimaru felt a lingering unease regarding Fuyun's ability to perceive fragments of the past and future with his profound mental prowess. Yet he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Fuyun gestured with his fingers. What do you think? There are very few matters in this world that elude my understanding. Those who cultivate spiritual power have existed long ago. Seeing that his probing yielded no fruitful results, Orochimaru ceased his inquiries and stated, Then let this matter be entrusted to you, Fuyun. The prospect of half a Nine Tails is indeed tantalizing. Half a Nine Tails? Indeed, wait? Am I to embark on this alone? Fei-Yun realized something was amiss mid-sentence. The Land of Whirlpools is vast. And the village of Whirlpools is not small, either. How long will it take for me to find it alone? Furthermore, I still need to train. There are numerous ninjas from the 4 great clans awaiting my harvest. Did you not say to delegate trivial matters to subordinates? Orochimaru smiled. Fei-Yun, first and foremost, you are the only one who knows of the Shinigami's mask. Secondly, this is no trivial matter. This concerns a deity, the Nine Tails, and the 4th Hokage. Fei-Yun blinked his wide eyes. What you say does hold some merit, yet I still feel something is amiss. There is nothing amiss, Fei-Yun. This is a task only you can accomplish. Orochimaru insisted earnestly. I shall await your good news at home. That phrase sounds rather familiar. Perhaps Orochimaru is not entirely incorrect, thought Fei-Yun. Indeed, he is quite concerned about this matter. Not to mention, he is determined to acquire the power of the Nine Tails. That is, without a doubt, the most formidable auxiliary force. However, venturing to Konoha to capture Naruto Uzumaki poses significant risks. Furthermore, I must admit, I harbor a certain sympathy for Naruto. One could even say I feel pity for him. Unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to eliminate him. The Uzumaki clan has suffered greatly. Contemplating the Uzumaki lineage, Fei-Yun's thoughts drifted to the red-haired girl that Orochimaru had recently brought back, Karen. He then declared, I shall undertake a journey. Let me take Karen with me. As an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, she should prove to be of some use. Orochimaru's expression shifted as he exclaimed, How did you deduce that? I have never disclosed Karen's background to anyone. Fei-Yun chuckled. Isn't her striking red hair a clear indication? Coupled with your interest, Orochimaru, do not underestimate my intelligence. While it is indeed apparent, red hair is merely a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan, not the sole identifier. Orochimaru replied, flicking his tongue. You may take her, but you must ensure her safety. There are few members of the Uzumaki clan remaining, should another perish. The clan may face extinction. Where else would we find such exceptional subjects for research? The following morning, a handsome young man, standing at 6 feet tall, departed from the village of Sound with the red-haired girl in tow, making their way toward the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. Fei-Yun inquired, Karen, do you know about your family? I do not know. My mother only told me before she died that my name is Karen. The girl stammered, captivated by the handsome young man before her. His tousled black hair danced in the wind, neither too long nor too short, and his face was strikingly handsome yet resolute, leaving her utterly mesmerized. Fei-Yun continued, would you like to know more? The girl hesitated. I do not wish to know. After all, my father has never cared for us. I meant your mother's family. Fei-Yun clarified. Chapter 46. The Mask of Death in the Ruins of the Land of Whirlpool. It is perhaps more fitting to refer to it as the territory of Whirlpool. Since the fall of the nation, its wealth and resources have been utterly plundered, and it has since been annexed by the Fire Nation, renamed as the territory of Whirlpool, becoming a dominion of the Fire Nation. Along the coastal expanse of the former Land of Whirlpool lies a dilapidated and forsaken place, Whirlpool Tide Village. 2 figures, one tall and one short, stand atop the remnants of the village, their cloaks and hair billowing in the sea breeze. Fei-Yun softly murmurs, Xianglin, this is your birthplace. No, it is your mother's birthplace. Given your age, you were born long after this place had already met its demise. The setting sun casts a sanguine hue over the ruins, while the waves crash against the shattered dock, producing an echoing hollow sound. This land was once the flourishing homeland of the Whirlpool clan, now reduced to weathered stone pillars and a half-buried clan emblem, the once vibrant red Whirlpool design, now indistinct and devoured by time. Fei-Yun's boot crunches over a shard of pottery, the sharp sound piercing the silence. Xianglin instinctively clutches the hem of her garment, her crimson hair lifted by the briny sea breeze, revealing her slightly trembling eyes. The collapsed shrine's beams are skewed in the earth like the bones of a giant, pierced through. Faded Shimenawa ropes lie scattered, as if the seals have broken and the incantations have fled. My mother once said that beneath the eaves of our homeland, wind chimes hum. Xianglin suddenly speaks, her voice barely audible over the sound of the waves. As she picks up a rusted fragment of iron, even the nails that held the wind chimes have rusted away. Fei-Yun remains silent. The emblem of the Whirlpool has been stained brown by the blood that once flowed here. In the distance, a decaying fishing boat lies stranded in the cracked street, its hull littered with shattered children's teeth and darkened kunai. The tale of the Whirlpool clan's annihilation being cursed has spread, instilling fear in ordinary people who dare not settle here, nor even approach this terrifying sight. It remains uncertain who spread such rumors. Was it the allied forces of the four nations to conceal their atrocities? Was it the Fire Nation to placate the populace? Or perhaps a form of self-soothing by Konoha? In any case, this once glorious whirlpool-tide village has become a place where no one dares to tread. Not even the likes of pirates. Fuyun guides Xianglin through the ruins, searching intently. Following her directions, he uses earth techniques to excavate several sections of debris, but finds only some fragmented ceiling stones. They eventually arrive at the entrance of a partially collapsed hall and come to a halt. On the slanted wooden door, the faint inscription of Namen Hall can still be discerned. A smirk crosses Fuyun's lips. Namen Hall? This must be the place. Stepping inside, they are met with numerous masks adorning the cracked walls. Gazing at the myriad of masks, Fuyun cannot help but frown slightly. His claim to know the mask of death, made to Orochimaru, now feels like an exaggeration. To one like Fuyun, who possesses no interest in masks, these haphazard creations all appear strikingly similar. Just as a person perceives cats and dogs as indistinguishable, cats and dogs view humans in a similar light. To them, humanity appears uniform. As Fuyun prepared to pack everything for departure, Xianglin pointed to a mask above, adorned with two sharp horns and a mouth full of fangs, exclaiming, "That mask emanates a terrifying aura. It seems almost alive." Fuyun's gaze sharpened as he extended his arm. Shadow Serpent Technique. A python surged forth, coiling around the mask and delivering it into Fuyun's hands. Upon grasping the mask, a repugnant energy coursed through his palm. Indeed, it was the one. Fuyun exclaimed with delight, utterly convinced that this was the death god's mask. Stowing the mask away, he attempted to engage with other masks but felt nothing unusual. It appeared that the rest were merely ordinary souvenirs. Turning to Xianglin, he inquired, "The mission is complete. Do you have any further thoughts? If not, we shall take our leave." Xianglin shook her head. Fuyun nodded. "Very well. Let us go. I shall treat you to a splendid meal." The two exited the Nami Hall, making their way toward the outskirts of Guichao village. Xianglin stealthily raised her gaze to admire the tall, handsome figure before her. In Inin village, she had heard numerous tales about this man, the most formidable ninja, on par with Lord Orochimaru. The Light of Inin, the immortal hero of the ninja realm. Of course, whether he truly matched Orochimaru's prowess remained a mystery. As they neared the exit of the Guichao village ruins, Xianglin summoned her courage and spoke. Lord Fuyun? What is it, Xianglin? I've heard that your shuriken technique is exceptional. Could you teach me? Shuriken technique? At her words, Fuyun paused momentarily, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He had not dedicated focused practice to it, but with the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan, his shuriken skills were naturally proficient. Hitting targets with pinpoint accuracy, employing strikes against strikes, and hitting blind spots were all within his capability. As they walked, Fuyun elaborated. The proficiency in shuriken technique relies fundamentally on one's observational skills and body coordination, followed by diligent practice. If your shuriken technique is lacking, it may stem from insufficient familiarity with the movements or a disconnect between thought and action. Strive to align your actions with your thoughts. Xianglin listened intently, muttering to herself. Align actions with thoughts. At this, she hurriedly retrieved paper and pen to jot down her notes. Fuyun produced a shuriken, casually tossing it. It traced a graceful arc, swirling around the two of them before returning. Without even glancing, he extended his right index finger, effortlessly catching the returning shuriken, which spun above his right shoulder. How impressive! Lord Fuyun, please teach me. Xianglin's eyes sparkled with admiration. The thought process began with a simple calculation of trajectories, estimating force, wind direction, and angles. Then, in a swift motion, it all came together. Fuyun animatedly gestured with both hands, attempting to convey the concept to Xianglin. Xianglin, with her delicate hands resembling lotus roots, paused to take notes, her expression slightly dazed. It seemed she hadn't quite grasped the explanation. Take your time, Fuyun reassured her. Ultimately, practice is key. Regardless of whether you are a genius, diligence remains an eternal theme. Xianglin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, I understand this. As long as one is sufficiently diligent, an ordinary person can definitely catch up to a genius. Fuyun chuckled. Who instilled such nonsense in you? What makes you think you can catch up? Do you believe geniuses do not strive? I am a genius, and I have yet to see anyone work harder than I do. Xianglin was momentarily taken aback, her expression dimming. It seemed that indeed, geniuses also exert effort, often even more so. They possess greater stamina, chakra, and conditions that enable them to strive harder. In contrast, ordinary individuals may find their efforts fleeting as their bodies tire, chakra depletes, and resources become scarce. Chapter 47. The Uncertainty of Life. It was my mother who spoke these words. Xiang Lin's expression dimmed slightly. Fuyun, after a moment of choking back his emotions, straightened his chest and proclaimed, "Your mother is not mistaken. Hence, I just asserted that diligence remains an everlasting theme." With determination in her eyes, Xiang Lin nodded fervently, exclaiming, "I understand, Lord Fuyun." The pair ventured into a bustling town, stepping into a lively tavern. Fuyun picked up the menu and handed it to Xiang Lin, laughing heartily. "Order anything your heart desires, for money is no object." He then seized another menu. Embarking on his own selection, he ordered every delectable dish that caught his fancy, relishing the thought that all expenses would be borne by Orochimaru. Fuyun was eager to order a plethora of treats, envisioning a bill tenfold in value. Before long, an array of culinary delights graced their table. Grilled octopus legs, charred to perfection, glistened with teriyaki sauce and were sprinkled with crushed nori. Xiang Lin took a bite, her senses awakened by the crispy exterior and the tender, juicy center, the sweetness bursting upon her tongue. "This is far superior to the rations in the hidden grass village," she exclaimed, her words somewhat garbled with delight. The triangular rice balls, enveloped in tangy pickled plums and wrapped in crisp seaweed, beckoned to her. Silken tofu bathed in bonito broth, garnished with scallions and ginger paste, yielded to her spoon, quivering like a cloud. The grilled mackerel, its skin crisp yet the flesh remaining exquisitely tender, lay beside a steaming mound of sticky yam paste, embedded with shiitake mushrooms, chicken, and rice cakes. Sashimi rice adorned with salmon, salmon roe, and sea urchin was elegantly crowned with spiraled radish carvings. Colorful glutinous rice dumplings, threaded onto bamboo skewers, rested in a chilled amber-hued liquor, with plums nestled within, droplets of condensation clinging to the glass. As she indulged in the feast, Fuyun suddenly inquired, "Xiang Lin, you were brought to the Sound Village by Orochimaru, were you not? What are your thoughts on this? Do you harbor any emotions?" For reasons unknown, Fuyun felt a peculiar empathy towards the members of the Uzumaki clan. One lives as a beast of burden, yet when the time allows, one finds solace in the embrace of the mountains. Perhaps this sentiment encapsulated the plight of the common folk, whose brilliance lies obscured beneath the dust of existence. Only a fortunate few may witness the most exquisite moments of life. Xiang Lin paused, her dainty face glistening with grease as she replied, "I do not know. I merely feel far more comfortable than I did in the hidden grass village. Although Orochimaru's demeanor can be quite frightening, he has not permitted anyone to harm me. He only takes a little blood occasionally and administers some injections." Fuyun sighed, setting aside the chicken leg. "If I were to set you free now, ensuring that the Sound Village would no longer pursue you, would you choose freedom, or would you prefer to return to the hidden grass village?" Xiang Lin contemplated for a moment before stating, "I think I shall remain in the hidden Sound Village. Compared to Lord Orochimaru and all of you, I harbor a greater fear of the outside world." Fuyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, given Xiang Lin's lineage, there was scarcely a place for her within the ninja realm. Venturing forth would only lead her into a more dire predicament, as countless eyes fixated upon the Uzumaki clan awaited her. Who could guarantee that her next haven would be preferable to that of the hidden grass? You fight for your village, and I for mine. Each bears their own convictions. Yet none possess intentions for the Uzumaki clan. Just like Uchiha Fuyun, had he not been endowed with formidable strength, he would have long been a candidate for Orochimaru's next vessel, amidst the countless factions vying for power. Was Orochimaru in the wrong regarding other factions? Not at all. In this world, what exists is not a matter of right or wrong. It is merely a reflection of your justice against mine. If Fuyun were to allow Xiang Lin to leave now, would that truly be a benevolent act? No. Xiang Lin's departure from the Hidden Sound could very well plunge her into a fate tenfold more tragic. Like her mother, who was driven to death through exploitation. That is a distinct possibility. Joy, the people suffer. Danger, the people suffer. There are no idle fields across the four seas, and farmers perish from hunger. With no home to return to, what labor can one offer to the common folk? Everything retains its significance, yet simultaneously, everything seems utterly devoid of meaning. What a bitter irony. Fuyun merely displayed a gentle smile, sharing food and drink with Xiang Lin, refraining from further discourse. After their meal, The two made their way to a hot spring inn. Upon entering the mixed bathing area, Fuyun spotted a familiar face, Sarutobi Asuma. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma was enjoying the hot spring with a beautiful woman possessing red eyes. Laughing and chatting, completely oblivious to Fuyun's arrival. Xianglin had already retreated to the women's bathing area. A smirk graced Fuyun's lips as he leisurely entered the hot spring, settling across from Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. Ah, how leisurely the Leaf Village has become. Even the Hokage's son has time to vacation, Fuyun remarked with a cheerful demeanor. The steam from the hot spring enveloped them, obscuring Asuma and Kurenai's view of the man across from them. Perhaps he is a friend from the Leaf's alliance? Asuma mused. Smiling, Kurenai, displaying a more cautious nature, inquired with a melodic voice, "May I ask which friend this is? What a coincidence to meet here." "Oh, I have yet to introduce myself. I apologize," Fuyun responded, continuing with a smile. "I am Uchiha Fuyun. Your village must be searching for me." Suddenly, his words unleashed a tempest within the hot spring, a powerful chakra dispersing the mist and clarifying the bathing area. Fuyun tilted his head slightly, the gust tousling his dark hair. "I wonder, Mr. Asuma, why do you appear so agitated in the presence of your girlfriend? Such behavior may leave a less than favorable impression." Asuma Sarutobi remained silent, his muscles taut, fixated intently on the young man across from him. At that moment, Kurenai Yuhi also regained her composure, her deep neckline subtly visible beneath the water. "Uchiha Fuyun, is he truly the notorious rogue ninja who has surpassed S rank?" A look of astonishment tinged with a hint of surprise crossed her features. She had never anticipated that the legendary, malevolent rogue ninja would possess such a radiant, handsome visage and exhibit such courteous demeanor. At that instant, Asuma felt the weight of frustration more than anyone else. He had envisioned a rare holiday, an opportunity to whisk Kurenai away on a romantic escapade. If all went according to plan, today would unfold a mesmerizing battle within the confines of the hot spring inn. But alas, such is life, filled with surprises and unexpected turns. One can never predict which will arrive first. Chapter 48. The hunt. Asuma's fingers subtly began to form seals, preparing for an imminent action. Although the sudden gust of wind had stirred the atmosphere, it failed to alarm the patrons of the open-air hot spring. They merely attributed it to the natural breezes characteristic of the location. Fuyun leisurely scrubbed his well-defined upper body, though his muscles were not excessively pronounced. They concealed a formidable strength. "Mr. 35 Million Tails, there are many ordinary people here. Surely, you wouldn't want to act in such a place?" Fuyun's cultured voice resonated. Yet his gaze remained fixed away from the two adversaries. Asuma slightly turned his head and whispered to Kurenai, "Red, you should retreat. I will keep an eye on him." Kurenai, however, shook her head in defiance. "You cannot handle him. It is said that he possesses the strength to repel Master Jiraiya." Asuma discreetly glanced towards the entrance of the bathhouse, knowing he must retrieve his ninja tool pouch at once. Engaging unarmed would only hasten his demise. With this thought, he exchanged a knowing look with Kurenai. This mere glance conveyed volumes, as their long-standing partnership had forged an unparalleled synergy, leading to the downfall of countless foes. Just as they prepared for action, Fuyun casually lifted his head. "Go ahead, retrieve your belongings. Whether you choose to flee or wait for me, I shall return in a minute to claim my 35 million taels." Upon hearing this, Kurenai's expression shifted slightly. "You will let us leave?" Fuyun offered a polite smile. "As I mentioned, there are many ordinary people present. I have no desire to engage in conflict here. Do you ninjas of Konoha so easily disregard the lives of the innocent?" Only then did Kurenai and Asuma survey their surroundings, as if just now noticing the other patrons in the hot spring. Despite Fuyun's words, should the two choose to engage, he would not hesitate to strike. His reluctance to harm innocents did not imply a commitment to their protection. If battle were to commence, he would be fiercer than anyone else. Asuma and Kurenai bolted from the hot spring inn with utmost urgency, their garments hastily donned. They accelerated to their limits, swiftly covering a significant distance. Asuma tightened his belt in midair and urgently stated, "Red, you must go ahead. I will hold Uchiha Fuyun back." Kurenai exclaimed in disbelief, "How could I abandon you? We faced this together." Asuma replied sternly, "Remaining here is futile. He is not someone we can contend with. Your departure may allow you to seek help. Staying will not save me." Kurenai, however, held a different perspective, reasoning, "In a direct confrontation, we may not be his equals, but if we attempt to escape, he may not be able to capture us." Suddenly, several shuriken whistled through the air, targeting Asuma and Kurenai's backs. Have they caught up so quickly? Asuma and Kurenai managed to deflect the shuriken, but more were soon unleashed upon them. They swiftly leaped aside to evade the barrage of incoming projectiles. Asuma had just deflected several shurikens when a fleeting glance revealed a kunai beside him, bound with a crackling explosive tag. The ensuing sparks ignited an acute sense of danger. Boom! A series of violent explosions erupted, flames bursting forth and thick smoke billowing, as the powerful shockwave sent surrounding trees toppling in disarray. Whoosh! A blinding red flare pierced the smoke, shooting straight into the heavens. Fuyun cast a glance skyward, then redirected his focus towards the swirling dust. A distress signal, perhaps? As the smoke gradually dissipated, the figures of Asuma and Kurenai emerged on the opposite side, unscathed, evidently having employed defensive jutsu. Asuma opted not to flee further, for he had already discerned that Uchiha Fuyun's speed surpassed theirs, and he undoubtedly possessed formidable sensory abilities. In such circumstances, retreat would only hasten their demise. Kurenai. Do not underestimate his Sharingan. He can cast Jinjutsu. Asuma gripped two specially crafted short blades, infusing them with wind chakra. Swish! Asuma charged forward, launching into his favored close-quarters combat. However, his proud chakra blade was swiftly thwarted. With a sweep of his katana, Fuyun sent Asuma reeling. Chakra blades are not solely your domain. Asuma, while retreating, hurled his dual blades, swiftly forming hand seals to catch them mid-air, fire-style, ash pile burning. Boom! An explosion of flames surged skyward, enveloping the area ahead. From within the fire, a colossal golden skeletal hand emerged, seizing Asuma. What is this? Asuma exclaimed in shock. Fuyun gradually stepped forth from the smoke, his body partially ensconced in the skeletal grip, yet a golden chakra shield enveloped him. Kurenai, are you not ready yet? Asuma shouted urgently. Fuyun paused momentarily, his gaze shifting towards Kurenai. Suddenly, Kurenai's figure dissipated in a surreal manner, and the surroundings shifted dramatically. Vines erupted beneath Fuyun, binding him, and soon grew into a towering tree, securing him firmly. Illusion, tree binding death. Kurenai emerged from the massive trunk, brandishing a kunai aimed at Fuyun's head. Fuyun smirked, using Jinjutsu against me? You underestimate me. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the roles reversed, and the bound figure transformed into Kurenai. Fuyun stood before the astonished Kurenai, the gears of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan materializing. Startled, Kurenai promptly closed her eyes, but it was too late. The ocular technique had already been activated. The surroundings reverted to normal, and the captured Asuma transformed with a thud into a wooden stump. Asuma's true form flickered, delivering a swift kick toward Fuyun, yet Fuyun easily parried the blow. Nevertheless, Asuma had already secured an immobile Kurenai, and they both propelled themselves backward. Release. Asuma formed a hand seal, shouting in an attempt to free Kurenai from the Jinjutsu. Fuyun coldly smiled and uttered, "Eliminate Asuma." The lethargic sunset red suddenly erupted, fiercely brandishing the blade in its grasp. With a piercing sound, even though Asuma reacted immediately, he was nonetheless slashed across the chest, blood gushing forth as the wound laid bare to the bone. Is this the ocular technique that the intelligence spoke of? Asuma gazed at the sunset red in terror. Fuyun, witnessing that Asuma had not been slain, could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, the intelligence world did not deceive. How astonishing that he escaped with his life. Logically, Asuma should have perished moments ago. It was implausible for him to react in time. Yet, miraculously, Asuma had survived, likely due to his constant vigilance against Fuyun's ocular techniques. The leakage of capability intelligence is indeed a grave concern for ninjas. It is no wonder that even top-tier figures like Nagato, from my recollection, would steadfastly guard their own information. Chapter 49. 35 million tails in hand. However, it has already come to an end. At this moment, Asuma, severely wounded, found himself freed from the control of the Sharingan, as a panicked Kurenai rushed to his side. Asuma, are you all right? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Kurenai stammered, filled with distress. Asuma, gasping for breath, reassured her. It's not your fault. The inherently malevolent Uchiha merely sought to toy with us. He could have easily defeated us outright. Fuyun, with a mocking smile, retorted, "This is a life-and-death war. Are we not permitted to employ any means necessary?" As he approached the two, his chakra blade rose ominously. Observing this, Asuma forcefully pushed Kurenai aside, seizing a specially crafted dagger and charging at Fuyun, delivering a fierce thrust. Fuyun slightly shifted his body, capturing the incoming dagger with one hand, then effortlessly pushing his katana forward. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced Asuma's heart, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet, with his other hand, Asuma clung desperately to the katana. "Kurenai, step back." Asuma bellowed, activating his hidden technique, unleashing a torrent of explosive tags. "You malevolent Uchiha, you cannot escape. Let us descend into hell together." Fuyun scoffed, "You merely grasp my blade. Do you truly believe I cannot evade you?" With that, he released his grip on Asuma's arm and the sword, retreating swiftly. Although he could utilize Susanoo for defense, he relished mocking such futile measures. Indeed, witnessing Fuyun withdraw, Asuma's eyes filled with intense resentment and fury, triggering a partial detonation of the explosive tags. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions erupted, and Fuyun quickly dispersed the flames and smoke, darting to Asuma's mangled body, examining it with concern. "Please don't let my 35 million tails be destroyed." He sighed with relief upon finding Asuma's body still salvageable, albeit in a sorry state. Kurenai's eyes glistened with tears as she stood frozen, watching Fuyun collect Asuma's body into a storage scroll. At last, 35 million tails are finally in hand. After completing this task, Fuyun turned to Kurenai. "You didn't take the opportunity to flee? Do you know it's futile?" He brandished his blade, advancing toward her, having no intention of showing mercy. Since they stood on opposing sides, they were now enemies. There was nothing left to discuss. It was a matter of either her demise or his. Snapping back to reality, Kurenai unleashed the technique she had prepared. Fuyun cleaved her in two, yet her severed form transformed into drifting cherry blossoms. Genjutsu, as his three-tomo Sharingan whirled. Fuyun struck at a nearby tree. With a sickening sound, blood erupted as Kurenai's figure reappeared. After sustaining another slash, she again dissolved into petals. Futile, before these eyes. You cannot hide. Just as Fuyun was about to charge into the thicket once more, a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind. He turned to gaze toward the northeast. Could it be that he was nearby? It was only logical. After all, this was the land of fire. Within the sphere of influence of Konoha, Fuyun flicked the blood from his blade and sheathed his sword. "You are fortunate today. It seems you have narrowly escaped death." Before he could finish his sentence, Fuyun vanished from the scene, leaving behind a ravaged forest. Moments later, a man with thick brows and large, round eyes, sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle, appeared like a green bolt of lightning. It was Might Guy, clad in his signature green jumpsuit. He found the gravely injured Yuhi Kurenai and helped her to her feet. "Kurenai, what happened? What transpired here?" Kurenai's chest heaved with labored breaths. It was Uchiha Fuyun. He killed Asuma, the son of the Hokage. "What? Asuma is dead? How is that possible? We rushed here as soon as we saw the signal. How could it have happened so quickly?" Guy's expression was a mixture of shock and fury. Yet, before he could inquire further, Kurenai succumbed to unconsciousness. Swish, swish, swish. Three figures finally arrived, appearing behind Might Guy and Kurenai. This is Teacher Kurenai," Tintin exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Teacher Guy, what has happened?" Lee asked, clenching his fists in concern. With a solemn demeanor, Guy rose and declared, "The mission has concluded, but we now have a new task." The three young ninjas adopted serious expressions. Guy continued, "Lee and Tintin, escort Kurenai back to Konoha. Niji and I will pursue the enemy and retrieve Asuma." Upon hearing this, Lee stepped forward, saying, "In that case, I wish to join the pursuit." Might Guy firmly rejected. "No, this enemy is formidable. Even I cannot guarantee victory. If not for the necessity of Niji's Byakugan, he would not accompany me." The trio was taken aback. First, they had faced two elite J-nin from Konoha, and now even Teacher Guy expressed doubt about their chances against the enemy. How powerful could this foe be? Hokage level? Tintin voiced her concern. "If the enemy is so strong, perhaps we should seek reinforcements before proceeding." Guy nodded approvingly, thus, "Your mission is not only to safeguard Kurenai, but also to relay vital information back home. Inform the Hokage. He will undoubtedly dispatch assistance." Understood. The four of them began their respective tasks. As Guy moved forward, he instructed Niji to utilize his Byakugan to track the enemy's whereabouts. However, they were unaware that Fuyun's sensory abilities far surpassed Niji's. To think they could rely on Hyuga Niji's Byakugan to locate Uchiha Fuyun, such a notion was utterly futile. Fuyun soon returned to the hot spring inn, where Kaguya had already dressed and was waiting anxiously in the lobby. "My apologies, I had to handle a matter. Let us depart, he said as he entered, noticing Kagaya's distressed expression. Without uttering a word, Kagaya nodded and followed closely behind Fuyun as they made their way outside. Upon witnessing the situation, Fuyun inquired, "What is it? Are you still upset with me?" Xianglin raised her small face and shook her head. "No. I am not angry with Lord Fuyun." "Oh, then why do you appear so discontent?" Xianglin gritted her teeth and replied indignantly. "They are all mocking the bite marks on my body." Hearing this, Fuyun suddenly understood and chuckled as he affectionately patted her head. "It's merely a trivial matter. Once you hone your skills, you can retaliate against anyone who dares to mock you. Yes, I will strive to cultivate my abilities. I wish to become as powerful as Lord Fuyun." Chapter 50. The Return. Have they found us? Fuyun suddenly turned his head and spoke. Xianglin, puzzled, inquired, "Lord Fuyun, what is it? Are there enemies approaching?" With a gentle smile, Fuyun nodded. "It is nothing of great concern. Their perceptual abilities are quite similar to yours, and they will not be able to catch up with us." However, despite his reassurances, Fuyun still grasped Xianglin's hand and swiftly moved in another direction. He had contemplated the perilous notion of eliminating Might Guy to acquire the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, yet he ultimately restrained this impulse. Previously, Fuyun had discussed the intricacies of the 8 gates with Orochimaru. He believed that his immortal body was particularly suited to such a life-threatening technique. According to their conjectures, each gate corresponded to a different aspect of physical energy, implying that one must undergo extensive physical training to enhance their bodily attributes and energy in order to unlock a gate. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu are all fundamentally reliant on chakra. Among them, ninjutsu and secret techniques manifest the 7 elemental chakras, while genjutsu embodies the in-release chakra, expressed through mental energy applications, such as the heart-turning secret technique of the Yamashiro clan or the shadow techniques of the Nara clan. Taijutsu, on the other hand, represents the physical manifestation of chakra and bodily energy, categorized under the yang release chakra. This includes the size enhancement of the Akimichi clan or the unparalleled strength of the Senju clan, among others. The quintessential embodiment of developing and utilizing in-attribute mental energy is found in sensory ninjas, while the typical practitioners of yang attribute are medical ninjas, who restore physical flesh and blood. To achieve the level necessary to unlock all 8 gates, even the formidable Might Guy and Rock Lee required decades of rigorous training. Furthermore, despite Rock Lee's nearly 10 years of training, he still could not reach the threshold to unlock the 7th gate. Reluctantly, Fuyun abandoned the idea of mastering the 8 gates. After all, he could not devote decades solely to the practice of taijutsu, as it would impede his progress in other techniques. There are myriad paths to strength. Why must he choose the most arduous one? Fuyun had no desire to jump rope 8,000 times daily, throw punches 5,000 times, or perform 3,000 push-ups while endlessly flipping around the hidden sound. This is your second chance. There will certainly not be a third. Next time, I shall eliminate you, Fuyun thought to himself. In truth, the two bore no grudge, and Fuyun had no intention of engaging in a life-or-death battle with the single-minded Might Guy. Otherwise, he would not be able to endure his relentless spirit. Am I, a distinguished rogue ninja, to shy away from your brilliance? Well, perhaps it is prudent to retreat for now. Fuyun deftly evaded his pursuers and swiftly changed direction. He journeyed to the border of the Land of Fire, where he located the currency exchange branch managed by K&I. This establishment was cleverly disguised as a restroom, concealing a world of secrets within. Ah, my unnamed friend, it has been far too long since your last visit. I dare say you must be losing sleep over thoughts of me. Upon entering the hidden door, the squint-eyed K&I rushed over with excitement, his face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum at the sight of his long-missed companion. In the past year, due to the various countermeasures implemented by Konoha, the bounty lists for the 4 prominent clans have become exceedingly difficult to execute. Consequently, Fuyun not only refrained from increasing the exorbitant bounties, but even rescinded several. This directly resulted in a decline in Queenie's performance. The once glorious days had faded, and even the elite female secretary was reassigned by headquarters. Queenie cast a glance at Xianglin, furrowing his brow, and remarked, "Has the nameless young man truly fallen so low, resorting to selling children?" Xianglin's eyes widened in shock at his words. Although merely in her early teens, she was acutely aware of her unique lineage and its considerable worth. The foul stench of the place made it evident that it was far from reputable, and the possibility of children being sold here was not unfathomable. Could it be that Fuyun truly intended to sell me? Sensing Xianglin's fear, Fuyun gently ruffled her hair and reassured her. What are you saying? I have ample wealth. My only concern is that you might not be able to profit from it. This little girl is my companion. How could I ever sell a comrade? Queenie, what matters most in this world is righteousness. Indeed, the nameless young man speaks truth, Queenie said, giving a thumbs up and showering praise. I see your recent performance has been lackluster. Allow me to lend you some results. I pride myself on upholding the principles of the underworld. With that, Fuyun retrieved a storage scroll, summoning Asuma's lifeless body. After Queenie meticulously examined the bounty notice and relevant information, he stored Asuma's remains. A bounty of 35 million Ryo was a commendable achievement. However, given that it was the body of the Hokage's son, he dared not linger and promptly instructed his subordinates to contact headquarters to collect Asuma's remains. Upon receiving the bounty, Fuyun counted the money while inquiring. Have you gathered the corpses of the 4 prominent clans of Konoha that I requested? Queenie produced a spatial ninjutsu storage scroll, stating, they're all within this scroll. Each meticulously packaged in petri dishes and labeled with their respective owners. Fuyun accepted it and added, make sure you do not mistake anyone, nor substitute with random flesh. I possess secret techniques to discern authenticity. Should there be any discrepancies, I would demand a refund. Queenie confidently patted his chest, assuring, rest assured, the nameless young man. In this line of work, righteousness is paramount. If any issues arise, come straight to me for a refund. I shall not hesitate. With a grin, Fuyun placed several stacks of banknotes on the table, declaring, consider the excess a treat for tea. Afterward, Fuyun departed the exchange office with Xianglin, setting forth towards the Sound Village in the Land of Rice. The following day, as they approached the Sound Village, they encountered a skirmish amongst ninjas. By the time Fuyun arrived, the battle had concluded. The scene was one of devastation, with smoke billowing and various weapons and corpses strewn across the ground. In the center of the battlefield stood a white-haired youth, surrounded by ominous spikes of bone, which were gradually being absorbed into his body. He was none other than the last descendant of the Take-Torai clan, the wielder of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit, Kimimaro. Junmaru cast a glance at Fuyun, then donned his attire and turned to depart from the scene. What do you think? One of my finest vessels, isn't it? The strongest defense, the sharpest offense. Orochimaru's voice resonated, and simultaneously, his figure materialized like a specter not far from Fuyun and Xianglin. Fuyun did not spare a glance at Orochimaru. He remained fixated on the retreating silhouette of the silver-haired youth. You shall not possess him. Orochimaru's smile faltered, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, why do you say that? The child's aspiration is to become my vessel. Fuyun shook his head, replying, his dream cannot be realized. He is on the brink of death. Chapter 51. The Little Grim Reaper. Fuyun, could you refrain from cursing me? This is my most satisfactory candidate for a vessel, Orochimaru lamented, exasperated. Fuyun always uttered inexplicable words. And what was most concerning was that this young man's statements tended to be validated with time. Fuyun shrugged nonchalantly. What is going on? Why has such a large-scale battle erupted? Has something happened in the village? No. It's merely a group of fools attempting to undermine Sound Village. They are nothing but clowns, unworthy of our concern. After a pause, Orochimaru cast a glance at Karen and continued, so, have you found that so-called Grim Reaper mask? As they strolled towards Sound Village, Fuyun replied, naturally. Come now, prepare the cellular tissue of the 4th Hokage post-haste. Orochimaru smirked slightly, ready to follow, when Karen quietly interjected. What about me? Karen, Orochimaru announced, from this day forth, you shall be regarded as one of the Sound Shinobi, and this is your Jinin forehead protector. He handed her an emblem adorned with musical notes, and added, you may return to the village now. Yes, Karen exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the protector and dashed away. In truth, Orochimaru had long had his eyes set on Karen and her mother in the grass village. He had initially intended to abduct Karen after the Chunin exams commenced. However, after consecutive failures to secure a vessel and attacks on Itachi and Fuyun, he was compelled to hasten his plans and retrieve the children he had been monitoring, Karen included. Fuyun and Orochimaru arrived at a clandestine chamber deep underground, and soon after, Kabuto entered, carrying a box. Both were eager, their interest piqued by the Grim Reaper and the Ninetales. Orochimaru, it's time for your performance. Put it on, Fuyun exclaimed, tossing the Grim Reaper mask to him. As Orochimaru caught the mask, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this the sensation of the Grim Reaper's chakra? It is chilling to the core. Fear and the essence of death permeate the air. Staring at the mask in his hand, Orochimaru's demeanor morphed into one of madness and obsession. Fascinating. Truly captivating. He extended his long tongue, wavering it momentarily before retracting it, as he found the impulse to lick the mask somewhat repulsive and ultimately repressed it. Fuyun urged, "Hurry and wear it. Once donned, you can summon the Grim Reaper. Just make a cut on your abdomen to release the fourth Hokage and the Nine Tails." Orochimaru shot Fuyun a skeptical glance. "Wear it? Do I even have a chance of survival?" Fuyun, puzzled, continued, "Just as we planned. After releasing the fourth Hokage's soul, you can perform the impure world reincarnation." As Orochimaru retrieved a scroll, he mused, "Do you think it will allow us to toy with it? This is the Grim Reaper we're dealing with. One misstep, and my soul could be lost. Even if it is lost, it is not of great consequence. We can certainly resurrect you," Fuyun asserted, referring to the revival of Orochimaru through the awakening of the spiritual powers divided within the cursed seal. However, in the presence of Do, Fuyun refrained from elaborating further. Orochimaru shook his head, stating, "I possess more secure methods that do not necessitate the sacrifice of my own being. Furthermore, my impure world reincarnation can only be performed once every 3 years." With that, Orochimaru unfurled a scroll inscribed with the symbols of the impure world reincarnation and extracted a mass of decayed flesh. At that moment, Do cast the sacrificial offering in front of Orochimaru, signaling that all preparations were complete. Impure world reincarnation. Upon Orochimaru's commanding utterance, the reincarnation array began to form. And amidst the sacrificial offering's anguished cries, a red-haired man materialized within the chamber. Orochimaru swiftly placed 2 control talismans upon him, declaring, "This man was once an elder of the Uzumaki clan. Utilizing him to forge a pact with the Shinigami should yield greater success. We must exercise utmost caution regarding this unknown and perilous entity. Fuyun, there is much for you yet to learn." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Fuyun comprehended the implications and could not help but raise his thumb, exclaiming, "Impressive." The process of lifting the Shinigami's seal involves several crucial elements: a connecting medium, the Shinigami's mask, a soul offering, the individual donning the mask, and, of course, a profound understanding of sealing techniques. Subsequently, the challenge lies in surviving the Shinigami's transaction. These conditions appear to be met solely by Orochimaru, as only his soul is sufficiently robust to meet the Shinigami's transaction standards, and only he can circumvent the soul trade through impure world reincarnation. Moreover, this intelligence was recently relayed to Orochimaru by Uchiha Fuyun. Fuyun had initially believed Orochimaru's capabilities were exceedingly formidable. However, he had not anticipated that Orochimaru could devise an even more ingenious strategy using this limited information, employing the souls of impure world reincarnation in conjunction with the Shinigami transaction, utilizing the glitch of impure world reincarnation to exploit the Shinigami's flaw. How audacious! It was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, Orochimaru's prowess in manipulating glitches is unparalleled, rendering the Shinigami a mere jest. Reflecting on the original narrative, it was evident that Orochimaru, with his hands sealed, was incapable of employing impure world reincarnation, thus compelling him to venture into a perilous pact with the Shinigami as a sacrifice. Under Orochimaru's control, the red-haired man donned the Shinigami's mask, and in an instant, he appeared to be manipulated by a mysterious force, ultimately assuming a position as though he were nailed to a wooden frame. Fuyun, Orochimaru, and Do could perceive nothing. Yet an extraordinarily eerie aura enveloped the chamber, hovering ominously behind the red-haired figure. Do, drenched in cold sweat, inquired, "Where is the Shinigami? Why can we not see it?" Fuyun replied softly, "Perhaps only those who have forged a pact with the Shinigami or the one being sealed can behold it." Suddenly, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily formed hand signs, channeling chakra to control the red-haired man. Upon witnessing the situation, Do swiftly inquired, "Lord Orochimaru, what is amiss?" Orochimaru's hands trembled slightly as he formed the seals. "How intriguing. It is vying for control over the Edo Tensei. Fortunately, I had foreseen this. Indeed, preparedness is paramount. The might of the Shinigami is exceedingly formidable. Should an ordinary ninja don the mask, their soul might be seized without recourse, leaving them utterly powerless." Orochimaru then turned to command, "Do, bring forth the other sacrifice." As he spoke, Orochimaru intertwined his fingers, manipulating the man of the Uzumaki clan to assist the Shinigami in slicing open his abdomen, thereby releasing a soul. Simultaneously, the man's belly ruptured. Now is the moment. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru forcefully struck the remnants of the fourth Hokage's corpse upon the summoning array. Amidst anguished cries that pierced the heart, a strikingly handsome man with golden hair, adorned in a flamboyant Hokage cloak, emerged. Chapter 52. Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle. In that case, the Shinigami should be unable to retrieve Minato's soul, right? Indeed, as the soul of the red-haired man was taken away, the eerie and oppressive aura dissipated. In the arena, only a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair remained, rivaling the charm of Fuyun. Despite still being in a reanimated state, Namikaze Minato exuded a radiant and resilient aura. Orochimaru, it seems there's merit in your defeat to him, Fuyun remarked with a grin. Orochimaru turned slightly, puzzled. What do you mean, Fuyun? Fuyun scanned Orochimaru from head to toe and teased. A gloomy and somber uncle versus a cheerful and handsome young lad. What would the old folks choose? Is there even a need to contemplate? He was naturally referring to Orochimaru's loss to Namikaze Minato in the selection for the Hokage position. Humph. Orochimaru scoffed, haughtily tossing his head away. After securing the control talisman, he meticulously sensed the atmosphere, and after a moment, he exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, within Minato's soul resides an abundance of the Nine Tails Dark Chakra. It appears that Minato must have split the Nine Tails into Yin and Yang portions back in the day. Naruto possesses half of the Yang attribute." At that moment, Minato opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. "Where is this? Who are you?" "Orochimaru." With a smile, Orochimaru replied, "Welcome back, Minato. This is the Edo Tensei. I have unraveled the Shinigami seal and resurrected you." Minato extended his hands in astonishment that sealing technique could actually be undone. "Orochimaru, how did you manage to accomplish this?" Orochimaru displayed a hint of pride. "Do not underestimate me, Minato." Minato regained his composure, casting a discerning glance around. "Who are you? What is your intention in doing this?" Seeing Minato's gaze directed at him, Fuyun stepped forward. "I am Uchiha Fuyun, and we are preparing to eliminate all existing high-ranking officials of Konoha." Minato's expression turned icy. "So, you are a traitor of the Uchiha?" Fuyun chuckled, too indifferent to elaborate. Individuals like Namikaze Minato, akin to Hashirama Senju, were solely fixated on the village and the will of fire, willing to eliminate any perceived threats without regard for reasons. "I happen to possess something intriguing for you to see, Namikaze Minato. I wonder what thoughts will arise in your mind after viewing it." "Oh, what is it?" Fuyun infused the moments of Naruto's life into an illusion, showcasing them to Namikaze Minato through his Sharingan. As the sun set over Konoha, painting the sky crimson, the streets bustled with throngs of people, filled with laughter and joy. Yet, amidst this vibrant village, a solitary figure seemed forgotten by the world, Naruto Uzumaki. He resided in a small, dilapidated apartment, with peeling walls and sparse furnishings. Nevertheless, each time he returned to his humble abode, Naruto would wear a radiant smile and shout, "Tadaima, I'm home." Pretending that someone awaits him at home, the refrigerator is often devoid of sustenance, occasionally revealing a few cartons of expired milk and stale bread. Each night, he curls up in bed, listening to the joyous laughter of other families outside, silently embracing himself. "Why does everyone despise me?" Young Naruto stands beside a swing, gazing at the departing figures of other children being collected by their parents, his eyes shimmering with confusion and grievance. He yearns to draw near, only to be met with the cold disdain of adults and the mockery of children. "Keep your distance. Monster, do not play with him. He is the nine-tailed fox. Your parents perished because of you." He is oblivious to the meaning of the nine-tailed fox and the reasons for such loathing directed at him. Time and again, he resorts to mischief, defacing the Hokage rock, causing disruptions in class, shouting in the streets, just to elicit even a fleeting glance from others, even if it is an angry reprimand. For it is preferable to utter neglect. The village shops shun him at sight, either driving him away or charging exorbitant prices for everyday goods. Each fast food meal is tainted with deliberately mixed sand, and the small figure often squats in corners, sifting through gravel. Every hard-earned instant ramen and milk he manages to purchase is invariably expired. Eventually, a father-daughter duo at a ramen shop does not ostracize him. And while everyone assumes Naruto simply enjoys ramen, they remain unaware of the true reason. It is the most normal food he has ever consumed, devoid of rancidity, sand, expiration. or inflated prices. It could be said that whatever the father and daughter sell becomes Naruto's favorite dish, merely coinciding with ramen. Unbeknownst to him, he does not know his own birthday. Thus, he accepts the first day of each year as his own, ordering a bowl of ramen to take home. Smiling at the air as he says, "I'm starting now," as if this could simulate companionship. On the streets at night, Naruto walks alone, his shadow elongated by the lamplight. The body of the reincarnated does not shed tears, yet his father does. Minato Namikaze lets 2 crystalline droplets fall, tracing down his cracked visage. This cannot be. Although the plight of a Jinchuriki may not be favorable, with the 3rd Hokage in place, Naruto cannot live like a stray dog. I explicitly entrusted him to that elder. Minato Namikaze's expression is icy as he fixates on Uchiha Fuyun, continuing, "Is this true? Has the 3rd Hokage already passed away? Who is the 5th Hokage?" Fuyun chuckles dismissively. This is merely a glimpse into Naruto's tragic existence. The village has always been under the 3rd's leadership, with no alternate Hokage chosen. This is impossible. Minato Namikaze growls. The 3rd must have had his reasons and circumstances. Fuyun's demeanor remains indifferent, offering no further response. Minato Namikaze's disbelief was expected. Fuyun had no illusions that discussing Naruto's plight or revealing the 3rd's darker secrets would sway someone so deeply indoctrinated by the will of fire. As the crowd ceased to acknowledge him, Minato Namikaze continued, "I need to verify this." Fuyun, arms crossed and head slightly tilted, inquired, "What will you do after the verification?" Minato gritted his teeth, declaring, "I will insist that the 3rd Hokage and others pay heed to this matter." A chuckle escaped Fuyun, amused by the audacity. How saintly indeed. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, expressing his impatience. "Fuyun, what is there to discuss with him? He lacks the qualification." Having just conducted a preliminary observation, he continued, "This Edo Tensei technique is still inadequate. His strength is but a fraction of what it was in life." Fuyun nodded, signaling to Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru summoned a coffin, encasing Minato within it. Chapter 53. The Ninetales feeling somewhat fatigued today. "I shall retire for now and tend to the Ninetales another day," remarked Fuyun, twisting his neck. Conversely, Orochimaru wore a visage brimming with frenzied excitement as he extended his long tongue to wash his face. "This is the Ninetales." The malevolent and unparalleled chakra exhilarated Orochimaru. His eyes glazed with intoxication. He was genuinely eager to dissect the Ninetales, to place its essence in the laboratory for thorough examination. How utterly fascinating. After a brief pause, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Kabuto, asserting, "This matter must remain a secret. If anyone were to discover it, we could find ourselves in an exceedingly precarious situation. After all, the Akatsuki's objective is to capture the tailed beasts." Indeed, Orochimaru pondered further, deeming it still insufficiently secure, and continued, "Very well. I shall perform a memory-erasing forbidden technique for you. It is for your own good." "Certainly, Lord Orochimaru," Kabuto replied, maintaining his respectful demeanor. At this juncture, Fuyun interjected, "There is no need for such drastic measures. Not even the Akatsuki is aware that there exists another half of the Ninetales. Moreover, during the assault on Konoha, it served as our steed and foremost vanguard." As he spoke, a fervent killing intent surged within Fuyun's eyes. The moment to retaliate against Konoha was drawing near. The memory of being slaughtered like livestock and discarded like a wild dog in a mass grave still burned fiercely in his heart. Perhaps it was the inheritance of the original owner's memories that deepened his hatred, as he could never forget the massacre of so many familiar faces. Orochimaru, however, wore a serious expression, insisting, "We must exercise utmost caution in this matter. I do not wish to attract the attention of that lunatic organization." Sensing the turmoil in Fuyun's emotions, Orochimaru gently remarked, "Fuyun, you are not alone in this. At the very least, you have me, do you not?" Fuyun was abruptly roused from his reverie, retorting, "Spare me your platitudes. Do as you wish, but do not jeopardize our plans to assault Konoha." With a dismissive wave, Fuyun departed, his body weary from the relentless days of travel. The following day, Fuyun was startled awake by a violent tremor. It felt as though a cataclysmic earthquake had struck, the very ground convulsing violently. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment. Had the shaking persisted, the village would likely have been devastated. Springing from his shattered bed, Fuyun dashed out of his room, exclaiming, "What transpired?" Kabuto was orchestrating order among Orochimaru's elite subordinates. instructing everyone to refrain from moving about recklessly and forbidding them from leaving the village. Upon hearing Fuyun's inquiry, Kabuto swiftly approached, stating, "I am uncertain about what has occurred. But Lord Orochimaru has commanded that no one approach the back mountain." It seemed Kabuto's memories had indeed been partially erased. Fuyun glanced toward the back mountain, where a colossal mushroom cloud ascended in the distance. What on earth? Fuyun's eyes widened in disbelief, internally cursing. That scoundrel Orochimaru must have succumbed to his impatience. Unsealing the Nine Tails prematurely. No one is allowed to leave the village, and absolutely no one must venture toward the back mountain. With that, Fuyun vanished from the scene, darting toward the rear mountains. Shortly thereafter, he beheld a vast chasm where Orochimaru was locked in confrontation with a diminutive nine-tailed beast possessing four tails. Observing the small nine-tailed fox, which had consumed concentrated chakra, Orochimaru's face broke into a twisted grin, exclaiming, "Indeed, remarkable, truly remarkable, nine tails." A sickly smile creased his lips as his pale fingers pierced through flesh. In an instant, his chakra surged forth, enveloped in a chilling, purplish-black energy that coiled around him like a venomous serpent. The ground beneath him began to tremble and crack. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. The earth roared in response. 3 colossal gates, resembling mountain peaks, erupted from the soil, each towering several meters high, adorned with contorted, malevolent visages and bared fangs carved into their bronze surfaces. Boom! The devastating energy of the tailed beast bombs surged forth, shattering the first gate into fragments upon contact, though the force had been mitigated by a third. The second gate trembled violently, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. Ultimately, the third gate emitted a piercing metallic screech, yet withstood the cataclysmic strike. The trio of gates dissipated into white mist, and the surrounding terrain underwent a dramatic transformation. As the dust settled, Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes shimmered with madness and delight. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gust swept through, pinning the small nine-tailed beast's claws into the ground, anchoring its form. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, summoning technique. 3 massive black pythons surged forth from the mist, ensnaring the nine-tailed creature in a tight embrace, layer upon layer binding it securely. Roar! The nine-tailed beast's chakra erupted, instantly obliterating 2 of the weaker serpents into wisps of white mist. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru darted before the nine-tailed creature, unleashing 2 powerful sealing techniques, finally managing to temporarily subdue the small nine-tailed beast. This power is extraordinary. Ha! Yet, as his laughter echoed, it abruptly ceased, a warning bell ringing in his mind, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Boom! A violent eruption of chakra resonated as the last serpent let out a mournful wail, vanishing into mist. 6 tails already. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils fixated on the creature amidst the dust. No. The chakra continued to overflow, and the tails were multiplying. Fuyun, however, did not rush to intervene. Instead, he stood at a distance, arms crossed, observing the spectacle. Swish! The nine-tailed beast, now surging with chakra, dashed toward Orochimaru, striking with a claw. Quick to react. Orochimaru opened his mouth, a sword suddenly extending forth, rapidly lengthening, launching the nine-tailed beast away, yet failing to pierce its form. Boom! The nine-tailed beast crashed into the forest, raising a cloud of dust, splintering wood, and sending stones flying. Fuyun couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Orochimaru, in his prime, possessed formidable strength, capable of contending with a tailed beast in such a state. Orochimaru's brow furrowed deeply, for within the forest, the fully realized Nine Tails roared forth, exuding a terrifying chakra. It seemed that things had spiraled beyond control. At this moment, Orochimaru could not help but turn his gaze towards Fuyun, chuckling. Fuyun, it seems that after such a prolonged performance, it is time to take action, is it not? Fuyun casually plucked a blade of grass and placed it between his lips, exuding an air of indifference. Now you remember me? You were so reckless. You think you have the capability? Why not subdue that fox yourself? Fuyun, I am merely testing the power of the Nine Tails for your sake, as I am concerned about you. After all, you are my enough. Behave normally. You are frightening me. The Nine Tails had already taken notice of the two, letting out a furious roar in their direction. A ferocious gale, laden with malevolent chakra, toppled numerous trees, its might utterly unparalleled. Even an ordinary ninja would find it exceedingly challenging to maintain their footing in the face of such a bellow.